Hello and good morning to a bright and beautiful Wanderers Cricket Stadium, the DP World Wanderers, where we are about to see the CSA One-Day Challenge Cup final between the hosts Lions and also the visiting team from across the road, the Momentum Multiplied Titans, in a cup final which has been much anticipated, and once again it's the good old rivalry that's going to be reenacted here. So the early news, of course, is that the Lions have won the toss and they've decided to bat first, and the match is about to get underway. Tuan Jansen has the ball in hand and he's on his way to Zubair Hamza. First ball outside the off stump with a good carry through to the wicket keeper, and the opposite number, of course, is Riza Hendricks. We'll take you through the team, and also just to mention to you that they're playing on one of the pitches that is the furthest to the left and not often used for big matches, for cup finals, but the groundsman has apparently been preparing this particular one in the event that they got into the final, the Lions. So at least for the last week and a half he's been working on this one, and it looks a pretty good one as well. Jansen in again, outside the off stump, solid length delivery, left alone. Good covering of grass, but I must say there's no tinge of green on it at all. It's rolled in very, very hard, so we expect that it will play very evenly throughout the match. So early inroads is going to be vital for the two teams. With me for the opening number of overs, welcome and good morning to Hussein Manik.
Good morning, Aslam, and to all our listeners, wherever you may be. It's a beautiful, bright, sunny DP World Wanderers Stadium here. Fantastic weather for a final.
Jansen in again. This time is a lot straighter. Ball just nudged away to the onside, where the squarish mid-wicket, Tian Khalim, does the fielding. In fact, it's Petlakwayo. We'll run you through the teams in a moment. First of all, Hussein, the toss, electing to bat first. You reckon it's got to do something because it's a cup final?
Yeah, I think get runs on the board is not a bad choice, especially in a cup final. Get some runs on the board. They probably would have looked at some historical stats as well, and you know, there's different ways of looking at that. There's so many stats available these days.
Jansen in again. That's more on the line of off stump, and it's a defender down the pitch.
And I mean, you could look at statistics of domestic one-day cricket. You could look at statistics of international one-day cricket here at the Wanderers Stadium, and there's so many. And you know, in the end, I think coaches and captains will kind of just go with their gut feel based on what they've got, the balance of the side, the strength, the confidence, how they're playing at the moment, and they back their batters to get a big score, and then of course bowlers to defend that. So I reckon if it was a day-night game, they may have gone the other way.
Good point. Just one slip and then a leg gully in position for Tuan. He tries a shorter delivery. It's much too short. Keeping an eye on the umpire, he's allowed it to go through as a legitimate delivery. So this has been a good one from Jansen on the leg stump, and then the foolish two outside the off stump. One defended on the line of off stump, and then the bouncer.
Yeah, having said that, Aslam, I think, you know, on the high felt, particularly in Joburg, and I mean, you do get generally a little bit of nip. There's some moisture in the pitch early morning. So there may be something in here for the Titans bowlers. There's no doubt. They will get something out of this early morning.
Jansen again. This time on the back foot defended, and he chases through for the single. It's a well-judged single by Zubair Hamza. Good direct throw from the captain, Rivaldo Munsami. Hits the stumps down, but the run is taken. In fact, umpire Jelle has decided that he's going to call for the third official to just make absolutely certain that Zubair Hamza has grounded his bat.
Yeah, it was a good single, good run, I thought, because it was to the right of mid-off. And Munsami picked it up cleanly and hit the stumps, but it did look like Hamza took off straight away as he played the ball. I find generally to mid-off, mid-on, who tend to be, particularly in the power play, a little bit deeper towards the circle. Most times, if you hit it softly to mid-off or mid-on, you can, if you take off straight away, get a single. I think he should be safe here. He looked to be in comfortably.
So yeah, he made a very positive early call. So welcome to all of our listeners, wherever you may be around the world and in South Africa. This live commentary on the CSA YouTube channel is brought to you by Pitch Vision. So stay with us for the rest of this cup final. As I've mentioned earlier, this rivalry goes back well before the advent of democracy in this country, given that the neighbors are just separated by some 45 kilometers out in Pretoria, Centurion, and up here on the Highveld in Johannesburg. So sharing the new ball with Jansen is Lazard Williams, running in from the famous golf course end here at the Wanderers Cricket Stadium.
Oh, no.
On the back foot, fended out to the offside.
Also interesting that Lazard Williams is opening, because I noticed that in the playoff game against the Warriors on Wednesday night, he was bowling a little later. I think he came on first or second change. He didn't go with the new ball, and I think that seems to be a tactic these days, where the bowler who tends to be a little skiddy and is a little quicker, I find sometimes coaches are looking to bowl them maybe with a slightly older ball.
He's in again, short and pulled away. That's going to run away for 4. That's beautifully timed. Picked up the length very quickly, did Zubair Hamza, and he played that with a magnificent control. So first boundary for the Lions. Score jumps to 5 without loss here. We're in the second over of this cup final.
Absolutely right. He did pick it up very early, because he's hit that well in front of square, and that's usually an indication of how early he's picked the length up. And that trickles away to the boundary, but didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, but he did well enough to get the boundary.
This time he plays an on-drive, a fuller length delivery from Lazard Williams. You made the point also about Lazard, and just to touch on something, in that playoff match, his first spell was actually not good at all. And if I'm not mistaken, his 2 overs went for about 20-odd runs. It was his second spell where he was able to really pull things back. So I'm not too sure if that had anything to do with it. It's all conjecture, because Dan Khalim generally has shared the new ball.
Correct.
Williams in again. One slip in position for him. This time defended to the offside, where wide mid-off does the fielding. We'll go through the teams in a moment. I've just been given some information regarding Hamza on the precipice of something quite special. Only one batter previously in this competition has averaged 100 plus in a season with a minimum of 400 runs. And that was Aiden Markram way back in 2018-19 in his debut season, if I'm not mistaken, or 2 seasons after his debut. He scored 542 runs and an amazing average of 108.40. Hamza enters this particular match with 400 runs exactly at 100 average. He's playing the off drive, again straight to the fielder at mid-off, no run. So which means with him entering this match with 400 runs at an average of 100 exactly, he'll likely have to register a 3rd century of the season to join Markram and perhaps even go beyond him. But that's a fantastic stat, just to give an indication of what a form player he has been. And his performances like the ones that we've just been sharing with you, that actually have a lot to do with teams doing well and getting into cup finals. Williams in again. This time he's playing the straight drive. Little mistimed, slightly mistimed, straight to the field at mid-on. That ends the over with just the 1 boundary to his name. 2 overs complete, 5 without loss.
And the other thing to remember is that Zubair Hamza, since he got here to the Lions, I think last year in the T20 competition, he opened the batting. But apart from that, and I don't think he had a great season in that T20 season last year, opening the bat. But I think apart from that, in 4-day and 50-over cricket, he's generally batted at maybe 4 times. But so opening here in the 50 over is something I think that's new for him. And he's taken to it really well. He's done it fantastically well. I mean, what an amazing season.
So to take you through the team, as Johan Jansen just makes an adjustment to his field, he's decided that he wants 2 slips. This time, for the first time this morning, running into bowl to the right-handed Reza Hendricks. On the back foot, plays a powerful looking punch, but straight to Roelof van der Merwe, who dives to his right and makes a very good stop. The Lions team from Hamza and Hendricks, Van der Dissen, Bavuma, and then Mitchell van Buren, who will be donning the gloves today, and then Richard Saletswane, Delana Potgieter, Beye Swanepoel, and then 14, the captain, Cody Yusuf, and Ngaba Peter. So 2 spinners in the Lions lineup. We'll run through the Titans lineup soon and get Hussein's thoughts. Janssen again on a full length. This is beautifully timed. He's literally just blocked this ball on a full length, half volley, outside the off stump, and that's the first boundary for Hendricks. 9 without loss.
Easy as you like. I mean, it was just a gentle push, wasn't it? There's no real effort in this. Beautifully timed. In fact, it was just a little punch. And I found the gap beautifully. And what that does, it kind of initiates a field change. So the second slip comes out and comes out into the cover. So they've kind of just reinforcing the circle in the cover area. There's now a point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off.
Janssen in to Riza. This time he's watching it carefully through to the wicket keeper. On occasion, the ball is carried quite nicely through to the midriff of the keeper, Titans keeper. I'm just trying to think. It is Leon Cachet that's
correct.
Got the gloves.
Yeah, he did really well. He kept quite well in that playoff game as well. Took a couple of really good catches. So had a good performance overall.
Yeah, got 50 odd. Was the mainstay. Made absolutely sure that he'll stay at the crease in that middle order. And saw his team through to victory. Short and pulled away. There's a fielder in at fine leg. Lazard Williams picks up quickly, gets the throw in. 1 run to the score, 10 without loss.
And the one thing that I think the Titans bowlers will want to try and correct from the previous game on Wednesday in that playoff is the extras. Janssen, I thought, bowled well, apart from the fact that he bowled quite a few extras wides. He was a little erratic, outside off, down leg, a lot of wide. So if they can cut those down, it makes a huge difference because you give the opposition the extra ball as well as the extra run.
And again, he's just squeezing him on the leg side, but this is neatly played, slightly late, and he's split that gap between the fielder at square leg and deep back with square leg. They've run just 1, 2. They've run the 2. So Hamza's picked up that 2 runs, in fact. And just to mention, in fact, that Titans with the ball against the Warriors in that playoff match was a very good opening second wicket stand, and then there was also a partnership up in the order with Manak getting to 80 of 99. But then they lost their way, the Warriors, and it was more about how the Titans managed to claw their way back in the game. And I must say they were very well skippered by Rivaldo Munsami. Janssen in again. A lot straighter on that front foot, defended by Hamza. No run. That's the end of the third over. It's 12 for no.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought Munsami did quite well. He's also, he's been through a lot, Rivaldo Munsami, as a captain in the Titans squad as a youngster, and then he was out again. He may have gone and played somewhere else for a few seasons, came back, and you can see the experience there. He's got a lot of experienced players around him as well. They really did find a way to keep picking up wickets, and I think that was really the key.
Yeah, indeed.
So let me just quickly, the leading run scorers in this competition: Zubair Hamza, Matthew de Villiers, Ian Libber, Patrick Kruger, and Malcolm Nofa from the Tuskers. So Zubair Hamza got 407 runs, Matthew de Villiers 340, Ian Libber 300, Patrick Kruger 268.
Good to see Patrick Kruger, who's essentially a middle order batsman, maybe a bowling all-rounder. Up there in the stats, Lazard Williams starts the next over. Beautiful drive on the front foot, just opens the face on contact and hits it through the covers for 4. Hendricks at his best, 16 for no.
This is pure class. It's slightly over pitch, and this is one of the reasons why I think that a bowler like Lazard Williams, they've been kind of in two minds about him opening the bowling, and because he's that skiddy type of bowler. You feel that he skids onto the bat so nicely. As a batter, it's what you want.
He's in again. This time he's bowling on the line of leg stump. Just eased away to wide mid-wicket. They'll pick up the single.
But that was just another sumptuous cover drive from Riza Hendricks. He's pure class when he doesn't try and overhit the ball, particularly in the power play. You don't need to. There's 2 new white kookaburras. Beautiful cover drive. Nice high elbow on contact. Open the blade of the bat. Sweetly timed.
Yeah, he's so experienced. He's played for such a long time. He's had a bit of and I think he'll agree, He's not had the best of seasons. This ball is just defended to the offside by Zubair Hamza. But if anything, today is the day he needs to come off for his province. He needs to deliver. He's on 10 already with two wonderful boundaries to his name. So the Titans team with Munsami at the top of the order, and then Sanakwane, Keegan Peterson, and then Brunt, who's also found form, Leon Keshe, the wicketkeeper, Janssen, and then Halim Patlakwayo. This takes a leading edge, and it actually splits the gap between the field at cover point and wideish cover. And they pick up a single. And then, of course, the rest of the team, Patlakwayo, Rudolf van der Merwe, Junior Dala, and Lazard Williams. That makes up the Titans 11.
I think the bowlers that really made an impact in that playoff game were the two spinners. And it was probably to do with the conditions as well. That St. George's Park, the pitch looked to be a little too paced, maybe a touch on the slow side. There was a bit of turn and offer. But the two spinners, Van der Merwe and Brunt, I thought turned the game.
That's a much better delivery. It seemed to have just come back a bit. Defended, and the ball just literally dies in that in the popping crease area.
So it's been really interesting to see how much of a role the spinners play today. You know, I mean, Wanderers being the Wanderers, you tend to think that spinners don't play a big part here. It's mostly the seamers. But interestingly, over the last few years, spinners have played more of a role here. They've come into their own. And there's some interesting, been some really good performances by spinners in the last few years here at the Wanderers.
There's two sides to that. We'll come back to that in a moment. This is down the leg side, looking to flash it somewhere over the leg side area. It's completely missed, and the wicketkeeper does get gloves to it, but the ball runs away towards the fine leg area. Ball gathered just inside of the boundary by Brunt, and they'll run through for two extras. So 22 without loss. And it's interesting you raise that point, Hussein, because from a purely cricketing point of view, you don't mind that pitches are going to help both spinners and fast bowlers, but generally the Wanderers has been known to be a quick bowlers, or let's just say a seam bowlers paradise. And that's one of the reasons why they're looking to change this table. And this is over pitched again, and this is just magnificently clipped to that leg side boundary by Zubair Hamza to get him his second boundary in the total of 26 without loss after 4. They're going at a very healthy 6.5 runs and over.
Yeah, this ball is a touch too straight and also too full. So it's into leg stump, into the pads, and Zubair Hamza clips this beautifully, sweetly timed. Little uppish, but in the gap. There's no fielder there. That's racing away to the boundary. So a good over for the DP World Lions. 26 or no, in 4 overs. Hamza's on 13 and Hendricks on 10.
Interesting bit of information that I have in front of me. Down the leg side again. Has he burgled him down the leg side? There's a big appeal. Umpire Jele is unmoved. The keeper looks pretty disappointed. They felt that there must have been an edge to that ball down the leg side.
This was swinging down the leg side, and Reza Hendricks just had one of those little, tried to play one of those little flicks. Now it's difficult to tell, but the sound was a softish sound. You just don't know whether that's come off the bat or the thigh pad. Oh, I think it's a glove. I think it's a glove. We're just having a look at the replay from the back angle, and I think it's just gloved it. All the Titans fielders, all of them, literally were around the bat and so disappointed. I think they were absolutely convinced.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have another look at that. Just keep an eye on that. We're saying as we watch Dwan Janssen now running in again to Hendricks, and Hendricks on this occasion allows it to go through to the keeper.
Yeah, what the replay was showing us is that it's a little bit away from his thigh pad, so it looks like he's just gloved it. A little faint glove down the leg side. The view from the front is difficult, but the back view tells us quite clearly that it's a glove.
I reckon it's hit the pocket, Hussein. There was definitely, and I agree with you, there was deviation, but the camera angle from the wicketkeeper's end shows you that I think that was a good decision by Jele, but only after having viewed that replay a few times. In comes Janssen again, as he's played off the back foot out to the offside, no run.
Well, I think the fact that we've had 4 looks at it
Yeah.
in slow motion and we still have different opinions tells you what a difficult decision that is to make for the umpire in real time out there in the middle.
Correct. Just to remind our viewers, our listeners, that there's no DRS in operation throughout this competition. So the umpire's decision will remain final as Janssen runs in now to a second slip. Wide outside the off stump. We'll keep an eye on the umpire. He's allowed that to be a legitimate delivery. We're into the 5th over and 26 for no. So the Lions team, given the fact that they've been filling their trophy cabinets over the last season, every member of this particular Lions side has represented South Africa at some level, be it the full Proteas or the South African A team or even the under-19s, which is quite an amazing bit of information to share, courtesy of Rodney Elliott, of course. Thank you very much, Rodney. I think that does give a great indication of why Lions have been dominant, although I must say that T20 form from defending champions, they finished last this particular season.
Yeah, they did struggle, but I mean, that was at the time when the Proteas were away. So a lot of the Proteas were away, as well as SAA were playing at that time, so they were missing both the Proteas and SAA, and they were depleted, and could bring in quite a few younger players.
Janssen in again. Straightens up very nicely and well defended to end what has been an excellent over from Dwan Janssen. He will feel aggrieved that he didn't get the decision of that first delivery, but the score remains 26 without loss after 5.
Yeah, Dwan Janssen is, I must say, I've watched him over the years because he was playing at the university in Potchefstroom, Northwest University, and I've seen him play even there. University level games, club games. I must say, he's in the last season or two, it looks like he's really come on quite nicely. His pace-wise, the control particularly for me is the big thing, because that's where, you know, him being as tall as he is and with the height and being a left armer, long fingers as well, it's not easy to control the ball. So, but he's improved.
He's also improved markedly with a bat, Hussein. It's beginning to show that he's got what it takes. He's certainly a clean hitter, very much like his brother.
Absolutely.
Marco. So change of bowling, Halim into the attack. First ball wide outside the off stump and left alone by Zubair Hamza. Azad Williams has just had a short spell of 2 overs and he's gone for 18 runs. So the captain, I reckon, forced to make this change, because they're looking for that early break. They need it with the 2 new balls from either end.
There's a bit of a crowd coming in here. It's a Sunday morning. If you're in the vicinity, in the Joburg area, come around. It's there's a lovely energy starting to build here at the Wanderers.
Halim again short, and once again pulled. This is high and mighty, and it goes all the way for 6. That is the shorter boundary at the Wanderers for this particular contest. And the umpire confirms that, Stephen Harris does. That is a magnificent pull shot. It's gone over mid-wicket. And the first 6 of the innings, 32 for no.
Slightly short of length. It wasn't that short, but he just, you know, he's trying to hit hard lengths. You can see what Halim's trying to do. He generally does bowl those hard lengths into the surface, but that just set up. And Hamza was onto it very quickly. The second pull shot he's played in front of square. So picking that ball up really early. Wonderful shot, and a bit of work there for the fielder on that boundaries, who's trying to see if he can retrieve the ball, which has gone into those.
He's being assisted by some
area.
Spectators there, who saying they've come down the stairway to assist out. The ball's back.
There's a band here as well, Aslam. There's the Lions band. There's nice grass embankment, lots of kids running around. But that memorial stand to our left-hand side on the Western Pavilion, that's starting to fill up.
It's also the family area, so you'll certainly see a lot of yellow-shirted fans there. And yeah, you're right. There's a good crowd in. Halim in again. This time he tidies up with a fuller length delivery and just pushed out defensively by Hamza. He's now on 19, Hendricks on 10, 32 for naught, and we are into halfway into the 6th over.
Ideally, you want to try and, as a bowling side, try and see if you can pick up at least 2 wickets in the power play. Looking for that breakthrough.
Halim again from the golf course end. Gets the ball just to tail back in, and Hamza covers up quite nicely. Defends straight down the pitch. Bowler picks it up on his follow through. In fact, it's such a fabulous morning. I'm watching all the trees in the distance over the golf course. We've had great amount, in fact, an English summer when it comes to the amount of rain we've had on the Highveld, and the golf course looks in fine fettle, absolutely magnificent. The trees are in full bloom, and there's just a slight sway to indicate a gentle breeze. Halim in again. Pulled, and this is a top edge. It's gone up in the air. There's a fielder that's called for it at mid-wicket, and the catch is taken. It's Blunt who's taken the catch. That's an important one, and Halim is absolutely relieved. He's punched the air in delight. He's got the wicket of the batsman in form. That is the end of Hamza. He departs for 19 of 23.
This is well bowled. He didn't back down, did Dayan Halim. He got hit over mid-wicket, previous delivery. This time he bangs it in a little quicker, more energy into that ball, and Hamza, it's hit him high on the bat, maybe even a top edge, straight up, and the catch is taken. So they celebrate their first wicket. Big breakthrough here, because we spoke about the form of Zubair Hamza this season. He's been in wonderful form. That is a huge wicket, and you can absolutely see the way they're celebrating that wicket. Zubair Hamza goes for 19. They're 32 for 1.
Without a doubt. 2 4s and 1 6 in that innings of his short stay. 32 for 1 here into the 6th over. And the one thing to add is that when you do bowl the shorter ball at the Wanderers, if you overcompensate too short, you're going to be punished. If you get it at around the shoulder height and at a good speed, you're going to be rewarded. And I think you have to say that was a well-deserved wicket from Halim's point of view. He certainly enticed the batsman into the pull shot. It hurried him, top edge, and boy, the ball went high up in the air. Neil Blunt had enough time to get under it. In fact, when there's too much of time, I think there's nervous tension, there's anxiety in you as the ball comes down, but he made sure that he completed the catch, and there was absolute celebration. So wicket down, and that ushers in the experienced Rassie van der Dussen.
Yeah, this season, 6 innings, 117 runs, and an average of 23. That's this season. He hasn't had a great season by his standards. What a wonderful player van der Dussen is. But credit to Halim, I must say, generally as a batter, when you pull a bowler and he bowls short, you pull him over mid-wicket in front of square, you almost, in a way, as a batter, expecting the bowler to adjust and get a bit fuller. And he didn't do that. He banged it in short again.
He's in now to the new batsman, starts wide outside the off stump.
And with more energy. So credit to him for persisting with that length, that hard length, and bowling that ball the way he did. 32 for 1, 6 overs bowled.
Yeah, I think one of the other reasons that they would really be pleased, that I'm sure that when they obviously realize that they're going to be bowling first, that they'll be aiming for at least a minimum of 2 wickets in the first 10. So they've got 1 with 6 overs gone, and then obviously look to continue to press on and keep the pressure going. Of course, if they picked up more wickets, bigger bonus for them. But they've removed the in-form Hamza. And just looking at that replay there along with you, saying clearly that ball straight in at the body was the key. Had he been given any width outside the off stump or even maybe down the leg side, he would have certainly connected that. So Dwan Jansen now into his 4th over. He runs in to Reza Hendricks outside the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, good line and length, just in that channel outside off stump. Let's have a look at the field. There's a wideish first slip, probably a second slip. It looks like Brunt is in there. Then there's a third man. There's a point. Cover, extra cover, mid-off. That's the offside field. On the leg side, there's a mid-on. There's a squarish mid-wicket. Probably because of the pace and the fact that Jansen swings the ball into the right-hander. That mid-wicket is not a conventional one. a little closer to the square leg umpire, and then there's a fine leg.
Janssen into Hendricks. Straight and plays a neat little leg glide to the field at fine leg for a single. I'd like our stats guru to just check what's this rivalry all about. I think the stats spec does have it in the number of times they've met, and just to see who's obviously had the upper hand. Titans versus the Lions. They've played 39 times together, and the Lions have won. Is it the Lions that have won? The Titans have actually won 22 of those contests. So 2 slips for the new batsman Rassie van der Dussen. Again, much too wide. Doesn't commit the batsman at all as it goes through to the keeper. Janssen needs to tighten up. He needs to really test the new batsman on those good lengths that fast bowlers, tall bowlers, and left arm seamers such as he is, to hit the right lengths to pick up wickets. And just to maybe watch this delivery from, oh, that's a beautiful delivery. That's more like it from Dwan Janssen, a lot closer to that bat, committed the outside edge there, and just goes through, or goes past the outside edge through to the keeper. So in that number of matches that they've played, 69 of which they've won 31, they've actually won 9 out of the 17 at this particular venue. So that's very interesting, and I wonder if they've actually looked at that particular stat to say that, listen, chaps, we have a better record. Let's go into this final and make it work. Fuller length delivery, maybe just a bit of a leading edge as it rolls away to the offside of the bowling of Janssen.
This is good from Dwan Janssen. He's asking a few interesting questions of new batter Rassie van der Dussen. Previous delivery just nipped away from him with the angle, left him, beat the outside edge. Good pace, good carry through to the keeper. And then this last delivery swung in and was aimed at the stumps, and van der Dussen just managed to keep it out. So looking to challenge both edges, inside as well as the outside edge here, Dwan Janssen.
Runs in to finish this over. This time he reaches out on the front foot, does Rassie van der Dussen, taps it through to the fielder at cover, and there's no run. 33 for 1, and that is after 7 overs. So just to mention one other thing, Hussein, is that when they played that important fixture against the Eastval Northwest Dragons, they, in a rain-interrupted match as well, which was reduced to 42 overs, they went and won that in fine style, losing just 2 wickets in the process. Munsami, 60 not out, Brandt playing beautifully for his 47. And then, of course, in the playoff match against the Titans away from home against the Warriors, the Titans were really very good. They won that with 4 wickets in hand. And what that indicates is that towards the end of the season, they've seemed to just find form. And they come into this particular final with that momentum, with that form on hand. Looking to drive this first delivery from Khalim, second over. Inside edge out to the onside. No run for Hendricks.
Yeah, Khalim's an interesting character. He's got a lovely run. I like the energy in his run. He's almost like he's hopping and skipping, and he's got a gallops in nicely. He's got good energy with his run, and he's a little quicker. I feel he's a little quicker onto the bat than batters tend to expect.
Yeah, he is in now. He almost rushes in as he starts his run up. Oh, this ball just bites the track and moves appreciably over the off stump. It started outside the off stump, maybe even have gone over the leg stump. It turned so much.
Yeah, it nipped back because it started outside off stump and nipped back off the seam. It really did nip back, and that's gone straight over the top of off stump. It was left alone by Reza Hendricks. Probably more on line initially, but in the end, you could say good leave on length because it's gone over the top of off stump. But I mean, the keeper's had to dive to his left-hand side to
Correct.
catch that. So,
He's in
wonderful
again.
delivery.
Yeah, with his tail up, he's in again. Oh, beats him again. This time does commit the bat. Looking to defend it, and it beats him all hands up. This is a very, very good start to his second over. 3 balls into it, dot balls, and all of them have been testing deliveries. 33 for 1. We're into the 8th over.
Oh, there's another ball that nips back off the seam, and it's beaten Hendricks on the inside. That's really, wow. Another one. This one's gone over the top of middle stump, and again, keeper's down on his knees. Khalim can't believe his luck here. Wonderful bowling here. Pressure is on.
He's in again. He starts short outside the off stump. This time Hendricks is in good position to just defend this out to the offside. Van der Merwe gets hand to it, so they run through for a single. And that's 34 for 1. 2 balls remain in the 8th over. He's been excellent, and I'm sure he's actually looking to have a good proper grip on that in swinger that he's bowling, or the off cutter. And he's really used the surface very well, especially in this over. And I did say early on when we were describing the playing surface that there's a good covering of grass. It's pressed in very hard into the pitch, but good seam bowling will certainly get assistance, and we've seen it so far with Khalim. He's picked up the wicket, he's got the break, and his second over has been equally impressive.
Yeah, that is the one thing about batting first on the high veld here. There's going to be some juice.
He's in now again. Oh, outside the off stump, and Van Dussen committing himself, and then the ball goes between the body and the bat through to the keeper. This has been absolutely fantastic to watch.
And again, he's beaten the inside edge. That's the third delivery he's beaten the inside edge of both batters. Beat Reza Hendricks, and this time Van Dussen, who's tried to play a punch off the back foot. But that ball nipped back a bit. He's bowling a beautiful length line. The energy is good. And
I think
can Van Dussen survive this delivery?
the key here is he's found the right length at the Wanderers with the new ball. That's so important. This time he goes for the fuller length delivery, and Van Dussen happy to just play it back down the pitch. 34 for 1 after 8 overs. It's time for Ken to join Hussein.
Thank you very much. Aslam Kota will make way for a cup of coffee and maybe a little sandwich. Certainly a lot of people rolling in here. And if you are in the vicinity, please come through. It's a beautiful day at the DP World Wonder Stadium. The grass is the emerald green color with all the rain we've had. Having a look from this view, it's really a bird's eye view. We're almost like looking at things from a drone at the top here. Dwan Jansen away from us, and this one is left alone by Reza Hendricks through to the keeper, who tosses the ball to first slip. Looks like Brandt, who flicks the ball all along to the fielders, and it will make its way to the skipper, Munsami at mid-off, and then back to Jansen. Good morning, Ken Borland. How are you doing?
Morning, Hussein. Great to be on air again on such an auspicious occasion, the CSA One Day Cup final, and a beautiful near autumnal day at the Wanderers. Jansen, back of a length, and just defended nicely by Reza Hendricks on an off-stump line.
Now, it certainly is a wonderful occasion, isn't it? I mean, both these teams have worked really hard. Played some good cricket along the way, and made it through to the final. So it would be good if we get a good crowd in here. And I see there's quite a few people. There's a band, there's a Lions band with all the yellow shirts, and then that memorial stand looks like it's filling in, and the family section down here on the left. Jansen in again.
Dwan Jansen really has been excellent this morning. Here's that line again, just asking questions on and around the off stump, and Hendricks just prodding it towards backward point.
What have you made of the morning play so far, Ken?
Well, Dwan Jansen, as I said, has been excellent from the call at drive end. He's midway through his 5th over, and he's only conceded 9 runs. Was unfortunate not to have Reza Hendricks caught behind. He has Jansen again. But Fuller punched firmly by Hendricks, but again off the outside half of the bat and blocked off by backward point.
Did you watch a bit of that Khalim over, previous over? I mean, wow. He got hit by Zubair Hamza through mid-wicket in front of square. And, I mean, after that, he just ran in with wonderful energy and then managed to get Zubair Hamza out on the hook. Ball went straight up, but the previous over was phenomenal. Really running in with good energy. And that will give them also the team as a whole.
Hit hard over extra cover by Reza Hendricks, but too full from Johan Janssen, and it's gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, touch on the full side here. He's searching a little, is Janssen. The length that he normally is a good length for him is just slightly back of a length where he's asking those tough questions, the hard length. But he's just tried to get this a little bit on the full side, and Hendricks just went through with it. Short boundary to our left-hand side towards the change rooms. Now that forces a change from Janssen. It looks like he's going to change the angle, come around the wicket.
Yeah, not sure about this. The over was going well until that last delivery. Around the wicket, better delivery, good line again. And Hendricks just defends into the covers to end the 9th over. And the DP World lines are 40 for 1.
So they've picked up the 1 wicket. They would really like a 2nd wicket, and they could easily have got one in the previous Khalim over. 9 overs bowled. Reza Hendricks is on 18. He's played some sumptuous shots, particularly a couple of cover drives to the offside. So Zubair Hamza was picking the short ball up early. Played 2 wonderful pulls in front of mid-wicket, in front of square. But that turned out to be his demise as well, because he went for another one of the bowling Khalim and managed to hit him high on the bat, top edge, straight up. Khalim from the golf course here. And now let's have a look what he's doing with the field. He's moving Andile Petliquayo a bit squarer, the deep square leg boundary.
Just nudged behind square on the leg side by Rassie van der Dussen to Petliquayo. And easy one for van der Dussen.
Yeah, it's taken him 7 deliveries and he's off the mark eventually. Let's have a look at that field. Ken is slip. It's a wideish first slip. There's a very fine third man. Normally third men tend to be a little squarer. It's a fine third man. Now that slip I spoke about, Brunt's come out of slip and is moving to a mid-wicket. So that's interesting. Considering the fact, it's a short mid-wicket in fact. Considering the fact that he actually beat the inside edge. So I kind of can see what they're doing here. So no slip now. Khalim's in. This is left alone by Reza Hendricks through to the keeper. So there's the no slip now. There's a third man, fine third man. Then there's a backward point cover mid-off. Backward point's almost like a gully, isn't it? It's almost like a gully point. And then
Deep gully, yeah.
Deep gully. Then there's a conventional point cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket. Brunt's in there now, almost a catching mid-wicket. Then there's a square leg next to the umpire and a very squarish backward square leg.
Inside half of the bat down to Petliquayo at that very square fine leg, or a backward square leg, if you like.
Deep backward square leg, yeah. It's actually a deep backward square leg, isn't it? It's more than a fine leg. I mean, fine leg would be somewhere here where that umbrella is, I think. But yeah, it's maybe a squarish fine leg. But I can see, I think he's probably just trying to get into the batter's head, maybe expecting a short ball.
Slippers back for Rassie van der Dussen, who's got just a single to his name. Unsurprisingly, the slip back. Here's Khalim again. Oh, he's really tested Rassie van der Dussen. Has Dayan Khalim, and that was an excellent back of a length delivery. Bit straighter, and there was a bit of bounce, and van der Dussen had to defend with a lot of caution. We mentioned how well Johan Janssen has bowled. Khalim, we know he's a skillful bowler, but today he's combined. He's getting some excellent seam movement into the right-handers, and the ball that dismissed Hamza wasn't as short as the previous one that Hamza pulled, and there was movement into him as well, which I think cramped the stroke a bit. as well. Here's Khalim again, striding in, and Van der Dussen will work it around the corner to find leg for a single. Again, 42 for 1 now.
He's an interesting bowler because he, you know, when you look at him, he doesn't look like he's that quick, but I get a sense he rushes batters, and he's a little quicker than he looks. I've seen a few batters get caught trying to pull him. He does tend to rush batters, and also he generally swings the ball away. But so batters are almost playing for that away swing. You know, he can shape the ball away, but today he's nipped those off the seam and come back, which is why he's actually created a few problems. Now there's a leg gully that's come into place. So Brandt has moved from a short mid-wicket into a leg gully. He's in a catching leg gully, isn't he? So that's an attacking position. And then Jansen was at square leg, has gone into a squarish mid-wicket.
It's because of those inside half of the bat shots against the in-swing of Khalim. That one outside off stump and just defended to mid-on with the angle by Reza Hendricks. End of the 10th over. The power play is done. And the Lions are 43 for 1. Hussein, who's going to be the happier of the two sides after the power play?
I think it's pretty even, Stevens. I think it's a 50-50 for me at the moment. I think if Titans have picked up one more wicket, chances are perhaps they would have been in the advantage. But at the moment, it's, I think, even Stevens, I would say. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Titans' mood would have been lifted considerably by the wicket of Hamza shortly after they felt they had Reza Hendricks caught down the leg side off Duan Jansen, and replay suggested there was a little bit at the bottom of the glove.
I thought so too.
For the umpire, yeah.
I thought so too, and Aslam disagreed. He thought it came off the pocket. I thought, definitely a glove, but it just shows how difficult those decisions can be for the umpire. Anyway, Ken, I'm out of here. I've done my little opening spell, and Rodney's going to join you for the next few overs.
Junior Dala comes into the attack for the first time from the corner drive end, and Rassie van der Dussen drives wide of mid-wicket. There's a long chase for the deep square leg. He'll get there to cut off the boundary, but the batters are back for 3 runs. Again, not out the middle of the bat for van der Dussen. There was a bit of the inside half of the bat involved there. Junior Dala coming on to bowl a little bit earlier than he did in the qualifier earlier this week against the Warriors, where he did such a good job in the middle overs. Here he is again to Reza Hendricks. Oh, and Hendricks, I fancy, just played inside the line of that one as it sped away to the wicketkeeper outside off stump. And a very good morning and a very big welcome to Rodney Aliat.
Yeah, losing my virginity in this role today. I'm usually the man who sits next to Ken and hands him nuggets and makes him sound more informed than he is as the day goes on. I wish I had a me.
What a debut that is, Rodney. Here's Junior Dala. Oh, bottom edge cut by Hendricks. On the bounce through to the wicketkeeper. So, Lions having won the toss and elected to bat first. The opening partnership of Zubair Hamza and Reza Hendricks, which has been the most successful in the competition, putting on 32 for the first wicket. Dala in again. Oh, he squared up Hendricks there beautifully off the outside edge, down through the vacant slips to the boundary.
Certainly the liveliest moment I reckon we've seen from this wicket so far this morning. First time I've seen a batsman squared up, in fact. The pitch in general presents itself as something of a mystery today. The high-felt weather, of course, has kept cricket to a minimum in these parts. At least in this competition, we've had one match washed out, another heavily truncated, but we have had 2 completed full-length matches, and they make interesting analysis.
Dala again finds the outside edge of Hendricks' bat. This time it's down to third man for just a single. Yes, Rodney, for those of us who live in Gauteng, it's a welcome relief to see such lovely sunshine today. 50 up for the Lions, by the way, just that boundary off the edge, the previous delivery.
It's also a relief for those of us who have skittish dogs. Mine has made this summer a real ordeal. She doesn't just get terrified when the thunder presents itself. It's the rain that precedes the thunder.
So Junior Dala, who can be quite terrifying when his gander is up, and his good start has been rewarded with a slip now in place. Over pitched outside off stump, Van der Dussen wallops it leg side, but straight to mid-on. No run, and the end of a good first over by Junior Dala, even though it cost 8 runs. 4 of those were very much off the edge.
Just going back to those 2 first innings scores I mentioned earlier, those are in the only 2 completed full-length one-day cup matches we've had at the Wanderers this season. The boys from KZN put on 239 here and went on to lose, while the Lions themselves against the Cape Town lads got 259 and went on to win. And that's more or less on a par with the historical par score here, which averages out at just 245, which I've got to say, for those of us who think of 50 over cricket at the Wanderers and think instantly of the number 438, seems desperately low.
Diane Khalim continues from the golf course end, but over pitched Hendricks. He started his innings by driving quite beautifully through the offside, but just lately he's lost his rhythm a bit on that stroke, bottom hand coming through there, and it's skewed into the leg side. No runs, 51 for 1.
And that 245 I mentioned has tended to be a winning score. The team batting first here has won 12 out of 20 matches, roughly 60%, exactly 60%.
You can answer me just now, but is that just for day games or day and night? Khalim in again, defended square on the offside, no run.
Well, that would be overall, but since the day average is more or less in the same ballpark as the day-night and indeed night average, I think it's a safe assumption.
Yeah, it looks a good pitch, providing a good contest between bat and ball. We've seen good bowling get some assistance, and the batters are getting reward for their strokes. Khalim in again, and again a good delivery, just angling into Hendricks on middle and off, and it's defended into the offside, no run.
Decent crowd coming in now, which is a bit of a relief to those of us who have a few anxieties on this score. South African crowds have been dieting a bit too heavily for some of our likings on their dessert. Nice to see that the meat and potatoes can still draw a crowd.
Khalim striding in, punched weight on the back foot by Hendricks, but a nice bit of fielding in the covers by Roelof van der Merwe. Saves the single, gets some fist bumps from his teammates.
How old is he now, Roelof? He must be into his 40s. He is, isn't he?
Well into his 40s, yeah. He's 42, I think. Kind of lost track. Khalim in again. Again, very steady by the bowler. Khalim has certainly made a big difference from that golf course end. Lazard Williams started from that end, bowled 2 overs for 18 runs. Didn't really get his lines and lengths right. And Khalim took over and not only made the breakthrough, but he's conceded just 10 runs. And he's 1 ball shy of completing 4 overs.
So Roelof, having been born on the final day of 1984, is 41 years of age.
Left alone outside off stump by Hendricks. to end a quality over from Diane Khalim. 12 overs gone, DP World Lions 51 for 1.
One of my favorite statistics regarding Roelof van der Merwe, working on the SA20 a couple of years ago, stumbled upon it. Took a lot of work, but very rewarding. When he plays in orange, his bowling average is half what it usually is, and his batting average is double what it usually is. Unfortunately, he's not playing in orange today.
That's the sort of stat I love, Rodney. That's absolutely brilliant. Love it. Yeah, I don't think Titan CEO Jacques Faure will countenance a change in kit colour. The Titans are very proud of being the Sky Blues. Here's Junior Dala to Van der Dussen, lifting outside the off stump, and Van der Dussen will have nothing to do with that.
Not too surprising, I suppose. He's done his best work for the Sunrisers out here, and of course for his adoptive country, the Netherlands. Gotta say, the Wanderers looks in absolutely stunning shape. It does help that we're in perhaps the best appointed commentary box in the country.
Perched on high. Lovely as we watch Junior Dala come into bowl. But further outside off stump, and Van der Dussen has angled it behind square on the offside, trying to get a single, but Keegan Peterson is very quickly across to prevent the one.
Amazing variety of views you get in South African commentary boxes, isn't there? If we've got a bit of a bird's eye view today, I reckon in PE or Huberga, it's almost a view from cow corner. You can barely see over the heads of the fielders as they're walking in with the bowler.
Outside edge again of Van der Dussen's bat down to third man for one. Well, Russie's having a bit of a torrid start to his innings here. He's on 6 at the moment of 16 deliveries, as you see there on the scorecard. We know Rassie van der Dussen is very patient though, and especially 50 over cricket. He can play the long game, and this is a key partnership. Hendricks defends Dala to extra cover. No, right? We spoke about how successful the Zubair Hamza Reza Hendricks partnership has been this season. But for many seasons now, Rassie van der Dussen and Reza Hendricks have really enjoyed batting together and it's been a very profitable partnership.
Russie used to be the Bradman of this format, didn't he? I remember for a spell he was averaging a high 70s, early 90s in ODIs.
Driven a bit tentatively by Hendricks. Straight to extra cover, no run. Yeah, Rassie van der Dussen came into international cricket late. I think he was 28 so when he made his Proteas debut. But made up quickly for lost time. Had a great start in both ODI and Test cricket. He did well. Oh, beautifully bowled by Junior Dala. Back of a length, seaming away from Hendricks, whose push is beaten outside the off stump. That's a really good delivery to end the 13th over. 52 for 1. So the DP World Lions are going at a very neat 4.0 runs per over.
Bit harsh of me to say he used to be the Bradman of this format. I've just had a look. He's still averaging in excess of 50 in this format. Well, not still. He did dip substantially under 49 for a while, but from the heights of where did he peak? At about 83 at one point. Just stunning. And from memory, not many ODIs to pad that. He just seemed unget-outable for a long time. It's always a good idea to hit a purple patch like that when you get your start in international cricket.
There has been a bit of news this week about Rassie van der Dussen and his international prospects. He has Diane Khalim. And van der Dussen nicely behind that as it nips into him, defends it to short mid-wicket, no run. And I would imagine that the 50-over format is the one where Rassie is most likely to make his return to Proteas action.
Well, with a record like that, I can't think of a better format for him.
Khalim in again from the golf course end. Again, copy and paste delivery to mid-wicket, no run, as the crowd is starting to sing a bit below us here at the Wanderers, creating a very nice atmosphere. Rodney, when was Van der Dussen's last ODI?
His last was in March last year, so we're more than a year removed from it now. On that occasion, I'll load it now and find out how he did. He must have done decently since his average ticked up above 50 again.
Khalim in again. This one beats Van der Dussen, who's walked outside off stump and just tried to defend that, but nipped into his upper leg.
Yeah, coming in first drop after the early loss of Ryan Rickleton. This was a match against New Zealand. He scored 69 off just 66 deliveries, helping South Africa to a score of 312 for 9. Unfortunately, they were chasing 362. So.
Khalim. Oh, he's really settled into an excellent line and length, as Diane Khalim, and all Van der Dussen can do really is just defend it. Back down the pitch, no run. Yeah, that was the series where South Africa sent a slightly sort of second string squad from memory.
We've been doing rather a lot of that lately. Whisper it softly.
It's the modern way, I'm afraid. Calendar so congested, so many leagues. Khalim again just defended down the pitch by Van der Dussen.
Neil Manthorpe had a pretty interesting piece on this subject the other day. I don't know if you subscribe to his Substack, bemoaning, or perhaps he would say merely observing, how freely South African caps seem to be given out nowadays. I'm sure they're cherished no less than they were, but they do seem to be proliferating.
Yeah, rotation, player management, all these things factoring into it. Diane Khalim in again to Van der Dussen, who goes for the big shot outside off stump. It nips back into him between bat and pad. And diving stop by wicketkeeper Keegan Leon Cachet to end a brilliant over by Diane Khalim. Maiden over. 14 overs gone. DP World Lions 52 for 1. And we're going to have a change of commentary. It's going to be Pendulo Magubani who is joining Rodney Uliot.
Well, yeah, after a brisk start, Lions very much on top. Zubair Hamza making gorgeous shapes. His departures heralded a significant slowdown, as this one is clipped out to square leg for a single. 53 for 1 the score, 14 overs gone. As I say, the par score on this ground, batting first, has been a somewhat middling 245, which means that this rather sedate beginning might not be quite the disaster it'll look to panicky eyes. Clipped a square leg for a single, and I'm joined by Impy. Do I have that correct?
You do, Rodney. And what we also have correct is the fact that after Zubair Hamza lost his wicket, the Lions have significantly decreased their scoring rate. which is something that doesn't come as a surprise because Zubair Hamza has been quite largely the best batter in the competition. Still in 14.3. Dala just goes on to the hip at the back of a length, easily guided by Reza Hendricks to the deep square leg for a single.
Oh, it's been wonderful to watch Zubair Hamza reclaim some form. Man's been through a lot in recent years, and some might say he's been pretty poorly treated. And, well, to my eyes, he's playing as well now as ever he has, and ought to be knocking on that door. Well, he is knocking on the door. The only way to knock on the door is to pile on the runs. Let's hope the selector's here.
Goes beyond just the red ball game. Now going into the white ball game for Hamza. Rassie van der Dussen is facing. Ball is a little bit fuller from Junior Dala, but still attacking that two-leg area. It's going to be a single to mid-wicket in Neil Brandt. They move to 56. And for Hamza, over the past couple of years, really, past 4 years, he's been a top 3 batter in the first-class game. He's been far and about one of the best batters, hundreds every season, at least 200s every season. A winning final 100 last year for the 4-day series. Junior Dala bowls it just outside the off stump, way short. Reza Hendricks guides it down to the third man for just a single.
We're still talking about Hamza, of course. He's the kind of player you talk about even when he isn't at the crease.
Of course.
His relative failure today, of course, forecloses the possibility of us seeing something truly special. He came into this match with 400 runs for the season at an average of exactly 100.
Just pushed down. So Keegan Cachet is going to come to the short third man area. So that's a lot of distance that the wicketkeeper needed to cover for a single. They eking away, just nabbing singles on singles against Junior Dala. After 15 overs, the Lions on 58 for 1.
And just to complete that point about Hamza, had he retained that record, had he posted another ton today, or scored what would have had to be a very slow, not-out double-figure score, he would have become only the second player in the history of this competition to score 400-plus runs in a season at an average in 3 figures. Aidan Markram to date's the only one to have achieved that. He did it back in the 2018-19 season when he scored 542 runs at an average of 108.4.
Dayan Khalim continues to Rassie van der Dussen for over number 16. Beats the outside edge. Good bowling. A little bit of an appeal. Pitches it fourth stump. Just on the back of a length. Rassie van der Dussen tentatively throwing his bat out. And I remember that season from Aidan Markram. I think he was batting at around number 4, number 5. Scoring hundreds and 50s for fun. He really, really towered the scoring boards, not only for the Titans, but for the entire season. That basically assured him a much more stronger stay in the South African one-day side after that season. Well defended by Rassie van der Dussen, bowled straight onto the middle stump by Khalim. So I guess it's one of those seasons, if you continue just consistently a little bit more, you can't not make a noise to the selectors.
He's the kind of player one feels instinctively defensive of. When you make such gorgeous shapes, when the game looks so easy to you, one wants to see you bat all day, every day, and even your 20s and your 30s live long in the memory.
Wide, a little bit shorter from Khalim. It's guided to the deep cover by Rassie van der Dussen with a nice little punch off his back foot. They move to 59. And Zubair Hamza has been in the fringes. SAA for the past 4 years now. Consistently in the SAA side and scoring runs in the SAA side as well. Last tour versus the New Zealand A, had a century in that tour as well for the red ball side. And what I love about this tournament in particular is that he's showing that he can do it even with the red ball, with the white ball. 200s already in the season. Khalim to Riza Hendricks is a little bit straighter, bowling it basically at the top of off stump. Defends it with the outside of the bat for no run.
It's actually felt for much of this morning more like a red ball match than a white ball match, hasn't it? There is something in the air today. It does feel like a final. There's a tension. We feel like we're on the precipice of something, that the margins are so slim, especially on such a difficult pitch as the statistics have shown. Not difficult perhaps, but one on which you have to earn your runs. And it's made for a very interesting opening session.
Pushed to mid-off, a little bit fuller from Khalim. And these two teams basically know each other inside out. They've played against each other for a very long time. I think this is their fourth final meeting together in the past 3 seasons. And so that should let you know how often they battle against each other, the Titans and the Lions. And if it's not in a final, they may playing in a match where it's a must-win for either team to qualify for a final. Remember last season, they shared the 4-day series final. The season before, they had to play a basically de facto semi-final. And again, it's a little bit shorter from Khalim, pushed again down to the field at deep cover. So it's always a fair contest and a rough contest between these two teams. 60 for 1 after 16.
And I think we're taking a drink. Yes, we are. Although the Lions, of course, enjoy a home ground advantage here, I was looking over the stats, and technically the Titans have a better record at this ground, or at least a superior win ratio. The Lions have won 31 on this ground in this format historically, lost 31, whereas the Titans have a slight edge, won 9, lost 8. I suppose being just next door, it won't feel quite the away leg it might for the lower felt sides, but an interesting little wrinkle nonetheless.
The Lions will be listening to that stat, or even knowing that stat, hoping that they balance it all out evenly between the two teams. 31 wins, 31 losses. If you have 9 wins, might as well have 9 losses as well for the Titans. So they'll be happy, the Lions, that the last time these two teams met here at the DP World Wanderers Stadium, it was the Lions who came out victorious, but quite a margin, despite the game being rain delayed. However, we're taking drinks here, catching this live on the CSA YouTube channel, thanks to Pitch Vision. 60 for 1 after 16.
Looking at the comments we're getting on Pitch Vision, every auntie's favorite question seems to be much to the fore. The people want to know, Impy, who's going to win?
It's always a difficult one. It's always a tough one between these two, but over the past couple of seasons, it's been the Lions who've had the upper hand over the Titans, and so you'll be thinking that, okay, the Lions have done this before, surely they can do it again. But then you look at the opposite side, and the Titans are quite on a good run right now, both at home and away from home, especially defeating the Warriors away from home. I think that is what makes the biggest difference. So that confidence that, hey, we've defeated the team that hasn't lost, and we did it in their background in a clutch match, which determines if you're going to be making it into the final. That's certainly some steam in their shoes for the Titans to come use it here in another foreign venue in the DP World Wanderers Stadium.
Well, to make a case for the defense, I suppose, I'd point out that in a final, what counts perhaps most of all in big clutch moments is experience, and there is no gainsaying that the Lions have plenty of that. In fact, I was looking down the list of names we got presented in advance of the first ball this morning and noticed that every member of this Lions side has represented South Africa at some level, be that the full Proteas or the SAA side or even the under-19s. The same isn't true for the Titans. Dwan Janssen, for example, hasn't yet followed in his twin brother's footsteps, Although he bowled like an international bowler this morning, didn't he? Looked excellent. Beautiful shape.
He's been superb this season, Dwan Jansen. Junior Dala, the veteran of the Momentum Multiply Titans, will take us back after drinks. We are 60 for 1 after 16 overs. And Junior Dala, he always performs. He was critical in the Warriors match where he took 3 wickets. Comes in hard, charges in hard, bangs it in hard, bowls a heavy ball, bowls a quick ball. And here he is now bowling to Reza Hendricks, who's currently on 28 runs. It's short onto the chest of Reza Hendricks. He guides it down to the backward point boundary. Keegan Peterson dove to his left, but the ball pierces through. It's just a single. They move to 61.
The other point I might make for those backing the Lions is that they're still undefeated in the season's competition. Of course, the Titans last week put paid to a similar record, but if the Lions win today, they will become only the second team in the history of this competition, at least under its present branding, as Junior Dala runs away from us.
Goes onto the heels, and it's clipped away very nicely from Rassie van der Dussen. Very easy if you're bowling it to the ankles. And he whips it away to the backward square leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, and that can only help the Lions' case. So if they win today, they become only the second team in the history of the SA Provincial One Day Cup, CSA Provincial One Day Cup, to give it its proper title, to win this tournament without a single defeat. Western Province were the only previous invincible back in 2023-24.
Going to the hips. It's been a lot of straight deliveries bowled by the Titans bowlers, I must say. A lot of the Lions players are able to just guide the ball away from their leg side, just like that one, straight onto the hip, down again to the deep backward square boundary. And so far, it's been stifling the Lions. They can't score really freely because all the areas where they're trying to score have been covered.
Well, we've seen the batsmen squared up quite a few times, which can only act as an encouragement to bowling a straight line.
That time just goes a little bit wider. Ball moving away from the surface, being played above his hip by Reza Hendricks for an easy defense. And you're right. And the ball just nibbles around a little bit, brings a lot of threats if you're going to be charging it at the stumps.
It is so refreshing to see, especially in a white ball game, you know, at risk of sounding like a very old man. I do feel the modern game is weighted far too much in the batsman's favour.
A little bit shorter. And it's still persistent on that body line right now, playing it away from his torso. Just whips it around his hip. It's going to be a single because there is a fine leg there. There is a deep backward square hovering in that boundary. And then on the leg side, they finish it off with mid-wicket and mid-on. So if they do try to whip that ball onto the leg side, you have defense/attack if they're trying to go big as well.
Yeah, a field very much set for straight bowling.
Pocketing it to where you'd find a silly square leg, but for no run. After 17 overs, 67 for 1 for the DP World Lions.
The length, perhaps, has been even more interesting than the line. It's been consistently back of a length, hasn't it? Which is perhaps a touch surprising, perhaps signifies that they've missed a bit of a trick. When the ball's doing a bit, you can afford to float it up there from time to time, can't you? Much easier to beat the bat, of course, when the ball's pulled a little shorter. You're far more likely to catch an edge when it's got less time to move past it.
And in as much as that is true, they barely had a slip fielder. They've removed that slip fielder, even I think inside the power play. And they just banged it in at the back of a length, and that's how they got Zubair Hamza's wicket. Bashed it short, tried for a pull shot. Ball got a little big on him, and he got caught out. So Lizard Williams returns to the attack for over number 18. He'll be bowling to Reza Hendricks, who's on 30. And is also going on that back of a length area. You see Reza Hendricks defending that with his weight on his back foot for no run.
I said it felt a lot like a red ball match this morning. Perhaps what it feels even more like is an old-fashioned one-dayer. You know, it takes me back to the 1990s, very much a dibbly-dobbler sort of New Zealand medium pacer kind of length. You know, cramping you for room, giving you nothing, forcing you to make all the pace yourself.
Another solid defense from Reza Hendricks. And I guess you give benefits of the doubt to the batting of the Lions because, geez, it's pretty strong when you go down and look at who's still to come. Themba Bavuma, the Red Bull captain. And then you get to the big hitters in Mitchell van Buren, who has a couple of half centuries this season. Richard Seletswan is still finding his feet, but he can give it a go. He's a good quality batter. Delano Potgieter and Bear Swanepoel can smash the ball anywhere around the ground. Ball's a little bit straight. It's going to be going down that leg stump. It hits the pads of Reza Hendricks, hence a little bit of an appeal. It's going to be a leg bye for one.
Yeah, they've been mightily effective with the bat this season, have the Lions. 4 of their players averaging in excess of 40 in this tournament. 5, in fact, I've just noticed another. And 5 also striking in excess of 100, which is very good going, considering that they play most of their cricket here, where, as noted, your par score is sub 250.
Just as more trivia, if you look at the highest scores over the course of franchise cricket since the 2004 change, ball's going to be a little bit fuller this time from Williams, but it's going to be still straying down the leg side. I guess he's going a little bit straighter. Leg byes for a single. If you look at the highest totals have predate 2023. But the lowest totals, the furthest one away is back from 2021. The other one is 2023, the other one's 2025. So clearly, over the years, the run scoring here at the DP World Wanderers hasn't been in excess of the 350s, the 400s that you normally see. Punch to that, and looks pretty nice from Reza Hendricks. Drives it on the up. It was just outside the off stump from Lazard. It's going to be a single. So clearly that pattern of run scoring is slowing down, and it's in clear show here.
It seems to slow down here in proportion to its increase at Centurion. In fact, all 3 of the highest first innings run totals in this competition, in the franchise era have been made there, all in excess of 420.
Oh, that's a nice ball from Lazard Williams. It draws the drive from Rassie van der Dussen. He misses it completely. It gets the Titans players a little bit of spunk in their step to end over number 18. 70 for 1 after 18. Reza Hendricks is on 31. Van der Dussen is on 15. Their partnership is growing pretty nicely here, Rodney, at 38.
Yeah, they have looked very, very sound. A few early jitters, but in conditions like these, those are to be worked through, and runs always feel a lot more fulfilling when they have to be earned.
Let's see what the spin bowlers are going to do. They're bringing in the legend of Titans cricket, Roelof van der Merwe. He also bowled fantastically down at St. George's Park. He wasn't used at Centurion the game before, going for the allotment of fast bowlers, and used in a much more slower surface in St. George's Park. Here, the Lions have found it a little bit difficult to score. So let's see what the spin bowler is going to do. Left arm off spin is going to be coming around the wicket, spinning the ball away from the right-handed Reza Hendricks.
Did you hear my Roelof stat earlier?
Let's hear it one more time.
In a long career in cricket statistics, I think this is the one I'm most proud of. Roelof van der Merwe, when he plays in orange, averages twice as much with the bat.
Oh, gets the edge, and with the first ball, Roelof van der Merwe draws Rinza Hendricks into a defensive stroke, and it's off to the first lip. Wicket number 2 is gone for the DP World Lions, but they are going to review the catch if it was clean.
A stunning delivery. Turns out he's pretty good in blue too. Pitched middle, probably just beating off. Instead, it took the outside edge, and it looked a sound catch to me, but it has, as you say, been referred to the third umpire.
Looked really good. The length has just brilliant from Roelof van der Merwe. Checking if everything was clean, the no overstepping. You wouldn't expect that from someone who's played this much cricket, who bowls a spin. And the only issue is if the ball carried into the hands. Bowled very well. And is also now bowling well here at the iconic DP World Wonders Stadium. And it was just that question, Rodney. You coming in, you face pace. What is it going to do with your spin bowler? And he's also asking very difficult questions.
Yeah, it was rather a tentative prod, wasn't it? When you've been facing a lot of medium to fast, back of a length bowling, and suddenly one's floated up there, all tempting like. The front leg doesn't quite get out with as much alacrity as it usually would, and if this is out and we're still awaiting the third umpire's decision, it'll be a thoroughly brilliant bowling change and a very well earned wicket from Roelof. I should probably go back to the stat I was mentioning earlier. When he plays in orange, he averages twice as much with the bat and half as much with the ball than he does when he plays in other colors. Isn't that extraordinary?
True to his ancestry, and then his ancestry blesses him with the correct performances. But also, when he's playing with the orange, to be fair, the level of competition is not normally at the greatest level, but at the end of the day, it's international cricket, and he goes out there and he performs, and clearly, having played for South Africa, he can do it even amongst the best teams in the world.
I should say that included in that statistic are his efforts for a few orange franchise teams as well.
Ah, look at that. Being too cryptic, Rodney. Playing a PlayStation game with us.
This must be a very, very tight call. It's been given out at long last. I suspect, it having taken that long, at the end of the day, that the benefit of the doubt went to the fielder, as it always should do when the question is whether or not it carried. So Rinza Hendricks is on his way for a well-played but slightly stodgy 31 or 54 balls. The score is 70 for 2.
It did look clean from Rivaldo Munsami from the onset, didn't it? Just needed to ensure that everything is clean and everything is correct. Rivaldo Munsami is a wicket keeper by trade, so it shouldn't be surprised that anything that comes from behind the wickets, he should be safe enough with his hands. And so Rinza Hendricks, his effort lasting for an hour and a half. 3 fours, 1 6 for his 31. It's already shown that it's not easy to do what you need to do to score the runs. But they have a very reliable player coming in at number 4. He's playing his 150th List A match. It's Themba Bavuma, who's coming in, and what a name to call out at number 4.
Yeah, displayed prominently on the scoreboard is the fact that this is his 150th List A match. I hope you didn't mention that.
It's good enough to be mentioned twice.
Oh, good. Good. Sorry, I was greeting a mutual friend off mic as Themba made his way to the crease. Vastly experienced in this, as in all formats. One of the most determined of the current Proteas roster to do his part on the domestic circuit, which is something I've always admired about him.
Should be leading the way for other players to also do the same. And here he is now facing Roelof van der Merwe. ball is spinning quite a bit and getting big bounce as well from Rola van der Merwe. That pitched on the off stump. Themba Bavuma actually had to climb on top of it to cut it away to the cover for no run.
Yeah, almost definitionally a tennis ball bounce there. Got stuck in the pitch and got rather big on the new batsman.
Pushes it a bit fuller. Bavuma tied on that back foot. Goes to the same fielder at the covers, Keegan Peterson, one of the best fielders going around. Actually, that entire offside covered by sensational fielders. Strong front foot defend by Bavuma. It goes to the other strong fielder standing at backward point, Lesego Senokwane. Very reliable for the Titans.
You've got to love Roelof van der Merwe, don't you? Bouncing into the crease with the energy of a man half his age. No sign that retirement's on the horizon.
Oh, just beating the outside edge of Bavuma. Same length, that's fuller, but this time it's a little bit wider. Draws Bavuma into a cut and he plays the wrong length. So lucky.
Well, it's been seaming this morning, and I think it was Shane Warne who said that if it's seaming, it'll spin, and it's certainly doing that so far.
Tossed it fuller. There's a long on. So Bavuma just glances it down to him. Neil Brunt stops it for a single. It ends over number 19 here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium. The DP World Lions on 71 for 2, having lost the wicket of Reza Hendricks on 31.
The one thing you'd say, though, in defense of the batsman, is that although it's spinning, to the naked eye at least, it seems to be spinning quite slowly. So although that first delivery to Bavuma seemed to get quite big on him, he had ample time to adjust, which after an excellent opening over might come as some solace to a rather shocked batting lineup.
I guess that also speaks to Rola van der Merwe's experience, which you alluded to in the previous over. You note your first ball was nice and full, draws the drive. The next ball, you get that spongy bounce. Every ball afterwards was right at the stumps, nice and full by Rola van der Merwe, negating the time for the batter to read and play against his spin. Very smart bowling. That's why he's so economical. 1 run off his over. Lizard Williams getting shaped back to Themba Bavuma. Starts on the 4th stump, swings back over the stumps. And well left from the Test captain of South Africa. He played pretty well against the Titans a couple of weeks ago. They were playing, scored 45 runs undefeated. So he gave the Titans a little bit of a tough one. Lizard Williams getting a lot of instruction, and they need to rebuild this. It's going to be a new partnership. Lizard Williams to Themba Bavuma. Goes into Bavuma's armpits. Easily guided down to the deep square leg. Dayan Khalim for 1.
Well, as crises go, this one is by no means existential, but if it were, I can't think of two players better equipped to drag the Lions out of it. Vast experience, an ocean of calm, and don't they look it?
And the thing is, they've played themselves out of tough situations over the course of the season. You just recall their last game versus Boland, where you thought they were out of it, destined to lose, and they fought back at the back end of their innings to get a score near 250. Williams to Rassie van der Tissen. Blocked to Keegan Peterson, again with that straight line at the back of a length. So you have a team here in the Lions where the top order can fight, and then the top order collapses, the bottom order can come and form a bigger resistance against the bowling side. On the surface that we're playing with, the leg side is far more shorter than the offside right now. Coming from the golf course end, Lizard Williams And so it's much more riskier to bowl it straight up because it should be easier for a strong Rassie van der Dussen to just flick it away over that short boundary for 6.
I mean, there have been remarkably few bad deliveries, have there? I could probably count the half volleys on one hand. I haven't seen a long hop yet. There's been very, very little, as we said earlier, in the way of width. The field seems perfectly set for it too. Yeah, runs are hard to come by, and there's no evidence that they're going to get easier.
Oh, comes back. Rassie van der Dussen might be in trouble. He's getting it to shape so lovely back into the right-hander, Lazard Williams. Rassie van der Dussen just caught in between. And it's given not out.
I've always thought lower scoring, limited overs matches are the most exciting. The margins definitionally are that much thinner.
Especially in a 50-over game where you can get all the ebbs and flows of the game in if it's played by 2 quality teams, and this bowling from the Titans really is quality. Williams is giving a big trouble here to Rassie van der Dussen, who just shimmies down the track. It's the same ball he bowled the previous ball, finding different answers to it, Rassie van der Dussen, to end over number 20. 72 for 2 for the DP World Lions. A great over from Lazard Williams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're not equipped with Hawkeye today, but I would love to see a pitch map. I don't think you'd see very much variety. It probably feels a lot like facing a particularly ungenerous bowling machine. Everything's been on the money.
Last week, in their final game versus the Northwest Dragons, it was a must-win game. Dayan Khalim gave nothing away. His first 6 overs went for 7 runs. Bowled in full from Rola van der Merwe to start over number 21. It's a gentle push through the covers by Themba Bavuma. Goes past to the diving fielder Keegan Peterson for 1. That's long off. And so they bowled really well versus the Warriors in Gqeberha. They bowled extremely well versus the Northwest Dragons, and it was a full team effort. So here you will get no reprieve. Fuller has to reach for it because it's a bit wider from Van der Dussen. It's in the air for several times, and it goes down to the deep point for 1.
Slightly tentative shimmy down the crease there from Rassie. Odd to see him using his feet quite so early. Although I say tentative because having advanced slightly, he didn't get to the pitch in the end, did he?
And he overcompensates now. Rola van der Merwe tries to go fuller. It becomes a full toss. Mid-wicket in Dan Khalim can't stop it as Themba Bavuma just whips it across his pads for your single. Maybe just not comfortable with the length right now, Van der Dussen. Oh, really not comfortable with the length because that was perfect from Rola van der Merwe. Spun away from the edge of his bat for no run.
Modest crowd, but they're making an almighty noise, aren't they?
Titans came out with 7 buses at 7 different pit stops for all of their kids and supporters. Reverse sweep might get himself into deep trouble here. Rassie van der Dussen is not looking comfortable at all, Rodney. Wonderful lens from Rola van der Merwe.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to disrupt him, but so far to no avail. A slight shimmy down the crease earlier in the over. Now the reverse sweep, neither meeting with very much success.
Just shimmies across to his off stump to negate that movement and line, and he's able to parry it away to the point area for 1 run. It ends over number 21 at 76 for 2, and we are going to also have a commentary change with that. Rassie van der Dussen on 17, Bavuma on 4. It will be Aslam Kota and Nono Pongolo taking you through for the next 7 overs.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. So, yep, 21 overs complete, 76 for 2, and the Titans have perhaps not got the wickets that they would have liked to. They've got 2 so far in the 21 overs. More importantly, what they've been able to do in this whole period was remove or reduce that run rate that's been achieved to just under 4 runs and over. So that in itself is a wonderful job that they've done with the ball in hand. And they've had a few near misses, a few good shouts, but the umpires have been pretty adequate in the way they've behaved this morning. And Lazard Williams into his second spell. His first spell, 2 overs for 18. Pretty wayward. Allowed the likes of Hamza and Hendricks to cash in on a few boundaries, but he's back now. And this into his third over. Over pitches to Temba Bavuma. Placed pretty solidly, firmly, but straight to the field at cover. With me for the next period of play. Good morning. It's still morning. To Nona Pongolo.
Yeah, good morning, Assam. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, it's really good to be here. Yeah, Deep World Wonders. Big game as well. Local derby between the Deep World Lions and the Momentum Multiplied Titans. I had a few of these games in the past, and always exciting to be part of them.
Yeah, Rodney was helping us along with some interesting information regarding the matchups with these two teams, and it still shows that this ball played away to the onside by Temba Bavuma, no run. It still shows that it's the Titans that have actually, over time, held the upper hand. But I get the feeling that in recent seasons, it's been the Lions that have actually had the better over the Titans.
Yeah, Lions have only lost 1 in the last 10.
There we go. So I think overall, the statistic was very interesting from Rodney. But I know that these guys have had the wood over their neighbors, of the Lions. So we're just looking at the other stat in a while back, and Rassie van der Dussen on 18 now, and he's faced as many as, 40, oh, here we go, 41 deliveries with 1 boundary. So he has struggled along, and what I'd like to see is as we get deeper into we're into the 22nd over now, is to see him actually growing in stature. He's spent enough time in there. He has certainly scratched around, as Ken was also describing just a few minutes back. He's just not timed the ball well enough. On this occasion, it's well timed by Temba Bavuma. A foolish length delivery on the line of leg stump, was played straight back to Dwan Jansen, who's guarding the mid-on area.
An important one as well. You think about the likes of Temba Bavuma. That's how he looks to get himself started. Tends to hit the ball to mid-on, mid-off. And if at times you've just your bowler that is just fast asleep, he can just sneak a single or two to those fielders. That's how he looks to start his innings.
Yeah, Temba on 4 at the moment. Rassie van der Dussen on 18. Slightly foolish, wide outside the off stump. He's more watchful on this one as he glides this to the third man, to the field at backward point, no run. 77 for 2. So just to remind listeners who are joining us on the special live commentary on the CSA YouTube channel, this of course brought to you courtesy of Pitch Vision, is that the Lions elected to bat. Hamza and Hendricks opened the innings. 32 for 1 when Hamza top-edged brunt of the bowling of Khalim. He came in and produced some fine deliveries and eventually deserved the wicket and the break. Hamza out for 19, and then Hendricks caught by Rivaldo Munsami of the bowling of Rudolf van der Merwe. First ball of his spell. He's into the attack again. Flighted delivery, in fact a full toss, and it's pulled away across the line towards that deep fine leg fielder. And Rassie van der Dussen has to sprint in to make sure that he gets in, and he gets in comfortably.
Yeah, fascinating period of play here. You got to think, the Lions, we would have felt, had a decent power play, 43 for 1, I think, at one stage. And just immediately after the power play, that's where they've lost that momentum. It's been a bit of a struggle.
Flighted delivery. You can see all the craft at work now. Rodney was just talking about the fact that the length of this man's career and how well he's performed. And as soon as he comes on, you can see all of the variations immediately. He's looking to try everything that he knows at slightly short of a length, and it's turned away to the fielder at deep point by Rassie van der Dussen, just single. And the way he uses the popping crease on his end, and then he's got the wide arm delivery, And you can see the one where he's really trying to get a high revs on it. That's the one that just hits that short of a length region. He's in again now. This is the flighted delivery and pretty neatly eased through to the long off boundary for a single by Bavuma. He moves to 5, the total 80 for 2.
Yeah, you think about certain players who love these big moments, and I thought today, I mean, we saw something different from the Titans. We saw Lazard Williams getting the new ball, and Rudolph van der Merwe is one of those players as well. You don't want to leave him in a final.
Wide of the crease, that's where he's gone again, and then almost an inside-out forward defensive stroke pushed wide and into the gap for a single by Rassie van der Dussen.
Yeah, because I mean, in moments like this, in big games like this, we speak a lot about pressure and rising to the occasions, and he's seen it on plenty of occasions. I mean, he's played previous Titans winning sides.
He's in again. There's a short of a length delivery, and Bavuma, equal to the task, just gives himself some roof, punches it down to that point boundary, picks up the single at the end of the 23rd over. It's 83 for 2. Van der Dussen 22, Bavuma on 6. But you're talking about Lazard Williams. And we saw in the previous match which he played, he was again very loose, and he was brought in at 1 down on that occasion. And then his second spell, he seemed to bring things back and got the wicket as well. Hussein and I were discussing earlier when he opened the bowling, and there was obviously conjecture about as to why. And maybe it was all about see what you can do with the new ball. Would that be a reasonable assessment?
He's one of those players as well. Again, loves a big occasion. Again, you're thinking we're playing the deep world lines with plenty of experience in that top order, and it's about, you've seen these guys who've bowled to them on many occasions, that Proteas environment. Give us a solid start. We know that you are capable.
So he's in again from the golf course and into Temba Bavuma. Just leaves his crease at the moment the ball leaves the bowler's hand, and then watches the length and just angles it to the one fielder behind square in the inner ring on the offside, who is at almost a deepish gully, saving one.
Yeah, you have that gut feel as a coach, as a captain in moments like this. You know what, and you say you want to go to your premier fast bowler and say, I feel like you could really give us a solid start. We've seen you do it before, and we're just going to trust you.
He's in again, is Lazard Williams. This time he angles it very intelligently. A little later does Temba Bavuma, and he picks up a single down to third man.
Yeah, because at times you can tend to always look at recent form of a bowler and you just rely on just form. But on certain occasions as well, you can look at big players and say, you know what, you've done this in the past and we need you today. And that little bit of a surety from the captain, the coach, and giving him that positivity to say, you know what, we feel you can make a difference today. It might just lift him, and he looks forward and giving his team a solid start in that power play.
He's in again, Williams, to Van der Dussen, turns us away to long leg area for yet another single, 84 for 2, and we are into the 24th over. So this leads me to another question. Whilst we're focusing on Williams, we know that he's been, we know that he's an all formats bowler because he plays all formats. But at national level, they've recognized him for his talents in the T20 version, and that is because he's not afraid early on to try all of those new bags of tricks that are very much a part of the T20 setup. Here, he may be a little more, say, conservative in the approach, looking to keep tight lines. This is angled down the leg side and beautifully whipped across the mid-wicket region for 6. That is beautifully played and timed by Bavuma. His first boundary, Lions 91 for 2.
Yeah, towards the shorter side of the field, towards the tunnel that is picked up off the length. And if there's any little bit of weakness we could say about Lazard Williams, is just that skiddiness that he possesses. It's Temba Bavuma realizing now there's not a lot of movement on the surface. You just got to trust yourself. The wicket is coming on nicely and just use all the pace that's available to him. A great pickup, not far away from middle and off stump, but shows you that the batters can certainly feel now they can trust the surface and the way it's been playing.
So very interesting. Then on that particular occasion, he actually stepped back into the popping crease and timed that beautifully. So predetermined stroke, and it came off with a glorious hit for 6. So good to see. I mean, just watching Temba very carefully with all of his experience that, again, Rodney was just talking about and mentioned earlier. I described the early part of the over where he shimmied slightly down the crease. Here he was looking for that skiddy delivery, as you're saying, and as soon as it was on that line of leg stump, he was back inside the crease, quite a long way, and hit it over a wide mid-wicket or square mid-wicket for 6. So you're beginning to see all of his experience coming to the fore. Van der Dussen now on 23, but it is Temba Bavuma again. Just plays this late. This is beautifully driven. There's a fielder after this one. He'll cut it off in time. It was an easy stroke, just pushed into the cover region. Not any effort in it at all. And that's why it is just about stopped before the boundary. And they've run through for 2. End of 24, 93 for 2. Run rate now with that 6, and the fact that they're just beginning to flow a little with their runs running between their wickets. Run rate has now jumped from 3.4 to 3.9, and they'll need to continue to look to be in the ascendancy. They're almost halfway through in the innings, and by now they would have assessed the pitch. I also get the feeling somewhat that it may be slightly too paced, so they'll know exactly what they're aiming for. This is a lofted drive, and it's going to go all the way for 6. This is Rassie van der Dussen at his best. That signature stroke over the cover region. Van der Dussen has his first 6, and the score now 99 for 2.
And we had to wait 11 overs to get that boundary from Temba Bavuma, and immediately followed by Rassie van der Dussen of the over of Roelof van der Merwe. What a great way to start the over as well. Now pressure back to the bowler.
So one slip in position for Roelof. Left arm around the wicket. Wide of the crease again. This time it's slow through the air and forces a defensive stroke out to the offside. That was a beautifully timed stroke. Good straight hit. He generally does it early part of his innings, especially when he bats in the top order. When he's open on occasion, he really takes toll of the power play overs. And that's the strength of his game. But he's really not timed the ball throughout the innings to his satisfaction more than ours, I would reckon. But he's there, he's fighting it out, he's struggling away through, he's not given his wicket away. 99 for 2. Van der Merwe in again. Wide outside the off stump, and then just pushed with firm hands through to the long off region for 1. 100 up.
Almost halfway on the lines, and I'm pretty sure they would have been surprised how long it's taken them. They almost got to 50 inside the first 10 overs.
Van der Merwe in again. Flighted delivery. This is Temba Bavuma at his imperious best. He saw the width on offer, got under this one, low down, and hit it beautifully over wide extra cover for 6. Into the grass embankment here at the Wanderers. 106 for 2.
And they're dealing in 6s here, the lines. Not interested in the 4s anymore.
Roelof in again. Typical defensive delivery. The next one is always going to be a little quicker out of the spinner's hand. And Bavuma taps it back down the crease. 25 overs complete, halfway through the innings. Lions having won the toss, electing to bat. They've lost the 2 wickets. They lost Hamza for 19, Hendricks for 31, Halim and Van der Merwe picking up those wickets. 106 for 2 after 25.
Yeah, Rodney just shared a really interesting stat by Temba Bavuma. On his 150th match, that was his 50th 6.
Okay.
Which is probably good numbers for Temba. You think amount of opportunities that he would have had hitting 6s, but it was a fantastic shot, you got to say, over cover. And it's been hard going from the line since the second power play started from the 11th over, but all of a sudden now they've got a couple of boundaries, and it feels like they're now looking to exert themselves back into this bowling attack.
Halim back in the attack. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 12. It was a very, very good spell. I think he had a lot to do with the fact that the run rate was arrested. He picked up the wicket. He's in again. Starts with a shortish delivery outside the off stump. The tall Van der Dussen just pushes this out to the offside. Well, the thing is, you can see between the two batsmen, the one who's in form, the one who's struggling to gain some form while he's in the middle. And Temba Bavuma has shown immense control and great measured stroke play in the way he's just gone about it, because just mentioning the fact that he's hit those 56s in his 150th match, the fact that he's hit 2 inside a score of just 21, tells you that he's in superb control of matters out there. This is slightly on the line of leg stump and just nudged away off the hip to the leg side by Van der Dussen.
He's 1 in 3 matches. All of a sudden, we've seen 2 from him in this innings already. And I think it's such an important partnership as well for the Lions. It's been an important one for the last decade between the two. And they complement each other really well. Themba Bavuma will look to knock it around. But I think one of his strengths, something that he's really been good at, how ruthless he is in anything that he recognizes, either short, he picks it up well, and it drives really well, cuts really well as well.
Khalimin again to Themba. Themba on the back foot just eases this into that free region on the offside. There's no fielder in that inner ring between the backward point and cover fielder. So deep cover comes off the boundary. 1 run.
And the difficulty as well, just as a bowler, when you're bowling to someone like Themba Bavuma, yes, short in stature, and you've got Rassie van der Dussen, a lot taller, better. How quickly you can make those adjustments as a bowler, because as you know, most short players are very strong off the square of the field, picking the ball up off the pull shot, cut shot.
Khalimin again to Van der Dussen. Normally he would just get onto the front foot and hit that straight past the bowler, but he looks in 2 minds.
But if there is anyone that is that will be strong and can manage to deal with this situation, is Rassie van der Dussen. He's been in this situation on plenty of occasions. We know that he's strong mentally, and he'll know. I mean, you can look at the scoreboard and you'll know that you feel that you're dotting it up a lot. But the most important part now, you've taken the time and you've faced the deliveries about ensuring now you get past this phase for your team, because it will go to waste if you don't.
Khalimin again to Van der Dussen. This time he does play that front foot drive and it's beautifully timed. Rivaldo Munsami already gives up the chase and it's 4 runs to Rassie van der Dussen. And I agree with you, because we know his talents. We've seen enough of him at all levels of the game where he's actually pushed on quite nicely. He's been in these situations before, but I've not seen him struggle this much as far as his timing is concerned. And that's why I think I just maybe use the word to describe him as he's doesn't seem in that fluent form that we know, but it's all about scratching your way to 35, not giving your wicket away, and setting it up for the rest of the batsmen. And of course, the rest of the batting, Seletswane, Potgieter, Swanepoel, some fine stroke players there that will follow this lineup. Van Buren, of course, is one of those who's known to really get after the bowling. So 112 for 2 after 26.
Yeah, and mentioned the importance of it, and as well, you feel at the Lions, anything over 250, possibly around that 280 mark, there's a score that they'll be happy about. It's been really interesting to see how the surface has played. I mean, when Reza Hendricks and Zubair Hamza were batting together, it looked like a free-flowing type of wicket. The ball was coming on to the bat nicely for the batters, and all of a sudden, outside of the power play, it's been a bit of a struggle. Maybe those 2 new balls getting slightly older, just maybe taking a bit of pace away. It becomes a little bit too pace, and it feels right now as the Lions, probably something to look at. You've got the likes of Bjorn and Ngaba Peter as well, who've been fantastic in the middle period. It's a great opportunity as well for them, but that will be later on as we look at Neil Brandt. Neil Brandt will be coming into the attack, and he'll just replacing Roelof van der Merwe after just being taken on by the Lions in his previous over. Maybe just the captain deciding that it's important now to just add to their spin overs. He's Neil Brandt, who's also got a golden arm.
And he's the taller of the 2, of course. And the first ball is wide down the leg side. Unfortunately, Leon Cachet unable to gather that, and that will run away for 4 wides. Or did it come off a bat?
It seems like Themba Bavuma managed to find an inside edge. It was not the greatest of starts, down leg, and got a little bit of a bat, and it raced away to the fence.
Yeah, so he's on 26, 116 for 2. Welcome boundary. Yeah, look, I mean, he's certainly a golden arm. Neil Brandt got the important wicket of Jan Libber in that important match, the one that decided whether they would get into the playoff match later in the week, and he picked up 2 wickets in the end, and it was a very important spell. And apparently I'm just looking at the scorecard, and he did the same thing in that playoff match. He picked up 2 wickets there as well, 2 for 24. So he's in amongst the wickets, and it's an interesting change that Rivaldo has made. He's obviously taken off his key spinner in Van der Merwe, having been hit for 2 sixes in the previous over, immediately withdraws him from the attack and brings on the taller of the left-arm spinners. This is a full toss, played straight to the field at mid-wicket by Rassie van der Dussen, no run. Brunt in again, wide of the crease on this occasion and bowls it much too wide, and the umpire signals the extra 118 for 2.
I think for me, there's only been one surprise on a wicket, the surface that we've witnessed so far.
In again, flighted delivery. This is a much better delivery from the first of a decent delivery to Van der Dussen, but he pushes this to long on for 1.
Yeah, a bowler that hasn't been used for me this entire season really is Andile Petlukwa. It's been surprising that we haven't seen even just a spell from him 4 overs.
Yeah, it's interesting you raised that. I'll come back to that in a moment. Flighted delivery, and Themba Bavuma just pushes this defensively out to the offside. So in the previous match, on commentary, I asked one of our gentlemen from Titans, I think it was Pierre de Bruin, and the question was, why is Andile not bowling? And he said, no particular reason. I thought, do you remember there was some time where he struggled with his groin? 119 for 2, and that's the end of the 27th over. Van der Dussen is on 36, Bavuma on 27. Their partnership now worth 49. And they've just scored 36 runs in the last 3.4 overs, and just 10 of the previous 5. So certainly the innings in ascendancy, when they look up at the scoreboard, they see a partnership of 49. And the fact that Bavuma has played with so much of ease and comfort, I think it will give Van der Dussen that much more time to relax and play his own game. And he said that he works very hard in the nets. He's been bowling in the nets. I think maybe it's just out of the choice of the captains that he's not bowled. I don't know what you've made of that.
Yeah, again, I mean, you're talking about an international player, a guy who's had plenty of experiences at the highest of levels.
Halim in to Van der Dussen. Van der Dussen on the back foot, punches this into the ground, and then the fielder on the bounce retrieves it, no run.
And for me, captaincy is not just about recent form, it's about also giving confidence to your players and giving them opportunities as well to feel that they are part of this bowling attack, and they played an integral part of this bowling lineup. He does a job, and you look at this surface, we've seen that there's good enough movement that's available for bowlers, and it's important that you go to a guy and say, this is what I expect from you, this is what I would like you to do.
Halim in to Van der Dussen. This time he does find the gap. A little more force in this particular stroke. He forces it more on the back foot, and they'll chase through for 2. A good throw comes in off the deep from Junior Dala, but 2 runs taken, 121 for 2. And the 50 partnership on the board.
Yeah, it's taken 34 minutes, 56 deliveries, 2 4s and 3 6s from Themba Bavuma with Rassie van der Dussen. And as Themba Bavuma who currently leads in this partnership, 27, and Rassie van der Dussen with 23.
So we will come back to the Petlukwayo enigma in the team. Pencil in at number 8. Halimin again to Van der Dussen defends. So he's penciled in at number 8, and that tells you if you're going in at number 5, then you're probably a batting all-rounder, and if you're at 8, you're a bowling all-rounder. And clearly you've raised an issue which I raised 2 matches back. So maybe it's the thing to do between the two of us is talk to him, talk to Andile himself and say, listen, what's up? Is there something we don't know?
Yeah, just possibly just confidence in him, possibly confidence in himself as well with the ball. So
Halim runs in here, 4th ball of the over, 121 for 2. Down the leg side, clipped away to the fine leg boundary, and the umpire Harris will confirm that. So certainly coming off the Van der Dussen bat, he hit that 6 over long off, and he's hit the one through straight cover or straight mid off, and now he just glides this off the face of the bat to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, since Themba Bavuma hit that 6 of Lizard Williams, they've certainly leaked the Titans 40 runs now in just 5 overs. It will be so disappointing when they've just managed to strangle the lines and haven't given them opportunity to really free themselves up.
So Khalim in again. Again defended, but slightly misfielded. And they'll pick up the single. Well, that stat that we got earlier from Rod indicated that, isn't it? From 3.5, they've now jumped to 4.5 as far as the run rate is concerned. So they're clearly picking it up. And I think the fact that the scoreboard shows a partnership of 56 with 2 batsmen now really well set. It's all to play for. 27.5 overs complete. Khalim will run in to complete his 8th over in search of his 2nd wicket. Just 2 that have fallen. He's in again to Temba Bavuma. Straight drive. Gets a hand to it. Does the bowler on his follow through. Khalim. End of 28. 126 for 2. Time for me to hand over to Ken.
Yeah, thank you, Aslam. I think it's such an important part as well. I just think that's why I love this format and 4-day cricket, test cricket, because the game can ebb and flow. And the most important part is that, as a batting team right now, you can absorb a little bit and get through that tough period. But unfortunately, if you were talking about a T20 match, it doesn't always allow you or afford you the time to go through those dips where the team is currently on top. And that's where the importance for me is understanding the rhythm of the game, understanding what the team requires. Yes, Raj van der Dussen has taken his time, but now, once he's set, it's important that he takes that little bit, takes it on, gives momentum back to the lines. As I welcome Ken Boland alongside me.
Rassie van der Dussen has played the first 2 balls of the over from Neil Brunt to mid-on, dot balls both, and there's a 3rd dot ball now as Brunt moves swiftly to his left to cut off the ball. Getting through his over very quickly. Van der Dussen makes a bit of space and pushes it to cover point. Quick single. I think the throw might have hit the bat out of his hands. Rassie van der Dussen, umpire Bongani Jele just picks it up for him. No, we've had left arm spin twice now. Rilo van der Merwe, now Neil Brunt. Here's Brunt again, and Bavuma made space as if to cut, but then bailed out when it turned and bounced a bit. This time he does chop it through the point region for a single 128 for 2, end of the 29th over. No, I was saying left arm spin twice now from this call at drive end. The short boundary is extra cover, that area, turning the ball away from the right-handers. And we have seen both Temba Bavuma and Rassie van der Dussen exploit that a bit, hitting down the ground. I guess the difficulty is if you bowl the left arm spin from the other end, then the seamer has...
It always the seamers who have to look after these spinners, Ken. It's always how it works. As soon as the field, you come to a game, you look at on both sides, you see there's one shorter boundary, almost as a seamer, you pick it up, that you'll be bowling towards the shorter end.
And Khalim Bavuma has hoisted him over mid-wicket. That is a glorious stroke. Into the area where the tunnel is here at the Wanderers, the players' tunnel. Temba Bavuma. Well, I heard you and Assam Kota talking about it earlier, but sometimes you get a specific shot that you feel has sparked something in an innings. And it was probably half an hour ago now when Temba Bavuma hit Lazard Williams to a similar area, and that very much seemed to break the shackles.
He certainly has injected some impetus. And again, good comeback from Dayam Khalim. Ball just tailing back towards Temba Bavuma, hitting him on the body of the inside edge. And that's been a delivery that is used on plenty of occasions today, running the ball back. A lot of players who know Dayam Khalim tends to shape the ball away from right-handers. But with the slope you've mentioned, we're playing on one of the sides, not a flat wicket as you would have in most international matches, a slope towards the change room.
Bavuma solid in defence. It goes square on the offside, no run.
And that slope does, it just keeps the bowler in the game. And we've seen Dam Khalim using a canted seam, which the balls is, when the right-hander is batting, it's pointing towards fine leg. Meaning for me, he's using a scramble seam, looking to run the ball back into the right-handers. And what that does, the movement happens quicker than a ball swinging away. When it nips off the surface, you have less time as a batter to react. And at times as a bowler, you're not quite sure which way that ball will go as well.
Khalim in again. Strikes Bavuma on the pad, but that's surely way too high. And umpire Stephen Harris is understandably not interested. Yeah, I think this is probably the best I've seen Diana Khalim bowl here at the Wanderers. Wanderers, yeah, it's a bowler-friendly venue, but it can be a tricky place for bowlers to get, first of all, their lengths right. That's the one thing, because of the bounce. But that line with the slope as well. And the Titans have had some poor games here in the past, recent past, where they haven't bowled very well. They seem to have sorted that out today. Here's Khalim again. Bavuma just paddle hooks it down to fine leg for one.
I can tell you what, I've had some occasions where it's been difficult to be a Lions player when we face the Titans. And it's days like this where you feel, I mean, it probably happened around, I mentioned the year 2016 where Lions lost a lot of senior players. They had to rebuild. And right now, it's been that rebuild with these type of players, Rassie van der Dussen, Themba Bavuma, Ryan Rickleton, have held this team together since that period.
Khalim to van der Dussen right up in the block hole. Well bowled, and van der Dussen digs it out well, though, towards mid-on to end the over. 30 overs gone, 135 for 2. As we're going to welcome back Hussein Manak, and there'll be no friendly half volley for the venerable former Gauteng player, national selector, well-known coach as well now. As Hussein gets ready, Neil Brunt will continue from the call it drive end to Bavuma. Slashes it away through the covers to the sweeper for 1. Hussein, there used to be that rule of thumb that if you want to know how much a team are going to get in a 50-over game, you double the score after 30 overs. So 135. Do you think 270 will be a good score for the Titans to chase?
Good afternoon, Ken, and to all our listeners. Yeah, I mean, generally, I think 270, 280. It's not going to be easy to chase down, but looks a good wicket. This one is driven down to long on. Janssen does the fielding. It'll just be a single. 137 for 2 now. I don't know, what do you reckon, 300? I think Lions, the way they're going now with wickets in hand, they could possibly push for 300 plus. And they may be thinking that that's what they could score now. This one is defended to point quietly, and it's a dot ball.
I think a lot depends on how far this partnership goes. It's worth 67 now, as Brunt goes a bit wider, and the delivery is a bit wider as well, allowing Bavuma to cut down to Pechlaquaya at deep backward point, just a single. And, let's be honest, the Lions had phases during the first 30 overs when they went pretty slowly. So, they may be able to up the run rate significantly more as Van der Dussen gets 1 down to long off. And that, I think, will depend on partnerships.
I mean, the other thing to consider is there's a short boundary. And when it's a short boundary, even the team batting second, you can always back yourself with wickets in hand to chase down a big score. And you've noticed already the number of sixes scored on this side. Bavuma in the previous over, ball a little straight, just went through with it. Back yourself to clear the boundary. So maybe you can add another 20, 30 runs to kind of the pass score generally.
Bavuma up and over, extra cover, wonderful shot again by the Proteas test captain, and away for 6. Bavuma goes to 43 not out now, and he is really batting quite beautifully at the moment.
This is trusting the bounce and beautiful hands. The follow through is nice and long towards his target, and he's just backed himself to clear that short boundary. And that's exactly what I was talking about, is that, you know, normal size boundary, and they're playing a little bit towards the change room side, but normal size boundary, he's not going to play that shot because there's a fielder back there. He's never going to clear that boundary. Well, he may, but that ball would not have cleared a longer boundary. But being a short boundary, he's getting 6 for it. It's a clever shot, smart, wonderful cricket stroke. 146 for 2 in 31 overs.
Diane Khalim bowling his final over, and Van der Dussen off the back foot pushes him through the covers. They're thinking of 2, but Junior Dala is not the sort of fielder you want to take a risky run to on the boundary. So just the one. The other thing to think about, Hussein, is that the Lions also have 2 spinners who also turn the ball away predominantly from the right-handers in left-arm orthodox Bjorn Fortuin and the leg spinner Peter. Peter, of course, does possess a really good slider. He's taken a lot of wickets this season. The one that was back into the right-handers. Bavuma mistimes a cut bottom edge. Wicket-keeper Leon Cachet fields.
Yeah, it's a very good point you've just raised there, because if you look at the Titans' batting lineup, it's a lot of right-handers. Right? I think Brunt's probably the one left-hander there, and then Petluquayo down the order. And with the 2 spinners turning the ball, as you say, away from the right-handers, it may be worth thinking, you know, if Brunt can bat through, he could play a big role. And if Brunt gets out, it may be worth thinking about getting Petluquayo to the lineup somewhere along the line, just to nullify those 2 spinners.
Beautiful, caught behind and given out. Diane Khalim has struck again. He has been absolutely brilliant today. That's his 2nd wicket, and it was just back of a length. Good length to bowl here at the Wanderers, and Bavuma was prodding a bit as it climbed steeply. It was good bounce, and he's just got a little nick through to the wicketkeeper, Leon Cachet.
That is a brilliant delivery. You're right. You're so right that he's been brilliant today, Dan Khalim. 43, Bavuma goes for 147 for 3. He's beaten the inside edge early in his first spell this morning. He was nipping the ball back sharply, bowling a good length, good energy as well behind the ball. And this one just a faint tickle from Bavuma, who was looking dangerous. So very prominent, dangerous looking Temba Bavuma heads back to the change room, and it's a big wicket, you feel, for the Titans, because the way Bavuma was going, if he carried on for another 10 overs, could have seen some real carnage. And Lions do have a deep batting lineup, because after Bavuma, it's probably been Mitch van Buren who will come in, then Salet Swane, then Delano Potgieter, Swanepoel, Fortuin, and Cody Yusuf down at 10. So it's a very long batting lineup, and so many times we've seen the Lions in trouble, and somebody like a Delano Potgieter low down the order will come in and actually save the day and maybe get a big score. So they do bat pretty deep, but it's Mitch van Buren who walks to the crease.
And that little breakthrough, Diane Khalim's parting shot, well, he's got 3 more deliveries. He might do some more damage for the Titans, but that could knock off a significant amount of runs for what the Titans chase later today, because Van der Dussen and Bavuma were going great guns in that partnership of 77, which took them just about 14 overs to compile. So they were cracking along. Mitchell van Buren comes to the crease, and he's been in excellent form this season. He's 7th in the averages, averaging 54 at a strike rate of 109. So perhaps he might have wanted to come in a little later. But the flip side of that, Hussein, is that he's got time to build an innings.
Yeah, I think sometimes batters and Mitch van Buren is a proper top order batter. So I mean, I think he would prefer a little bit of time just to get himself in, and then he's got the power game as well. So pretty dangerous at the back end of an innings, but he'll want to just get himself in again. And Van der Dussen now is the senior batter. It's very important for the Lions because things can change very quickly. You may be looking good at one stage. There's still a lot of time left and a lot of work I feel to do for the Lions. So they certainly can't relax as well as, that 70-odd partnership was looking for the Lions, and then 147 for 3 looking good for maybe 280, 300. But, if Van der Dussen gets out now, and then it's a bit of a rebuilding exercise. So it's important. He's got a big role to play now, I feel. Khalim with 3 balls remaining in his spell.
He's got 2 for 33 at the moment. And, Rassie van der Dussen had a really torrid start to his inning. In particular, Khalim really worked him over with some excellent bowling, as he has Khalim again now into the new man, Van Buren, with a slip. And good line again from Khalim, and just outside that off stump, drawing Van Buren forward quite tentatively. And the ball just drops dead in front of him. Van der Dussen, as you say, vital that he stays in. We kind of know Rassie van der Dussen that often he does start quite scratchily, but invariably he's got the patience and the composure to play through that, and he's going quite fluently now. So as you say, Hussein, he's got to try and bat through the rest of this innings if he can. As Van Buren again just kills the ball dead in the pitch.
Yeah, I like the slip in there for the new batter as well. So, if they can pick up another wicket here, the Titans, they will certainly be on top. Just keep picking up wickets through the 50 overs. That's important. That's what they did well against the Warriors. They just kept picking up wickets. There were odd partnerships that were building, but every now and then, when it looked like the Warriors were settling down and partnership going, they picked up another wicket, and eventually they bowled them out. So the slip comes out now. Last ball of Khalim's bowling today. It's the last ball of his 10th over. Has been, as you say, absolutely brilliant. The slip comes out into mid-wicket.
Not sure about that move. Titans will hope Van Buren doesn't edge it through there. He doesn't. Push square on the offside, but yeah, I sometimes think T20 thinking comes into one-day cricket a bit, and that's smacked of trying to protect the boundary last ball of the over.
Yeah, I agree with you. Especially being new batter, you've just picked up a wicket. Keep that slip in there, because also, mentally also, it just puts a little bit of pressure on the batter. He's thinking, if I go and chase a wide one. So suddenly he's also thinking, let me just survive here, get through this over. And that creates a little bit of tentativeness in the batter's approach. But nonetheless, it was just the one ball we're analysing. So Rula van der Merwe is bowled 4 overs. What were his figures? 1 for 24. He got the 1 wicket, which was the controversial one, let's call it that. I don't know, what did you make of that? People have different views. I mean, I couldn't really tell.
As Van der Dussen defends Van der Merwe first ball. Dian Khalim, by the way, and I'll get to your question now, has finished with outstanding figures. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. I have a bit of a simple, maybe even cynical view of the Hendricks dismissal, as Van der Dussen drives Van der Merwe to long on for 1. Reza Hendricks looked fortunate to survive a caught behind appeal on 10. Replay suggested a little glove down the leg side to the wicket keeper off Duan Janssen, and probably can't complain about maybe being a little bit unfortunate about then being given out. Caught at slip where one replay suggested the ball had bounced and the other one suggested that it carried. Just defended by Van Buren to point, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I must say, I couldn't I couldn't tell. And also, it's interesting as that ball kind of the shadow of the fielder, the ball went into the shadow just there for a bit.
And it's a downslope as well, as Van Buren gets off the mark with a cut to the cover sweeper. You know, at the edges of the squares, the pitch sort of falls away.
There's a little bit of a dip there.
And it's right where slip stands. And yeah, it was a very tough decision for TV umpire Mazizi Gampu, that's for sure. As Van der Dussen pushes through extra cover, picking of 2, but Duan Janssen, we've seen in this competition what a good athlete he is, how well he moves across the field. And Rassie van der Dussen has gone to his 50, and it's also the 150 up for the DP World Lions. One more to long off by Van Buren.
Now, it's a little bit of rebuilding here now for the DP World Lions. That's the over bowl. Rassie van der Dussen's 38th. So they've got first class 50. Not first class, is it? Should be list A. I'll get back to you on that one.
It was taken off the scoreboard quite quickly, so I think
someone may have been an error, yeah.
Someone realised the error, and in fact, the scoreboard now has Van der Dussen on 49. So, and nice to know that the official scorers now agree with our scoreboard. Duan Janssen will return from the golf course end. Bowled really well up front. 5 overs, 1 made and none for 15. Hussein, he looks a guy who's really come on leaps and bounds this season.
He has. I mentioned earlier that, you know, I saw him because he was playing at Northwest University for a few years. Growing up, I saw him play a little bit of club cricket as well over the years. And he really has come on. I think it's more the control. He's got the height, he's got the bounce, shapes the ball nicely back into the right-hander. But the controls improved quite nicely over the last year or two, so which is really good to see.
Balls to Van Buren, who adroitly plays this between the slip and the backward point for 1. Takes him to 3. 152 for 3, the Lions.
So we look at that field now. There's third man, Lazard Williams down there. Then there's a backward point, deep point, extra cover down below the scoreboard. Then there's a cover, and then there's a mid-off up in the circle watching 1. Mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and deep backward square leg. So that's the field. It's pretty conventional with mid-off and mid-on up, though.
And Van der Dussen gets it straight down the ground, so both mid-off and mid-on are herring after it. It's Neil Brunt who wins the race. Flings it back to the bowler, and a couple of runs, and that now will be Rassie van der Dussen's 50.
It's a well-played 50. As you mentioned earlier, that he, up front, he was tested, particularly by Khalim, where ball was nipping around, and that's a wonderful 50. He's just held the innings together nicely, him and Reza Hendricks early on, and then with Pavuma.
Oh, he's fished outside the off stump. There's a half appeal from the Titans. I think, though, that Van der Dussen hit the ground with his bat, which created the noise.
Yeah, there was a sound, kind of chunky sound, like the bat hitting the ground. That missed the bat by a long way, the ball, but half an appeal from behind the stumps. That angle that Janssen creates and the height, he's always going to ask a few questions.
Not that time, that was wide outside off stump, and Van der Dussen can just leave it alone.
It's so interesting, a 50 overs is a long time, and what you mentioned earlier about T20s, that with the advent of T20 cricket and so much T20 being played, and obviously a lot of players looking to get into the T20 leagues, everybody's playing positive, aggressive cricket. but you do have a lot more time than you sometimes think you have.
Janssen left arm over, and Van der Dussen defends carefully to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, chatting to Russell Domingo, the Lions coach, this week ahead of the final, just about what he felt the team had done really well. And one of the things he mentioned was much improved batting this season, because they haven't done well in the One Day Cup the last 2 seasons. And he said they've adopted quite a conservative approach with the bat up front. Just trying to keep wickets in hand. Oh, that's well bowled by Janssen. Van der Dussen edges it, but did well to get it to ground quickly. It's run away fine for 4 through what would have been the first slip area.
Genuine edge here, because Van der Dussen, he's actually opened the blade just a little bit. There's no slip there, so maybe partly deliberate. I think he did open the blade a little bit, played it with soft hands, although I don't think he meant to get it that fine. Probably a little kind of through the gully area. They'll consider themselves unlucky, the Titans, and the third man, Azad Williams, is a little bit around, so that one raced away for 4. 158 for 3, 34 overs bowled. Van der Dussen on 55, and Mitch van Buren's just come in, he's on 3. Partnership is worth 11 runs.
So perhaps that more pragmatic approach to the batting has been one of the reasons for the Lions going through the competition unbeaten, finishing top of the log and hosting this final. Roelof van der Merwe continues from the corner drive-in to Mitchell van Buren on 3. Slip and play still. Oh, that was a bit too close to him to cut. I fancy van Buren. Plays it misses.
And I know generally with Russell, he's very big on doing the basics well. You know, I mean, I know pre-season they do a lot of red ball, even leading into the 50-over competition.
Push back to the bowler.
The preparation is with generally a lot of red ball preparation. So get the basics right, batters stay nice and tight, leave well, look after the straight ball, defend well, and knock. And then the middle overs is really where a lot of the work is done. This one is driven into the covers, dot ball again. So it's all about doing the basics well, and I think that makes a lot of sense in 50-over cricket. I mean, especially at the Wanderers. Like if you're playing in India, it may be different. You know, the approach could be a little more attacking up front in the power play. But you know, at the Wanderers with the bounce, ball nipping around, 2 wide balls, I think you got to make sure you get through the 10 overs without too much damage.
Exactly, as Van Buren slaps Van der Merwe to the cover sweeper for 1. So, yeah, I think the Lions would have been reasonably satisfied with 43 for 1 in the first 10 overs in the power play. And we saw this morning that when a bowling attack is on song here at the Wanderers, they can cause problems. There's always something in it for the bowlers. Oh, beautifully bowled. There we have turn now for the left-arm spinner. Lovely length. Van der Dussen shaped to come down the pitch and then just stopped and then couldn't get to the pitch in the end, and it turned past the bat to the wicket-keeper. This one is clipped, but straight to the wide mid-on. No run.
Bowls his overs really quickly, doesn't he? He's through that over in a minute. 35 overs bowled, 159 for 3. He rushes you all the time. So as a batter, you almost go. Sometimes you probably need to stop him and go like this and just hang on. Let me just get the tempo right here. Don't want the bowler to rush you all the time.
So 15 overs left. All going well. The
if we
Lions
speak
would
about
certainly
the
hope to get
engine room of
250
Lions
plus.
Cricket, we're speaking about this gentleman right here, the CEO
But,
of
I
Lions
think
Cricket, John O'Leary,
they'll be
right?
wanting to
I mean, it's special to get into
ensure
a
the
final, but
Titans
it's
have to
more
chase
special
something around
to host
300.
the final, right, Jono?
Yeah, absolutely. You can hear the
Just
energy
to
in
really
the crowd,
pile
with
on the
band
pressure.
going. We've got people
Hussein, how
behind
much
me
do you
waving
think the
flags
pitch
and
will
shouting lines.
settle down in
There's
the
lots of
afternoon
energy
with
here.
the
It's a
sun
great day to
shining on
be
it? Do you
a deep field line
Generally,
supporter.
Ken, on the
And John,
high
just
felt
as
here,
the CEO, and when you
pitches
reflect
generally
on
tend to
how
do a little
the
bit in the
season
morning,
has gone
nip
about for
around,
the Lions, what are
touch
you
in the
most
morning. I
pleased
think
on?
that first
I
hour
just think this
for
team over the
batters,
years has shown
you just got to
such great
almost get
character
through that
both on
first
and off
hour,
the field. We've
and then it tends to
always
flatten
spoken
out.
about
And
as
by
a
the
deep field
afternoon,
Lions
it
player,
tends
not
to
only to
flatten
be a
out
great
quite
cricketer on the
nicely.
field and win trophies, but to be great
Johan
humans
Jansen
also. Humans that can impact
to
society,
Van Buren
influence,
defended,
inspire the next generation
and
of deep field Lions playing
defends
Protea coming
right
through the
down
system.
in
And
front of
certainly
him
if you
such
look
that
at
that
how
one actually
national
rolled
teams are
back
doing and
to the
how many are
wicketkeeper.
filled with deep field Lions
The only thing
players
to consider
and how
about
well
the
these
pitch is
players
that,
have
you know,
done
if it's
consistently,
very dry,
over the seasons, we're so proud.
you
The
may, it may
excitement
actually
of
get
having players
slower
like Ricey
in the
van der
afternoon.
Dussen, he just scored
And if it
his
gets a bit
half
slower,
century, but also
then
Temba
you may get a
Bavuma,
bit more
Hamza
turn.
have been exceptional throughout
So
the
yeah,
season. How happy
it
are
just
you?
depends.
Yeah, absolutely. The
what the
senior
pitch
players
is
have
like.
certainly put their
More
hands up.
difficult to score
And,
as
if
well.
you look at some of the
Jansen,
younger players that have come through the system as well.
leg
it's just
side,
been so
tucked
pleasing.
away
There's a
fine
four.
by
I
Mitchell
hope you're
van
waving your
Buren,
flags for that boundary.
and that's all the way for
There
four.
we go, another four.
So Van Buren goes to 8,
proud. I mean, the
163
senior guys
for
have
3.
certainly led the way.
Yeah,
And the
Hussein,
young guys have
I
really,
get a feeling that
stuck up their
as
hand
they
as
have
well.
been
And
the
if you
whole
look at
campaign,
recent Connor
I
Estays
think
and doing
spinners
so well at,
Peter
in
and
New Zealand
Fortuyn
for the Proteas. It's a young
are
player
going to
that's
be
come through our pipeline and our system
very
and learn
important
from
this
some of these
afternoon.
more experienced
Yeah,
players
and I mean,
like the Reeses
we
and Rassies
spoke
and
earlier
Tims
about
of the world.
even the
Well, I
two
want to hand it over
Titans
back to
spinners.
you
You know,
because
they
I mean,
bowled
you've got your
beautifully
supporters
in that
behind
playoff
you.
game
So
on
let's
Wednesday.
let them
They really,
cheer
for
on
me,
the
were the
Lions.
difference
Let me
because
take
they
it.
picked up
come on,
between
go
them, I think
Lions!
they picked up 5 wickets. So, you know, you can see already
There we go. Let's go
there is
Lions.
some turn on offer.
Hints of being squared up there, Mitchell van Buren. Good comeback by Jansen, just taking it across the right-hander from left arm over.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think, you know, Fortuyn's got, with his experience, he's not going to give too much away. So if you want to score off him, you really need to try and take him down, or be quite clever about how you play him. And then Peter, if he gets it right as well, good bowler, good young bowler, bowls. You know, had a good season. I must say, his 50 over season this time around has been very good.
Quick single taken as Van Buren pushes it wide of mid-on.
And there were times when I felt like with Peter, he's been more of a T20 bowler, so he came into the scene playing a lot of T20 cricket. And you felt maybe he's a little bit quick for 50 over cricket, but he's actually bowled very well this season. His control's been good, he's bowled nice straight. He's very good when he attacks the stumps. As long as he's attacking the stumps, he's always asking questions. It's not easy because if you misread him or misjudge, you're in trouble.
Driven nicely, but straight to shortish cover by Van der Dussen, no run. Yeah, Ngaba Peter really burst onto the scene a couple of seasons ago in T20. Was chosen for the Proteas. But his biggest weapon is really that slider. He gets a lot of people out bowled in LBW, and that just backs up your point. That's why he's at his best when he's bowling at the stumps. Jansen in again. And just defended by Van der Dussen, no run. And Ngaba Peter, as many players do after that sensational breakthrough season, took a bit of a dip in form. And I know at the start of the season, Russell Domingo suggested that he wanted to see Ngaba Peter play more longer form cricket, both red ball and the 50 over, to kind of just get his trade, you know, really learn his trade and his craft. And that has happened. 36 overs gone, 164 for 3. And just as a parting shot, Ngaba Peter's efforts this season, 12 wickets at an average of just 13.83, 2 wickets a match, and he's conceding just 4.61 runs per over as Pendula Magavani will join Hussein Manak.
Thank you, Ken. That's an excellent season for him. That's a dot ball. First ball up from Roelof van der Merwe. Again, this one is cut away, ball slightly outside of stump to Selekwane at backward point. Another dot ball. And he will just keep coming at you, Roelof van der Merwe. So as a batter, you almost need to just calm yourself down. Maybe make him wait at the top of the mark so he doesn't rush you. And he goes again, running away from us on the caller drive. And this one is driven straight down to long on. Jansen does the fielding, and underarm bowls it back to the bowler, Roelof van der Merwe. Pendulo, how are you doing?
It's been a long innings, honestly. It's been up and down, slow runs, quick runs. Oh, good hands from Keegan Leon Cachet behind the stumps. Roelof van der Merwe has been fantastic at that length. Beats the outside edge of Rassie van der Dussen, and we might be going upstairs for a possible stumping here. Fantastic bowling from the veteran.
Yeah, he's getting substantial amount of turn. I mean, even his first spell, ball was pitching, bouncing, and he's getting good turn. And at the wonders, because of the bounce, when the ball turns, it's not that easy. So let's have a look. This beat the outside edge. It's a wonderful delivery.
Took a large stride forward, didn't he, Hussein? That toe's just on the line. You cannot place that toe any better. Right on the line, and the bole of his foot
is anything
just
behind
over the
line?
line. That bole of that foot is behind the line. So good defensive stroke, even though he missed the bat.
Yeah, there's got to be something behind the line. They always say line belongs to the umpire, as long as there's something behind the line. But wonderful bit of bowling from Roelof van der Merwe. He's bowling with the short boundary to the offside, to the right hander, to his left hand side, which means that if he gets it too full and too wide, batters will attack him. This one is pulled away. It's short to the leg side over mid wicket. Bounces, but it's not going to go all the way. Looks like Nazard Williams will do the fielding. And it will just be a couple for Van der Dussen. He moves to 57, 167 for 3.
It's had a bit of difficulty versus Roelof van der Merwe, particularly in that first spell which you referenced, Hussein. It's the length that has been spectacular. Back to that full length. That is mightily straight from Roelof van der Merwe. And he finally gets his man. Rassie van der Dussen was going for a big sweep, but the ball was ever so much fuller from Roelof van der Merwe. Rassie van der Dussen is trapped LBW. Gone for 57 runs.
Yeah, he's gone for the slog sweep here. And Van der Merwe pushed this one through a little quicker. I'm not sure if he suspected that Rassie was shaping up for the slog sweep, but he pushed this through quicker, straighter. It was a bit on the full side, and he's missed this one. Now, Van der Dussen looked back a few times. He stuck around. He doesn't look convinced that that was hitting the stumps, but the umpire's given it out, which means there's no review. He's got to trundle back, which he does slowly to the change room.
From our vantage point, that looked mightily straight from Roelof van der Merwe. Been bowling outside that off stump, just challenging his outside edge. And then all of a sudden he goes in full and straight. It hits that kneeled back foot. It cannot be bouncing any higher. It's mightily straight. And umpire Bongani Jele, one of the finest we have in the country, didn't hesitate to raise that finger.
Yeah, when you look at things, I mean, what the angle he's bowling at, it's definitely not going over the top for sure. He hit him on the back thigh. He was down on his knees. Yeah, we'll have a look at that at some stage. But nonetheless, that did look like a good shout. First up with the naked eye. So Neil Brunt is going to be bowling now. That's the over, by the way. So Van der Merwe picks up another wicket. Brunt has bowled 3 overs. Has he picked up a wicket? No. 0 for 20. I would think that if Van der Merwe is getting turned, unless it's turning more from the one end compared to the other, but if Van der Merwe is getting turned, Brunt should as well. He's a little bit taller as well. Although the angles are different, what I did notice is that Roelof van der Merwe bowls kind of mid-crease, where Brunt goes very wide of the crease, so the angles are a little different. And as a batter, you almost need to set up for that. Very interesting. We look at Brunt where he starts from. He starts from in front of the umpire. That's very unusual.
It's bowling to Mitchell van Buren to start over number 38. And I guess when he comes from that wide area, he's walking across, widening his action and you create that over rotation as you try to spin the ball. And we've seen Rolla van der Merwe is getting that turn. Not so much right now from Neil Brandt. He's also bowling down the slope, coming from the golf course end. So it will be less spin than bowling up the slope. So now he bowls to the left-handed Bear Swanepoel, who's come in at number 6. Ball will spin in. He's wide outside the stumps, going for a huge drive because the ball was nice and full. There's a player in the deep cover. It's going to be 1 run. It's very interesting here, Hussein. Delano Potgieter has been fantastic throughout the entire season. I will say I'm a little bit taken aback that they rather put Swanepoel in at number 6 and rather than Delano Potgieter.
I do wonder what the thinking is. It's very interesting that you raise that because you've got Seletswane and Potgieter, 14. Those are the batters still to come. And Swane is pushed quietly to Khalim at long off. It will be single. I just wonder if maybe where the game is, Lions may feel that Swanepoel can come and just play a bit of a swashbuckling cameo. Maybe take the left arm spinners on.
He tries. Rivaldo Munsami is standing at fine leg. He can't stop it. The ball was bowled faultily by Neil Brandt, straight onto the ankles of Bear Swanepoel. He sweeps it around as easy as they come, and it runs for 4. They move to 174 for 4.
A little leg side-ish here from Brandt. He wants to be getting it a little outside off stump, hitting off stump every ball, forcing better to play between cover and mid-off. That's probably where he'll want to be bowling, but that one drifting down leg.
He's trying for a big hit. That time Bear Swanepoel outside the off stump gets the inside of the bat and it stops at the mid-on. It's going to be 174 for 4 after 38 overs. And I guess with how he started with that boundary, you're seeing with the way that he's playing his stroke. Big drive to the covers for 1 run. Next ball swept away. That one was mistimed, but he was still trying for a big shot through the covers. So clearly his intent is to push that score, given where we are in the game.
It does look like it. And I just wonder what the Lions are looking at, because at one stage they were looking good for about 270, 280, maybe even 300 plus, because they've certainly got some firepower at the back end here. And they can kick on, push for 300, but there's still a bit of work to be done. Make no mistake. I mean, last few overs hasn't been since Van der Dissen was dismissed, and Bavuma, that Van der Dissen partnership, they looked like they were set for 300, but then when Bavuma went out and now Van der Dissen, now suddenly it's a bit of a rebuilding exercise now, and that may have brought the target score down by 20 or 30 runs. Who knows? Let's see. Junior Dala, he's into the attack again.
He's been banging it nice and short, Junior Dala. That one on the 4th stump. Mitchell van Buren, who's been ungenuine good touch this season, just blocking it away for no run. And this is the time for Mitchell van Buren to show that class, that flair. He plays with so much style and can hit the ball pretty big. He's currently on 12 runs.
It's also interesting that Van der Merwe picked up a wicket in the last over, and he's been bowling quite well. He beat the outside edge a few times, and he's been taken off. He's still got 3 overs remaining, and I just wonder, maybe looking to bowl him later in the innings?
Defended away, bowled straighter from Junior Dala for no run again. And to be very honest, that's an incredible point because Rivaldo Munsami, the captain of the Titans, has an array of options that he can choose from now with the back end of the innings. And the nice thing is that when you look at the performances, all of the bowlers have played their part. The most expensive bowler right now is currently Neil Brandt. He's going just a touch over 6 runs and over, but that's your part-time bowler. All of your main bowlers are going at less than 5 runs to the over. Junior Dala goes short. Van Buren goes under the ball. And Junior Dala now has bowled 3 dot balls in a row in a time where the Lions need to try and score runs.
Yeah, they're getting close to the last 10 overs, 38.3 overs bowled, 174 for 4 now. Will be feeling like they'll need to just step it up a little. But also, there's work to be done as far as getting them up to that 250 mark at least.
This might be a maiden over from Junior Dala. Another short one that is outside the off stump. But did you see, just died on the way to Keegan Leon Cachet. Don't know if he seems like he rolled his fingers around that one.
Yeah, it does look like the pitch getting a little bit slower because number of short deliveries from Dala in this over, as you say, they're dying just before they get to the keeper. So you're not seeing that steep bounce that carries through to the keeper at the comfortable height. It's dying when it gets to him.
Gets on top of that nicely. He's really targeting that back of a length just outside the off stump. Every ball except the short one has been bowled. Then finally, Mitchell van Buren is able to squeeze it to the deep point for just one run. It's a really good over from Junior Dala this.
What was also interesting, I found when they played the Warriors in that playoff game, Rural van der Merwe bowled the final over. Now, I don't know if that was just because of the conditions there or because Warriors were on the verge of being bowled out and they were bowling to tail-enders, or whether that was part of the plan. But the fact that he's held van der Merwe back for 3 more overs and he's bowled nicely. So perhaps looking at bowling him to the latter part of the innings.
Coming around the wickets to the left-handed Bear Swanepoel. Nice and straight onto the middle stump, and it's defended away from Bear Swanepoel. A little bit tentative, but he survives. Wonderful over from Junior Dala. Just one run at over number 39. 175 for 4.
Very good over, especially at this stage of the innings, to bowl in over that's just conceding 1 run. Brilliant. Now, it's going to be another bowling change. So he's ringing the changes here. He's Rivaldo Munsami, experienced player. So he's looks like to me like he's a smart thinker of the game. He's thinking the game. Now, Brandt bowled the previous over from a golf course end. And who's this warming up? Recognize him from this height? Lazard Williams. He's bowled 6 overs, 0 for 31 so far. He's loosening up.
And there's 11 overs remaining, Hussein, and 15 overs remain from your 5 main bowlers. Oh, Castles! What a ball to Mitchell van Buren. Van Buren played that as if it didn't pick up, but at the end of the day, it nabs back in and takes out off stump, off the ground, and it's wicket number 6 for number 5. Wicket number 5 for the Lions.
There's no better sight in cricket for a fast bowler. That stump goes cartwheeling out the ground and ends up about 3 or 4 meters back. And Lazard Williams gets the wicket with his first ball back. Now, I don't know if that ball kept low or Mitchell van Buren just misjudged the length completely because he was stuck in his crease. And look, perhaps he went back to a ball that was a touch on the full side. He did nip back, to be fair to him. Beautiful first delivery up from Lazard Williams, and he picks up an important wicket because as long as they keep picking up wickets here, it's going to be difficult for the Lions to start that little bit of acceleration at the back end because they want to start launching, but it's not difficult to do. It's not going to be easy to launch at the back end when you're losing wicket at both ends, and that's what's happened here. They've lost wickets at both ends. So Van Buren was the batter in. And he's out now. Remember that Bavuma, Van der Dussen partnership. Bavuma went, Van der Dussen then went, and now Van Buren got. So there's 2 new batters at the crease. And now it's going to be young Richard Saletwani. That ball, we're just having a look at the replay. It's hit the top of off stump that sent the stump cartwheeling along the ground. Brilliant delivery.
Fantastically done from Lazard Williams. I guess from that length, Mitchell van Buren would have expected it to just go over the stumps because that passed on his knees roll. But at the end of the day, as a bowler, you need to target those stumps. If there is variable bounce, which we've just spoke about a couple of balls ago, actually, Hussein, once you see that variable bounce, you target the stumps because the batter won't know which length to cover the ball at, and you have more chances of nailing the wood. Richard Saletwane is in at number 7, and he has to face the fire. 5 balls remaining in over number 40. Lazard Williams will continue over the wicket to the right-hander, and he will bowl it straight on to the middle stump, and there's a very, very short mid-wicket in Rolla van der Merwe. That's where the ball landed.
He's bowling from the golf course end, and let's have a look at the field. as third man. Then there's a backward point. He's quite far backward. Almost I would call him like a gully, or deep gully. And then there is a conventional point, just kind of squarish point in the circle. There's a short cover, mid-off. So interesting, short cover and short mid-wicket. What does that tell you?
Richard Seletswane just squeezing it past that short mid-wicket. Good stuff from Lazard Williams. We are going to expect good length deliveries, which are trying to hit the top of the stump. And by having that short cover and having the short mid-wicket, it allows Lazard Williams to bowl either side of the stumps. He can go and attack that outside edge, which brings the wicket-keeper in. And if it nabs back in, like that wicket of Mitchell van Buren, that's going to happen. But if it does nab back in and the batter is able to cover it, that mid-wicket now comes into play because it can hit the inside of the bat. And just like we saw with that last run, can bring that short mid-wicket into play. So really attacking and also defensive at the same time from the Titans. Williams bowls to the left-handed Bayer Swanepoel. He bowls it nicely full onto the stumps, cutting it across over the wicket, gets the outside edge, and it runs down to Petluwayo at third man for 1 run.
177 for 5. It's a good delivery. As Swanepoel, he didn't move, just had a little prod at this ball, found the outside edge. He's lucky he did, because otherwise that was pretty straight and full. It looks to me like with Lazard Williams, the batters are just stuck in their crease, and when he gets it to touch on the full side, there's no footwork coming forward. Williams in again. This one again, inside edge from Seletswane to that short mid-wicket you spoke about. Van der Merwe does the cleaning up, but it will be a single, which will take young Seletswane to a couple. Swanepoel's on 6, 178 for 5.
Last week when they played in Centurion, Lazard Williams started a little bit poorly for his first 3 overs, but boy did he recover in his second spell, and he bowled like magic, going at almost less than 4 runs to the over and picking up a couple of wickets. That's what we're seeing here. Great second spell. Bayer Swanepoel charges down the wicket, and it is popped up into the air. He tried shimming down and opening up room, but the ball was straight, and he slaps it straight to the mid-off. And it's wicket number 6 to end over number 40.
Yeah, it looked like he was mid-off and mid-on up in the circle, so he's trying to see if he can. It did look like, he came in with an intent of trying to get on with it and pick up the scoring rate. But he's been bogged down by some really good bowling. Lazard Williams has come in, and Swanepoel trying to see if he can bang this back over the bowler's head or over mid-off. Succeeds in only hitting it straight to mid-off. And another wicket down. He goes for 6 of 6 deliveries, 178 for 6. 40 overs bowled.
That's the pressure that was being applied. They really, really are giving nothing away. And so the ball is nice and full. Eventually you feel like it's in an arc, or you will create your own arc, and then all of a sudden you put yourself into big troubles. But what I like about Bayer Swanepoel here is that he didn't waste any time. He did not waste any time, Bayer Swanepoel. He needed to be there, quick and short, get the wickets, or get the runs. And he didn't waste any time. After 6 balls, he was out of there. But I really still believe that bringing in Delano Potgieter at that time at number 6 would have been a much more steadier contribution to the innings. But in he comes now at number 8, and he only has 10 overs to bat, which for Potgieter could be more than enough, but you still feel you just want to have that time to get in. But he's in now at number 8, 178 for 6.
Yeah, so many times we've seen the Lions, particularly in big games. We talk about finals. We saw the 4-day final. I think 2 years ago there was a 4-day final here against Western Province where he rescued the team, and he's done it on multiple occasions. So he's a big game player. Now Dala has got the ball. He's tossing the ball up and down, and they're waiting for something. I'm not sure what it is, but he's got the ball in hand from the caller drive end. Seletswane is on strike, and I think now everybody's ready.
Junior Dala will bowl to Seletswane coming over the wicket. Bowls it nice and short. on that fifth stump, Seletwane just paddles it down to the third boundary. Just because of the delay, the broadcast needs to ensure that they capture the umpire giving the signal for the power play so that everyone knows that it is what it is. So probably just waiting on the cameraman and the production team to ensure that the eyes on the umpire so he can do his signal. That's what got us going. So now that means 5 fielders can protect the boundary.
Yeah, something very interesting I just saw. Seletwane ran that ball down to third man and ran straight down the pitch. In fact, he almost ran into the bowler, and then Rula van der Merwe, who was at cover, went to umpire Jele and is complaining about the fact that the bat is running down the middle of the wicket. And I think they had a little bit of a conversation there.
Ball straight onto the body of Delano Potgieter, who's left-handed. Junior Dala now is coming around the wicket, so the ball is going to be sharply into the left-hander. And this is the same surface that was played at the last time. It's a drop-in pitch here at the iconic DP World Wanderers Stadium, and it was the first time it was being played on. And on that surface, there were some balls keeping a little bit low every now and then. And so it has visually aged, the pitch. Cuts it away. It's on the fourth stump. Lesego Senokwane with a fantastic dive to keep that to 1. It was well played from Potgieter. They moved to 180. So it's been here. It's been put in for the past 2 weeks now. It's visually drier, slower, and so if they continue running on it, it's going to be much more difficult to bat later on in the day, because all of those crevices, all of those divots, all of those cracks will now come into force with the sun baking down on it.
Dala in again, again Seletwane plays it nice and late, just runs it down softly to third man. Yeah, you're right. I mean, with the drop in, you just don't know what to expect, do you? I mean, we know Wanderers over the years plays a certain way, and it's generally in limited overs cricket, it's a good wicket. We've seen, 48. Yeah, so the Wanderers in 4-day, 5-day cricket, you can expect steep bounce, challenging for batters. But in limited overs, white ball cricket, we've seen high scores. But with the drop in, you don't know what to expect. So going to be interesting. This one straighter from around the wicket, Dala into the left-handed Potgieter, who glances it down to Halim at fine leg, who flings the ball into the keeper. And the ball will make its way slowly back to the bowler. Janssens at mid-on, and he's got the ball. Fielders tend to shine the ball just a little bit, the white ball, but I don't think there's much that really happens there, is it? And now with the red ball, they get a good solid shine, and you actually see the red. Dala, he's in again.
Nice and straight from Seletwane. Gets the outside edge. It's going to run to third man for 1 to end over number 41.
Anyway, you continue that conversation. I'm going to make way for Rodney. I'm out of here. Thank you.
I hope as you walk past, you listen to maybe why they don't shine the ball. After 34 overs, we had a change of balls, and the new laws for 50-over cricket regulates that you use 2 balls for the first 34, and then after the 34th over, the fielding captain will choose the ball that they're going to use for the rest of the innings. That gives a balancing factor to the ball dying down and being darker and being slower, so that the batters don't have free runs to score. So if you don't shine the ball, if you try to bounce it onto the square, you try to make that ball die as much as possible so that the batting team find it difficult to score runs. But Rodney is back with us on commentary. Lizard Williams bowls to Seletwane. Seletwane gives off a booming drive to a straightish delivery. It's going to be stopped at mid-off for 1 run. It's 184 for 6.
An awkward, uncomfortable passage of play this for the Lions, on very much the wrong side of the storied wickets in hand equation. You can't launch quite so early as you'd like to. The question is, when do you, given that 1 or 2 more and you're in and amongst the tails?
Lizard Williams keeps over the wicket. It's going to cut across the left-hander Potgieter. It's going to pitch just outside the leg stump to keep it as straight as possible. And now the thing is, Delano Potgieter, in order for him to hit over the leg side, his leg side is the longer side of the boundary. It's very long, juxtaposed to his offside. So Lazard Williams will have to try and keep that ball onto that leg side, give it a little bit of protection, which he does now, sending in a deep mid-wicket alongside a deep backward square, so that Delano Potgieter, who can clear any boundary in the world, doesn't have that freedom to score as much as he think he does. Goes to the offside. Oof, luckily there is a deep cover. It's going to keep that for 1.
Would be interested to know, as we approach the denouement, what you reckon would be a pass score here.
I love taking the numerical approach and just looking at the numbers straight. They're currently going at 4.5 runs to the over. I cannot suspect them to magically change that into 7 runs to the over, considering the fact that they only have 4 wickets in hand. So if they had to go at 6 runs to the over from now, they'll add about 55 runs, 56. Ball is much more shorter. Richard Seletsoane doesn't know what to do with his hands. The ball was uncomfortable at around his breast area, and he loses his bat as he tries to guide that to the mid-wicket for 1 run.
It's been a good season for defending low totals, hasn't it? I think Boerland managed to look after 224 earlier this season against KZN Midlands, and the Lions themselves have twice defended scores in the sort of mid-200s range, 265 against the same opposition, and 242 against Boerland.
Continues over the wickets. The fine leg is very fine. Junior Dala, ball was just on the knees of Potgieter. They're going to go for 1. To be fair, Rodney, this season has been heavily rain affected throughout. And even if you do get 50 overs into your innings, just because of the conditions, scoring is not as free. Last season, we saw the Titans on back-to-back innings score nearly 800 runs, 430 odd, and then following it up with a 370 odd. None of that this season. We only have one score of 400, and you can count 300s here. Coming over the wickets to Seletsoane. He looks uncomfortable, Seletsoane, off his thigh. And the ball will be a leg bye for 1 to end over number 42. 188 for 6. So it's been a low-scoring season indeed for all of these various reasons.
Well, that sort of change can be refreshing, can't it? Just as we celebrate cricket matches in their ebbs and flows, and how one session can differ from another, one match indeed from another, there's no reason why we shouldn't enjoy the occasional season in which things take a rather different trajectory and tempo.
188 for 6. There's 8 overs remaining in the innings. Gonna have our final commentary change for the innings. Mr. Aslam Kota will come in and continue with the work.
As Junior Duller runs away from us now. Right arm over the wicket. Back of the length, and it's helped on its way down to third man for a single. Hello, Aslam.
Hi, good afternoon. So it's been a good fight back here from the Titans. For a long time, the Lions were only 2 wickets down, and it looked like, even though they were going at almost a pedestrian pace, that they were going to at least have a substantial score on the board. Now, they're scoring at 4.5, and if this pair of Potgieter and Seletsoane can take it to at least about 6, they'll get to a score of about 260, which would more or less be a pass score. So around the wicket is Junior Dalla to the left-handed Potgieter, and the ball goes through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, you guys raised an interesting point. Hussain was on air, and Swanepoel pushed up the order. Clearly, I would have definitely had either Potgieter or even Fortuin, given the form he is in. But that exercise didn't work because Swanepoel was out after just 6 deliveries. So now Seletsoane and Potgieter have all of the responsibility. Dala around the wicket into Potgieter, who punches this beautifully, beats the fielder in the inner ring. They turn for the second, and a looping throw comes in, which means Potgieter easily makes his end. 191 for 6.
Very good running that. No doubt they were going for 2 from the moment they set off. Barely even looked up to see the throw coming in.
Yeah, live commentary on the CSA YouTube channel, brought to you by Pitch Vision. No pictures, I'm afraid. It's all about just ball-by-ball commentary. Coming to you live from the DP World Wanderers Stadium. Short and pulled away, and that's beautifully timed. He always has so much of time to play his strokes, and Potgieter produces a beautiful pull over square leg. 6 runs, 197 for 6.
Had a bit in length there, did Junior Dalla, so soon after a cracking outside the off-stump Yorker. Not much energy on that delivery, and an increasingly set-looking Potgieter sends it on its way.
I'm going to raise another point as well. Just watching this, a fuller length delivery, push through to straight mid-off. That at the end of the 34th over, 158 for 3. They were scoring at 4.6 runs an over. The bowling team then have the option of choosing either of the 2 balls which are used on the 2 ends. And I think off-air I asked the question, would the bowling team choose the one that's in a better condition or the one that's got a lot more wear and tear on it? And we'll discuss that in a moment. 42.5, 1 ball remains in this Dala over as he runs in now. Advances down the pitch, and then it's short into the body, and all Potgieter does is he defends it to the offside. End of the over, the 43rd, 197 for 6. Your thoughts, Rodney?
Well, common sense would dictate an older, softer delivery, pings with a little less violence off the bat. Remarkable how different situations in cricket dictate different choices. In a first-class match, there's absolutely no question as to the kind of ball you want. You want it hard, rock-like, gleaming. In this format, it is very, very different. The whole calculus is upended.
Indeed. And I think that's one of the reasons why Williams has been able to produce some fantastic deliveries in his 3rd spell. And he's picked up wickets. He's answered the call with 2 wickets, that of Mitch van Buren. The ball of the day, without a doubt, having clean bowled the right-hander for 13. And then Swanepoel hitting the ball, a slightly slower delivery straight back to mid-off of the bowling of Williams. So he picked up 2 in quick succession. But it is Dwan Jansen who we'll watch operating from the golf course end. Left-arm seamer, tall, just like his brother. 3 fielders in the inner ring saving 1. Just 1 on the onside. Mid-on saving a single. The rest are posted deep. This is a beautiful stroke. Oh, no, it's not. It's high up in the air. Seletswane looking to improvise. Plays across the line somewhat. Mistimes it completely. And the fielder at the edge of the mid-on circle picks up the catch. And that's the end of Seletswane. 197 for 7. And that's the first wicket for Dwan Jansen.
Yeah, a bit of an experience from the young man. His first delivery today from Dwan Jansen, you would have thought, and he might one day come to think that in that sort of situation it might be better to wait a delivery or two, get to grips with the new bowler before teeing off and clearing the front leg. Deep in thought he is as he walks back to the pavilion.
Yeah, he will be disappointed. It was so high, I thought it had the distance as well. And then I saw the fielder hands up in the air, waiting the ball to come down, waiting for the ball to come down, and it meant that it was far from clearing that inner ring. And unfortunately for Seletswane, out for 8 of 11 balls, and Potgieter remains the non-striker on 12, 197 for 7, and he will be joined by Bjorn Fortuin. 118 matches, 350s to his name, 62 is his best, not out. And we know that in the longer form, he's an absolutely brilliant player. He's got almost a dozen centuries, I think, in the 4-day version. So he's more than capable. And he does have 7 overs to deal with. So can they, in fact, now get anywhere near 250?
Well, belated reward there, I should say, for Dwan Jansen, who bowled brilliantly earlier this morning without reward. That wicket takes him to 16, in fact, this season. Level with Gideon Peters of the Warriors, who obviously can't add to his tally. And among active rivals in this game, only Ngabo Peter is anywhere near him. And he's all the way back on 12. On 12, I believe. Yeah. So very much Dwan's for the taking. Another couple of wickets and he'll be out of sight.
Yeah, 3 wickets remain. 197 for 7. 43.1 overs. He's in now to the new batsman. And it's on a fuller length on that leg stump line and just defended by Imad Fortuin or Bjorn Fortuin. 6.4 overs left. Still, the run rate, I don't think, has actually shifted much throughout the innings. It's been hanging around. It was at 3.9 at one stage, but it's been hanging around for most part at 4.5. And I remember the previous match that we did a commentary here on, and I know that that's not the drop-in pitch that they're playing on. He's in again. This time squeezes it with the outside edge of the bat. That's 14, but it's very well fielded by Keegan Peterson, very sharp in that inner ring, and stops that. No, in fact, it's not Keegan Peterson. Who's wearing number 20? It may be Sanakwane. Yes, it is him, in fact. So 197 for 7. They'll need to pick it up. They're in a precarious position now. They'll only be comfortable with a score of 250 plus to have at least something to bowl at. This time he does get off the mark with a little push to the onside. 14-1, 198 for 7.
It hasn't been so much that they've been stuck permanently, has it? So much as that when runs have come, and they have come from time to time in sort of fits and starts, they've been very shortly followed by wickets, haven't they? We had a spell while Van der Dussen and Bavuma were together where a spell of 5 overs for 10 runs was followed by a spell of 5 overs for 45, at which point we lost the company of Temba Bavuma and things slowed down again.
That's right. Short delivery just helped along to the onside by Potgieter. He's picked up the slower delivery, dug into the pitch by Janssen, and he runs through for the single. Yeah, you're right. It was a partnership that was worth 77 runs, and it really looked like it was going to push Lions through at a healthy rate. And then, of course, as you say, the wicket of Temba Bavuma caught at the wicket of the bowling of Halim. He had just struck the bowler earlier for a 6 in the over, and one that hopped of a very good length, making sure that the South African captain didn't advance down the pitch because he was really playing with great control on the front foot and even on the back foot. But that ball clearly was too difficult to deal with and edged it to the keeper. Oh, that's a fabulous stop from Sanekwane, diving to his left at out of a shortish backward point. That would have run away for 4 because the fielder, Junior Dala, is very fine at third man. So 199 for 7 after 44.
Yeah, the Titans out cricket has been immaculate today. We've been full of praise for the bowlers, but let's not forget that they've been really well supported by the fielders. All manner of acrobatics. It's really, really good to see. They've arrived today really full of energy, really up for it, and you've got to say, as things stand, they're in pole position.
Without a doubt, they'd be the happier of the two teams. If they can just keep it under 240, they'll give themselves a great chance with the bat. And it's all so much about momentum and iffy season in all of the formats, and then finding form in the last 2 games, which was so important for them to make this final. And you can see that they very well organized. I must say, since the captaincy handover to Rivaldo Munsami in this format, he has done an exceptional job in the way he's handled the team, and talking about giving all of your players the confidence under the leadership. He's demonstrated all of it. But aside from his man management, Rodney, his tactical nous has been exceptional. I've watched him in 2 games, both 50-over matches, to have picked up enough to realize that this guy's got a good head, cricketing head on his shoulder. So 200 up on the board, 200 for 7. We're into the 45th over. Junior Dala over the wicket to the right-handed Bjorn Fortuin. He works his way to the onside, slightly uppishly, not in control, but he'll get the single. I'll just give you the field as well very quickly. Both right-handers at the right and left-handers at the crease. So it is Potgieter who's going to face Dala, who'll stay around the wicket to the left-hander. Previous over dispatched for 6 over square leg. They've got all of those areas covered. Deep long leg, and then deep square leg, right on square, and then a squarish mid-wicket. Nobody straight on, protecting the long off and the long on boundaries. But again, he just nudges this off the face of the bat to third man and settle for a single.
Is that Munsami at mid-on at the moment? Yeah. I've been keeping an eye on him just as you've been singing his praises, and it's very interesting. As you say, a really tactically astute head on his shoulders, but he also strikes me as someone quite an astute man-manager. If you watch him between deliveries.
Dala in again, this time right arm over to 14. This time he nudges this competently, but fielder comes off that square leg boundary. 1 run.
Yeah, if you watch him between deliveries, almost always has something to say, whether it's to the fielders around him or a quiet word in the ear of his bowler. He truly does look to the manner born, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's born and bred in Pretoria. So he's a real northerner, as they would say. Around the wicket now is Dala to the left-handed Potgieter, who drives, gets the thick edge. The ball bounces hard into the side pitches as it goes towards the keeper, and I thought for a moment that will run away to the third man boundary. They get just the single. 204 for 7. 1 ball remains in the 45th over.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a bump ball. I think our trajectory up here in the rafters is so vertical that it can be difficult to get the right perspective.
So the one thing they've done is they've picked up their running, but so sharp as you say, the Titans have been in the field that they've cut down those possible twos to singles. Slower delivery outside the off stump, and 14 looking to pull this across the leg side, misses it completely to end the over. 45 gone, 5 remain, 204 for 7.
I mean, can you think of a single error in the field today? I can't summon a single one to mind. Not one occasion when even they got 2 when they should have gotten 1. You know, even on the boundary ropes, none of them are sitting on their heels. They're all full of energy, always on the balls of their feet, all talking to one another, endlessly reinforcing those energy levels. It's been an immaculate performance, just what you want at crunch time.
Good to hear. The crowd also getting really involved here now. Quite a number of spectators on the second tier here on the Unity stand. Janssen in again to the left-handed Potgieter down the leg side. Wide signaled. 205 for 7. And then as usual, lots of schoolboys and families under the umbrellas on the embankment. And then as we mentioned earlier, the best place to be sitting if you want to be in the shade from the word go, it's under the memorial stand, and that's pretty packed. So good to see that the final is well supported. And warm skies here in Johannesburg. This time he's down the leg side, helped along by Potgieter for 4. No chance for Junior Dala at fine leg to cut that off. And that'll take Potgieter along to 209 for 7. He remains the key man in this final few overs.
We've been full of praise for Dwan Janssen all day today, but his last 2 deliveries are probably the 2 worst. Not only he has bowled today, but anyone in blue. Really shocking stuff. First a half volley down leg, and then a help yourself long hop down leg.
Yeah, sometimes what happens is this is when it's the tail end of the innings, so you want to bowl your slower deliveries, you want to get all of the little mix-ups in there. It's a slower delivery hard into the pitch, and this time Potgieter unable to find the gap. Ball coming up a lot slower than he imagined or anticipated. It's played straight to the fielder at backward point. It's a heavily fortified offside field. Mid-off, wide X to cover, and then you've got a deep point on the boundary, backward point on the edge of the circle, third man. So he'll be looking to keep it outside the off stump to the dangerous Potgieter. Janssen in again. But he's down the leg side, and it's pushed away to the fielder who runs in from mid-wicket, the little man Peterson. 1 run, 210 for 7. 3 balls remain in the 46th over.
That penultimate delivery, that slower ball bouncer, slightly surprising we haven't seen more of that, given the two-pacedness of the wicket. It would seem only to accentuate those qualities in the pitch and make the batsman's life still more difficult. If the Titans have missed a trick, and I don't think they have missed many today, that might be one.
Taking their time, just waiting for the right-hander to settle in. 14, who's on 3. Janssen again. Steps across the line, pulls this. It's just over the head of the fielder at the edge of that circle at mid-on. And they'll chase through for 2. That is one of his favorite areas where he does pick up boundaries in that area straight over mid-on towards mid-wicket. Two fielders placed in that position, but in the inner ring, and deep mid-wicket much too wide. So 2 runs easily taken.
More a shovel than anything else. Made a very awkward sound off the bat. He'll be glad to have escaped. He did so only by the skin of his teeth.
That's right. Just careered over that fielder. This time it's so wide that I would give 2 runs to the opposition. 212 for 7. I reckon it was, by the time the wicketkeeper, Leon Cachet, gathered that it was 2 pitches wide. Wide by the distance of 2 pitches. Extras 10 altogether. 213 for 7. Scoring at 4.7 runs and over. Fortin clearly looking to up the pace here, no doubt. He's facing now. Steps across, it's a short delivery. He does make contact. It's 4 runs. There's no chance for Petlaquire to get round to that. He was hardly 5 or 6 meters from it, but it raced to the boundary. It is the shorter boundary here at the Wanderers, but it was a well-timed stroke. 217 for 7. 14 on 9.
Yeah, that rocketed off the bat. Far too quick for my eyes. Literally blink as you... or you miss it. I'd no sooner seen it leave the bat than I saw the cushions on the boundary being disrupted. Some power in that hit.
Just looking to see that leg side field for the right-handed Fortin mid-on. And then 3 fielders on the leg side for Janssen. Deep mid-wicket, square leg and long leg. 3 fielders in the ring on the offside. And one of them will run in to field it to end the 46th over. 218 for 7. So how has he gone so far in these last few overs? It tends to happen to most bowlers when they look to now get out all of their bags of tricks and give it a go, especially towards the tail end of the innings. But I would always suggest to, even when coaching youngsters, is that continue with what's working for you. If you feel that you need to do the change-up because it's necessary, you've got a batsman that's really going after you, then obviously you look to make sure that you outfox him with your thinking and your skill.
Yeah, the old Verities line and length had served him pretty well hitherto. And on a 2-paced pitch, bowling length at this juncture isn't quite the suicide pull it might be elsewhere.
Dala in to the right-handed Fortin. He top edges this, but it's going to drop just in front of the advancing fielder from fine leg, and they'll get the single. So he starts the 47th over.
Bowlers can get a bit in their own heads, can't they? They can become a bit robotic. Oh, I'm in the death overs right now, therefore I have to bowl death lengths. These things are all context dependent, you know. The Lions have very few wickets left in the bank. The pitch is difficult. Not so much in terms of rendering every ball a potential wicket, but being too paced, it can be difficult to make the running.
So in again, Dala around the wicket. This time he does get the thick edge, and Lazard William does exceptionally well to get down to that very quickly. Keeps it down to just 2 runs. So valuable runs here towards the end. 221 for 7. We're into the 47th over. Normally he makes very, very good contact. He's a fantastic off-driver of the ball. Deep on that front foot, and then also on the up is Potgieter. Twice he's now edged those towards the third man area. This time he does get hold of one pretty powerfully, but straight to the fielder at long off. And he'll tidy up and keep it down to a single. 222 for 7.
Yeah, one suspects we're not going to see your standard back of the innings fireworks here. It is really more about keeping those wickets in hand until the last possible moment, ticking over the strike as frequently as possible, keeping the bowlers under a modicum of pressure.
Dala over the wicket to Fortin. Bowler follows him and he nudges this. He plays this with a exaggerated bottom hand, and would you believe it's carried all the way to the fielder who had to actually backpedal from inside of that 27.5 meter circle. And Janssen picks up the catch. Wicket for Dala, end of 14. His innings ends on 11 of 12 deliveries with a boundary, 2-2-2 for 8.
Yeah, a knee-high full toss, the sort of delivery most batsmen dream of at this stage of an innings. And, well, it seemed almost to catch him by surprise. He didn't commit to the stroke at all. Seemed almost to be furnishing catching practice to the man at mid-on. It's 222 for 8.
So caught Janssen, bowled Dala to give him his first wicket. Also lots of experience with Junior Dala. How often, even late into his career, we see him being given or entrusted with responsibility in the key overs. And he's got away with this one with the full toss. That's why, as he trudged back to the dressing room, Imad 14 was absolutely, can I say, disgusted with himself that he didn't get a hold of that and pick up a boundary, and instead actually the cardinal sin, getting out. Cody Yusuf is the new man in.
Be interesting to see a replay of that delivery. Well, it almost looked as if he'd been foxed by a slower one. It didn't look too slow through the air, but he played it as if it had arrived at a at a surprising juncture.
So now with 46.4 overs gone, 3.2 overs left. How do they actually get through this? Now he starts with a quick delivery into the new batsman. Cody Yusuf, the new man in. Dala's figures, 8.5 overs, 1 for 46. His 4 overs for 22 was his first spell. So he's bowled the next 5 for another 24 runs. But he's picked up the wicket. He's in now. He readies himself to complete this, the 47th over, in search of another wicket. This time it's straight and it's very neatly angled by Cody Yusuf to get off the mark and to end the over. 2-2-3 for 8. 3 overs remain.
I don't know about you, but I've always had a soft spot for bowlers who bowl, as it were, off the wrong foot. I've never understood why it's supposed to be wrong. I remember it used to work pretty well for me as a youngster, and some officious coach told me not to, and I've been bowling pies ever since.
Well, the one difference, of course, is most of the guys we talk about, Junior Dala, the late great Mike Proctor, bowling off the wrong foot, they were the quicks. You were a leg spin bowler, if my memory serves me well.
Yeah, I specialised in slow
stuff.
donkey drops, yeah.
Okay. You're being unkind to yourself. Lazard Williams has finished 8 overs. He's picked up 2 for 38, again in his second spell picking up wickets. And he's the man for the occasion. He'll bowl the last, the 48th and the 50th over. Because he's best at it when he's bowling at the death overs. Just a slight adjustment in the field. Leon Cachet just making sure that square leg goes a little wider. Takes a thick inside edge, looking for the single, goes straight to the fielder, short fine leg. Cody Yusuf didn't know where that ball actually went after it made contact. Potgieter on 24. Once again, almost unnoticed. Of course, memorable 6 that he hit. Classy player, but now I get the feeling also from time to time that he should be actually batting at least one notch up for the Lions. And again, and Cody Yusuf, I'm not too sure if he got bat or paired to it, but nevertheless they run through for the single because it is Potgieter that wants the strike.
Yeah, it looks like it's been given as runs. Interesting fact about Potgieter, the sort of fact I would have seized upon if I weren't doing 2 jobs today. Earlier today, he reached his 1,000th run in this competition. Not all this day cricket. He'd done that quite a while ago, but in this competition itself, no longer quite the massive sprawling event it was in the past. So that is a decent tally.
Indeed, he's facing now. And it's a good Yorker length delivery, just literally dug out. Ball rolls away to the fielder at backward point. 1 run taken, 225 for 8. So now they're happy to turn it over of Potgieter is at least every run counts here in the closing stages. A slower ball Yorker, and well judged by the batsman. You can certainly look to almost tend to overplay it and get out. Lazard into the right-handed Cody Yusuf, who nudges this away to mid-wicket, and they'll turn for the second. A slight misfield, and very well judged by Potgieter, because he took up the cudgels to go towards the danger end, and they finish with 2 runs. 47.4 overs gone. 227 for 8.
Yeah, running between the wickets, so important at this juncture. When the boundaries aren't coming and the overs remaining are dwindling into nothing, you really have to take everything you can get.
It doesn't help when you've got your 44-year-old doing all of the hard work at mid-wicket. Van der Merwe. Williams in again. Again, he's looking to hit the big shot here. Is Cody Yusuf, and he gets a bottom edge. The ball trickles away to the offside. There's no run.
You've done Ruloff a dirty there. You've given him 3 extra years. He's 41.
What did I say? 44?
You called him 44.
Okay, I apologize. 41 years old. It feels almost that we've been watching him for the last 28 years.
Not the sort of mistake you'd want to make to his face, is it? He
No.
doesn't look like the sort of chap who'd take kindly to that.
I also get the feeling that he's a court jester. He's a man full of humor, good humor. Again, another attempted swipe, and the ball comes off the pad, or at least the bottom edge of the pad, and the single will accrue to the total and also to Yusuf. He moves to 4. The total should be 228 for 8. He's on 5. 2 overs remain for the Lions, who elected to bat earlier. And as we head towards the end of the innings, we will give you the full scorecard. And I know Rodney will help me with some of those bowling figures as we get closer.
They have now surpassed of the Lions the lowest total successfully defended this season, which was Boerland's 224 for 9 against KZN Inland about a month ago. Small graces, small solace, but it's there, past is precedent.
So Dwan Jansen to complete the 49th over, which will be his 10th over. Into the right-hander, he's decided he's going to operate from around the wicket. Cody Yusuf surveys the field, looks for the areas where he's going to find the gaps, perhaps the big one for the big strokes, because I expect that it's going to happen now. 228 for 8. Jansen around the wicket, and he nudges this quite nicely. Gets inside the line and then just helps it along to the leg side. So a single. 229 for 8.
Yeah, he's changed ends now, Jansen, hasn't he? Bowled the bulk of his morning spell from the end we're sat at, and looked pretty devastating at times. Bowled beautifully without reward. 1 over from the far end, and that, as previously recorded, was less than successful. Thankfully, he's got an astute captain and a forgiving one too.
Slight adjustment to the field. Third man comes up into the circle, and then deep backward point drops to the boundary. They've seen enough of Delano Potgieter to know where his strengths lie. He's a fantastic off drive of the ball. There is a fielder at a deepish square cover. Mid off in the inner circle and long off on the boundary. Again, it's wide outside the off stump. That's the clever delivery to be bowling right now. Yorker length delivery, wide outside the off stump, hitting the popping crease, and he nudges this, but only as far as the short third man. No run. Can they still keep it under 240? That is the key. That is the key now. They need 11 runs to get there in the remaining, 11 balls.
They themselves, of course, have defended a score of roughly those proportions this season.
Makes room and then whips this across the leg, high over the fine leg boundary for 6. That is a classy stroke. As soon as Jansen was running up to bowl, I get the feeling he was anticipating another full length wide Yorker, so stood outside of the off stump. But this ball was angling in towards the middle and leg stump, and he was down on his knee, and a beautiful pickup stroke all over fine leg. And 6 runs, 235 for 8. 3 balls remain in the 49th over.
Well, they say the definition of grace is minimum effort for maximum result. I think you could frame that stroke under that definition. Absolutely stunning.
Yeah, his quiet innovation whilst he's at the crease is also always impressed. Watch where he's standing. Again, he's wide outside the off stump. It is a wide delivery, and he does play the lofted drive. Junior Dala makes good cover at long off. They'll look to finish the 2 runs. Wonderful stroke played. Covers the longest part of the boundary quite nicely, does Junior Dala. 2 more runs, 237 for 8.
Yeah, I think that had 4 written all over it, but the man in the circle may have just got a fingertip on it and taken a bit of pace off it, allowing Junior Dala to come round and clean up after him.
Another adjustment to the field. Halim comes all the way across to extra cover. There's a wideish mid-off. There's also a fielder, Neil Brunt, way out on the cover boundary. Janssen in again, wide outside the off stump, and it will be signaled a wide by the umpire. No? Yes? He didn't signal the wide. He went straight to his walkie-talkie. And he's standing in the way of the bowler. So I'm not too sure what the... He didn't even signal a no ball, and I'm saying that because was he perhaps looking at the number of fielders that were out beyond the circle? And now he does signal the wide.
I think the debate there was whether the ball had hit the cut strip. If it had been a no ball, of course, we would have been in very interesting territory.
So Janssen into Potgieter. Again makes room, and he clips this away. He's hit on the pad. In fact, so does the bowler thinks that Beals and the leg by called. It was angling down the leg side. I thought as much that it didn't hit the bat because it rolled away. It didn't scream off the bat. And that's 4 extras, valuable extras, which total up to 15 now, 242 for 8.
An absolute gem of an innings this from Delano Potgieter. If the Lions score swells to anything like defensible proportions, they'll owe an awful lot to him. In an innings in which barely anyone has struck above 70, he's now going at double that speed. 140 yard he's now striking at.
No, I've said earlier that maybe he should be batting 1 notch up, but every time I think that the selectors and the coaches are and the captains are happy to have him here because he so often plays this hand down the leg side, and it's a very good grab by the wicket keeper, but because of the fact that he made so much of room walking across to the offside, the umpires decided that that's not a wide. 242 for 8, 1 over remains.
Yeah, very good grab indeed from the wicket keeper. He's been very tidy today, hasn't he, Mr. Leon Cachet? Excellent name, by the way. Only 1 bye forfeited to date, and he's never looked like giving one up.
So Lazard Williams has, he'll get the ball in hand because the big man Janssen has completed his spell. 1 for 53 in his 10. Halim 2 for 33 in an impressive spell of 10 overs as well. Van der Merwe has picked up 2 for 32, 1 for 47 for Junior Dala in his 9 overs. Williams has bowled 9 overs, 2 for 43, and the last over is his responsibility. 242 for 8. 255, I'd be more than satisfied with, given the fact that they've been scoring at a pedestrian 4.9. But we have been emphasizing throughout our commentaries that it is a 2-pace pitch. Williams in to Cody Yusuf. Pulls us from across the line to the onside for a quick single.
Yeah, about 10 overs ago, you'd say this was roughly the best case scenario, wouldn't you? The Lions will be pleased as punch with what they've accumulated here. At one point, indeed, 200 was starting to look a long way off. It owes everything to Mr. Potgieter, who has behaved and gone about his business as if on a different pitch.
As he always seems to demonstrate from time to time. 243 for 8. 5 balls remain. just making the fine adjustments to the field. He's in now again, Williams. Down the track, he's pulling this across the line. There's a fielder under this one and pulls off a fabulous catch. That was a fine catch, beautifully judged. He had to go for the pull shot. It was short in at the body. And Potgieter, the main man, pulled that beautifully, but he found the gaping hands of, I think it was Neil Brunt. And that is the longest boundary at the ground, so there was enough time for him to gather that and complete the catch, tumbling over as he did. So the ninth wicket falls with a score on 243.
Yeah, very fine catch from Brunt. I wonder if he caught it a bit late. My eyes were on him almost before the stroke was played, and he did seem a bit on his heels. Had to dive forward very late, so as much a fine recovery as anything else. Looking at the replay now, absolutely no doubt he's got the fingers under those. And, well, what an action-packed final 10 overs we've had after a slightly pedestrian previous 40.
How about this stat? 33 of 26 deliveries for Delano Potgieter. 1 4 and 2 6s. So, and you were talking about the strike rate earlier. It just shows that he's the one player on this difficult pitch has been able to rotate the strike cleverly. Very good catch by Brunt. And we've been talking about it, and you've been waxing lyrical about the out cricket from the team in blue. Just watching the replay, he actually stepped down the leg side and the ball seemed to follow him, so he was squeezed for room to actually pull off a real big shot. In the end, just a wonderful catch made certain that the dangerous Potgieter would see the end of his innings. Now Ngaba Peter has already played 28 matches, top score of 16, and that was versus Pakistan. I think that was in his debut series. So he'll be facing the third over of the 50th, third ball of the 50th over. Cody Yusuf, the senior partner, is the non-striker. They're keeping the fielder deep for young Ngaba Peter, because now they can just try and defend it and keep it under 250, which looks pretty possible. 4 balls remain in the innings. Williams into the new player. It's a Yorker length delivery and well played by Peter. He'll get just a single to Roelof van der Merwe, who sprints off that long off boundary. Keep it down to a single. 244 for 9.
Yeah, an excellent stroke from the number 11. That was well nigh the perfect Yorker, but he did more than dig it out. Shoveled it right off the middle of the bat out to long on and got his reward. Cody, your call.
So Yusuf now on strike. He is certainly capable of hitting boundaries. They'll need 2 big ones. Williams into him now, and he's trying to innovate. And it's a fuller length delivery outside the off stump. He went way across to try and just pedal this in some direction. He's missed it completely. It's a dot ball, more importantly, and 2 balls remain.
I don't think I've ever seen a number 10 attempt a dill scoop before, especially so early in his innings.
Yeah. It's a rather a peculiar field as well. So I think the Titans don't know where to actually set the field to Cody Yusuf. Does he play a good straight drive? But again, Roelof van der Merwe, all of his 41 years, sprints across, dives and makes the stop, gets a good throw in to keep it down to 2. 246 for 9, and the final ball remains now to be seen.
Well, anything at this point is a bonus. Number 11 facing, well, they got 2, didn't they? So Cody Yusuf is still on strike. Number 10 facing the final delivery. You've got to thank your lucky stars if you get anything extra from here. It's all a bonus.
In for the last delivery. Williams to Yusuf. Ball comes off the thick inside edge. It runs away to the leg side. They're turning for the second. Throw comes into the keeper. He breaks the stumps, but I get the feeling that Cody Yusuf has made his ground, and if that is the case, then they would have added 2 more runs and they'd finish on 248. We'll wait for the umpire. Or has he made the decision that it's not out and that the innings is over? We'll get confirmation in a moment.
It's definitely been referred. We're being told by our very helpful scoreboard graphics that a decision is pending. He looked all right to me, but the naked eye, especially from this distance, can be misleading. Regardless of what happens here, the Lions have surpassed their previous lowest successfully defended total this season, the 242 they posted against Boerland. So this is by no means beyond their capacity to defend.
Well, they are making their way off the ground, but they'll still wait for that decision because it was the last ball of the over. 248 for 9 is confirmed on the scoreboard. So not out. Was it not out confirmed? Oh, okay, so he did in fact make his ground. I think we got it right, Rodney. 248 for 9, and I'll just scribble that into my little scorebook here to just make sure that we've got it registered. And that in 50 overs, coming at exactly 5 runs and over, or just a fraction under 5 runs and over. And Yusuf finishes on 11, Peter on 1. And then just to confirm the figures of 3 for 49, is it, for Williams? So we'll take you through the scorecard, and very quickly we'll just remind you that it was the Lions that won the toss and decided this morning to bat first on this particular pitch in this One Day Challenge Cup final. And they had a reasonably fine opening stand of 32 runs between Hamza and Hendricks, and then Hamza was caught by Brandt of the bowling of Khalim for 19. He was soon followed by Reza Hendricks, who struck the ball pretty cleanly for his 31 of 54. He was the victim of a Rivaldo catch of the bowling of Van der Merwe, his first ball of the day, in fact. And then Rassie van der Dussen, well, the next to go, in fact, was Temba Bavuma. In his 150th List A match, was caught by Leon Cachet of the bowling of Khalim for 43, who was in the midst of a fantastic spell. That came of 42 balls, 1 4 and 4 sixes. And then the fourth wicket to fall, Rassie van der Dussen, 38-50, coming off 75 balls. He ended on 57 of 86. He had 4 4s and 1 6. He fell to Van der Merwe, LBW. The fifth wicket to fall, Mitchell van Buren, bowled by Williams, the ball of the morning, or the play of the innings so far. And 13 of 27. He was followed by Bayer Swanepoel, who was caught of the bowling of Williams for 6. And Richard Saleswane was also caught at mid-wicket of the bowling of Janssen on this occasion for 8. And then Potgieter playing his best hand once again, listing 1,000 runs so far in List A cricket. And he was eventually caught by Brandt just off the boundary of the bowling of Williams for 33 of 26. He hit a 4 and 2 sixes. And then Imad Fortuin caught by Janssen of Dala for 11. Cody Yusuf 11 and Peter on 1, both not out, 248 for 9. And do you have the bowling figures?
Yes, I do. Dwan Janssen bowled 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 53. Figures slightly ruined by some eccentric decisions at the back end. Azad Williams bowled 10 overs, no maidens, 3 for 49. That is reflective of the quality of his performance. Khalim, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 33. Junior Dala bowled 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. Roelof van der Merwe was excellent, 7 overs, 0 maidens, 2 for 32. And Neil Brandt chipped in with 4 overs, no maidens, none for 27.
So they've got the runs in the board, have Lions 248. And as you were just mentioning, the fact that they've just got beyond that the score that they've been able to defend this season. One of the outstanding features of this well-organized Lions team is that when they've been in the mire with the bat, they've somehow come through it. And all of the batters along in the season have all sort of come through when it really mattered. And they've done the same with the ball as well. And it's left to be seen now that this very well-organized Titans team, especially over the last 2 games and even into this morning's play, in the way they've gone about their cricket, that if they got that momentum that we've been talking about, they've got everything to play for. It's a trophy a trophy to win, everything to play for. I think we're in for a very interesting afternoon. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd make it a coin flip. For much of that innings, the Titans had the game by the scruff of the neck. But really, the heroics of one man, Potgieter at the back end, really taking the game by the scruff of the neck, finding the boundaries where others could only find outside edges and shoveled strokes to fielders. the main question is how the pitch plays. You know, conditions are very different here, and you only know how good it is when both teams have batted on it. So all to play for, and really flip your coin if you're keen on on predicting the outcome of this one.
So I'll just end by saying to our viewers that the heavy roller is being used. We've had fantastic sunshine over the pitch all morning since the covers were removed. So if there's any semblance of moisture in it, will be removed right now. And the Titans have everything to play for. Their target is 249 to lift the trophy in this the one-day challenge final. Until the innings starts, we'll say goodbye from the DP World Wanderers Stadium.
YouTube channel, we return here for the final of the CSA One-Day Cup between arch geographical rivals. From Johannesburg, the DP World Lions, and from Pretoria, the Momentum Multiply Titans. The Titans have batted first, set 248. Now we get ready for the final innings of the season to see who will be crowned CSA One-Day Cup champions. The Lions have done it before. The Titans are yet to get one for themselves since the restructure. So let's see what's going to happen for the rest of the innings. Myself is Pendulo Makubane in commentary. I'm joined to you by the expert analysis, and it's no short when I say it's an expert analysis of Nono Pongolo.
Yo, thank you, Mbindulo, with that very kind introduction there. But yeah, I mean, runs on the board for the Lions certainly would have been disappointed. I think the turning point for me was when Themba Bavuma lost his wicket, and I think we saw a cluster of wickets. I think would have disappointed the Lions coaching staff. But in saying that, Mr. Finals, Delano Potgieter managing to get the Lions, assist the Lions and getting to 248, which means, yeah, a decent game on our hands. And I think from a Lions point of view, will certainly be about how they start, if they can manage to get a couple of wickets in the power play. But from a Titans point of view, ensuring that they don't lose a lot of wickets. If they do get past the seam attack of the Lions, you feel that the Titans, for me, might feel that there's a game in hand here. They could potentially win, which will be a big upset.
Already defeated an undefeated team in the qualifier, the Dufferbed Warriors, and they did it in their hometown in St. George's Park in Gqeberha. Right now, they're facing the other undefeated team who have already won a championship this season, won the 4-day cup. It will be Bear Swanepoel bowling to Lesego Senekwane. Starts off with one which is back of a length, rather short, straight into the body of Senekwane. Strong defense, very clean to start off the game with no run.
Hey, you feel as someone who probably needs a bit of a confident booster in this moment in his lines. Had a quiet season in his move from the Knights, moving to the Titans, and what a place, what an occasion to really just step up and help your side get over the line.
That one is a bit wide. It's still kind of short from Swanepoel. The cut was there, but Lesego Senekwane withdraws his bat. Gingerly starts, and you're really correct. No. He was brilliant for the Dragons the seasons before he left for the Knights. There's a reason why the Knights recruited him just after they got into Division 1. But then he's progressed to a much more stronger union where if you perform here, you are instantly in favor for a South African call-up. Swanepoel doing well, still on that line outside the off stump.
I think one thing that I always mention, I mention these two franchises are not just two big franchises for no reason. I mean, there's always an expectation. And that's what you carry with you every time you wear the Lions badge or you wear the Titans badge. And that bit of pressure, internal pressure, external pressure, all of a sudden that he hasn't confronted before. He has to deal with it. People are looking.
It's clear from Swanepoel, just bang it in shorts, back of a length. It's coming back into Senekwane, into his body, so he's defended that to the mid-wicket. But all of the deliveries he's bowled so far, that hard 50 over length, that hard white ball length from Bear Swanepoel, just tucking it onto the body. Hard for Senekwane to release himself and try to get shots going. Fifth ball, yet to score a run. Oh, got him! Pressure from Bear Swanepoel. It nabs back into the stumps, goes in between bat and pad. And Lesego Senekwane with no feet now has no wicket.
Yeah, similar to how Mitchell Van Buren lost his off stump. You've seen bowlers bowling from the golf course end, really running the ball back on the stumps. And I mentioned earlier at the toss, I said, on the corner drive end, he might just keep slightly lower. And it's the off stump. It's a bail trimmer in the end for Senekwane, which means it's 0 for 1. And Lesego Senekwane has to go.
Excellent start from Bear Swanepoel. It's phenomenal. He hits it back of a length, back of a length, back of a length, back of a length. And then on the 5th ball, he pushes it ever slightly so fuller. Lesego Senokwane is already so used to the ball pushing him back. With 4 balls in a row, no, all of them sending him back. And then on the 5th one, Bears just pushes it ever so slightly fuller, and it does the magic.
Yeah, that old trick as well. I think you would have been anticipating swing off the front foot from Bear Swanepoel, but he started hard back of a length. As you've mentioned, great spot, pushing him back. Again, the responsibility of a fast bowler. And when you've set up the plan to ensure that all-important delivery is at a good area, bring him forward, and unfortunately for him, still stuck on that back foot, and he lost his off stump, which means that the Lions have had the perfect start. I mentioned the momentum, how they finished the back end of their innings. And brings in Keegan Peterson.
He still persists with that shortish length, and Keegan Peterson is shorter than Senokwane, so it will be a bit more exaggerated. He tries to cut it away off his chest, but it goes to the point at no speed at all to end over number 1. It's a maiden wicket from Bear Swanepoel, and once he lands it onto his money and gets his rhythm, few bowlers are more accurate, and it's no run for 1.
I mean, there's been a significant difference between the DP Lions' seam attack and their spin attack. So far in the One Day Cup, they've taken 20. The spinners have taken 21 wickets, to the Lions seamers taking only 17 wickets, and the seamers is averaging 31.58, where the spinners are almost half of that, of 16. Just tells you everything that you need to think about. That the Lions this season, majority of the work have come from the spinners, which means now the importance of this power play. If they can manage to get 2-3 wickets, it really then sets up the game well for the likes of Bjorn Fortuin, Ngaba Peter. Because if you're 2-3 down before Ngaba Yomzi Peter and Bjorn Fortuin come into this attack, you certainly then will feel that the game is Lions to lose.
Cody Yusuf is the other seamer who's going to be coming in from the caller drive end, bowling to Rivaldo Munsami for the first time. Oh, gets one on that back of a length still. Just moves away from Munsami, who tries to shuffle down the crease, misses it completely.
Yeah, 2 slips, you got to say, for starters. Great start there from Cody Yusuf, bowling with the slope. From the caller drive in, the slope moves towards the change room, meaning that any outswinger will be a little bit of extra movement as well from a batter to be wary of. But I tend to always, we had this chat with Chris Morris earlier. Again, beautiful delivery just outside of stump, bringing the batter forward, and well left by Rivaldo Munsami. Just the importance of sometimes, most outswing bowlers, when you hear the Wanderers, you want to bowl with the slope. And the conversations that as bowlers we've had in the Lions in previous occasions is that the movement then tends to get exaggerated because of the slope. And as you know, with the cricket ball, you don't need to beat the bat by that much. And we tend to go against the slope. So you find that outswingers will bowl from the golf course end, rather. In the end, and taken by Themba Bavuma. Extra cover. Slashing hard outside of stump is Rivaldo Munsami. And it's 0 for 2 for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
The Titans have been on rock-hard form. Rivaldo Munsami has been a stalwart at the top of the order. He gave that a huge bashing. You could barely keep track of the ball from the bat right up until the hands of Bavuma. And the man in form loses his wicket, and the Lions couldn't have asked for a better start to their bowling innings.
You got to give credit as well to the Lions, making sure that the field placing of Themba Bavuma is slightly squarer than your normal cover. Moved to his left, or was placed to his left. And Rivaldo Munsami looking to just utilize all the width that was on offer from Cody Yusuf, and hits it straight to the captain. As you know, is as safe as they come. Themba Bavuma 0 for 2 now are the Momentum Multiply Titans.
And you understand why he tried to slash it that hard. It's the shorter side of the field from where we are watching. Running in from the caller drive end. Anything on the offside for Munsami is in the shorter side of the pitch. He was driving that on the up as well, Nono. once you drive up on the up, it's very difficult to keep that ball onto the ground, and driving away from his body just pops that ball up to the point fielder for a wicket.
Yeah, it's that false security, knowing that there's only one fielder to beat. Yes, you got a couple of slip fielders at the back, but he would have been thinking, I just need to beat Temba Bavuma and I'll be getting 4. And because of that lack of care in hitting that ball, because it just feels I just need to free my hands, get it past who would be 4. In the air for a long enough period for Temba Bavuma to dive to his left. And all of a sudden, yeah, who would have thought? 0 for 2. But I got to say, with Neil Brunt coming in at number 4, might just help here. The Titans with the left-hander coming at the crease, just change things up. Left-right combination to just put a little bit of confusion here for the Lions bowling attack.
Yusuf comes over the wicket, bowling the ball across the left-handed Neil Brunt, straight on the middle stump, and it's going to be defended away for starting the over. Neil Brunt has gotten a couple of runs building up to this final. So did Rivaldo Munsami. But now, when the moment counts, the pressure is on you. This is when it needs to come out.
These are occasions for players to enjoy, and you want to rise to these occasions. Doesn't get any bigger for the two Gauteng sides.
Yusuf hits the groin area of Neil Brunt. He's keeping on with that back of a length area. Ball just pitching outside the leg stump and straightening straight to the body of Brunt.
And these are the type of games, you really want to step up for your side and ensure that, it's been a terrible record for the Titans in recent times. Only winning 1 game in 10 matches against the Lions. And Neil Brunt, he's been an experienced companion, has played a couple of games for the Proteas as well. Keegan Peterson as well, the international on the other side.
Nice and full on the same line, defended firmly by Neil Brunt to end over number 2. Fantastic start for the DP World Lions. Neither Swanepoel nor Yusuf have conceded runs, both bowling maiden wickets. No run for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that's unbelievable start. And often you will speak about 18 dot balls that you need to get a wicket. It used to be a policy that you used to have as well within the Lions, that 3 overs of quietness and pressure being built, it would lead to a wicket. And all of a sudden, a brilliant start. You got to say, 2 opening bowlers starting this opening berth really well, and they've certainly now. The Lions will be buoyed by their start, and they'll be looking now to really make use of this opportunity. 1 more, you want to be greedy. 1 more in this power play.
Bear Swanepoel continues now to Keegan Peterson. First ball was still on that back of a length, and it's a clear ploy here from the DP World Lions seamers to hit it at that length. Here he comes again for ball number 2. Yeah, tries to dish out the drive delivery. Wide and a half volley. It's too wide, and it's been signaled as such.
It's trying to go a lot fuller on that occasion. Just a little bit too wide, but that's a perfect length, especially for someone like Keegan Peterson. You want to be drawing them just outside off stump. He's so strong as well off his hip and through the onside, mid-wicket.
Goes in straighter, shorter, and it's pulled away from Keegan Peterson. It goes in front of square to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, looped up for a while in the air, but at the end of the day, he gets his boundary.
Yeah, that's the difference between the 2 batters. You've got the tall Neil Brunt and Keegan Peterson. Similar to how Temba Bavuma just picked up length, anything short. Again, just need to clear the inner ring here. Again, I like the positivity, even though they've lost a couple of wickets, still the clarity in his shot selection.
Shorter boundary on his leg side, making the short a bit easier. Goes to the wire, to the offside now. Still that shortish length from Bear Swanepoel on that 4th stump. But Keegan Peterson, still that level of intent is there, cutting it away for no run.
Yeah, you got to fight yourself as well, especially from that golf course end. The slight incline for most bowlers. And what that does, you at times as you get to your gather, and your weight could just be on the back foot. You're not necessarily getting on top of your action and being able to deliver. an optimal position, which means you can get a couple of short pitch deliveries, not because he wants to, but because of that incline that he has just next to the umpire. That's the little nuances of playing at the DPL Wanderers that one needs to get used to.
And watching from the screen or listening to us from the radio, you don't really get a sense of the elevation of the square here at the Wanderers until you're down there, several millimeters up even. Swanepoel for the third ball is nice and full on basically the fifth stump, driven well for no run by Keegan Peterson.
And one of those things as well you can never really get used to, because each surface is, as you move towards the center of the square, it probably gets even more exaggerated. And there's been some work that has been done to just trying to level up a little bit for the bowlers. But it's what you call the home advantage for your local players.
Cuts away so beautifully from Keegan Peterson. It was not that wide. Great stop from Ngabapita at the third man boundary. They're coming back for run number 3. It was not that wide at all from Bear Swanepoel, but the footwork to open that work and that wrist work to cut it through point to end off for 3 runs.
Yeah, brilliant stop. Just managing to save his team 1 run there. Zubair Hamza at backward point. It was hit with a lot of force by Keegan Peterson on both occasions. A short ball on both sides of the wicket. There's clarity from him that anything short really will back his ability to ensure that get some momentum on the side. But again, it's about a partnership. 2:41 to go. There's plenty of time for the Titans. And it's just trying to stop the tide. This tide coming from the Lions at the moment.
An observation that I've just made over the course of the match and even over the course of the last couple of games, Nono. It's 8 for 2 right now, over number 3. Yusuf bowling to Peterson. Back of a length, just shapes away, but it's well defended on the off stump by Peterson. From the form leading up to this, you pointed out perfectly, Bjorn Forte and Ngabapita have been the stalwarts for the bowling attack for the Lions. But I felt like the Titans' attack as a unit just feels stronger. They feel more balanced. They feel more cohesive. But then their batting is not as strong as their bowling. So if the batting lineup of the Lions were able to get over the bowling of the Titans, well left by Cody Yusuf, if the batting of the Lions was able to overpower that strong bowling attack, what are the chances of a weakened batting attack for the Titans getting over the Lions' bowling attack, which is just as strong?
Yeah, whatever you can do, we can do better. That would have been the mindset from the Lions. And I think, again, we always talk about form, but in big games, the derby, you can almost put form guard aside and you say this is a big game. It's a final as well between the two local sides. And the importance of that is just having your big players just standing up, rising up to the occasions. And there's no better player than a Keegan Peterson who will just keep things calm from the other side. He's played Test cricket for South Africa. Neil Brunt also captained that New Zealand side as well. So it's just looking for performance from them. You speak about partnerships. The Lions have certainly started well in this bowling performance. Both sides been really tight. And again, it's just forging a partnership. If you can get that 80-90 partnership here, quiet things down, and all of a sudden pressure being put back to the Lions, can they now all of a sudden find another gear, maybe to get those wickets? So it's so important now, you feel. That's why I said one more wicket. Get one of these two.
Ooh, what a ball from Cody Yusuf. It's the third run of the over. He's getting it to move away and asking questions of that outside edge for Keegan Peterson. Still on that back of a length, and he's just not sure whether to go forward or backwards.
And that's Cody Yusuf in a nutshell. That in-between length, shaping the ball away and skiddy at you. He might be around that 135, 140 kilometers an hour, but what you get from him, he almost like he feels he's hitting the bat a lot harder than you think.
Straight at the stumps, but the ball just moves away and misses the outside edge. It was much fuller. Keegan Peterson had no clue how that missed everything. Neither do we up here.
My goodness. You can think of many fantastic deliveries. Pitch on off stump, leaves the batter in the last second. Footwork couldn't really get to the pitch of the ball was Keegan Peterson. A rip snorter of a delivery. But the thing again, the batter will be just saying, I'm still here.
Needs to survive one more ball. Yusuf bowls it straight again on the off stump. He hasn't shifted his length at all. Just little tweaks of the angle of release. And Keegan Peterson just finding difficulty. Guides that one finally down to the third boundary for 1 run. It's 9 for 2 after 4.
I often speak about moral victories, and guys would laugh at me. It's just letting the batter know that on that occasion I did manage to get one. But the most important part in cricket, again, if you don't get that edge and they're still there, they've got another one. But it's been a brilliant start, you got to say, from the DP World lines. Thought maybe the innings in the second part of those first innings wasn't necessarily the best of batting displays, but the most important part, that partnership there in the end with Delano Potgieter helping his side to what would have been, looks like a decent score, especially now that they've had the 2 wickets inside 4 overs.
I must say, it started with that Bavuma and Van der Dussen partnership. At first it was slow with Reza Hendricks. Very slow with him. Bear Swanepoel bowls to Keegan Peterson. It's straight into his pads. He just pedals it away to man standing at short 45 for 1 run. Missed my point now. No, I'll bring in another one that I was just thinking about as well.
I will say, though, just looking at this tight inside of you've mentioned, you do feel already that it misses a Luandro Pretorius.
Yes.
That Maverick up the order, left-hander as well, would have been putting pressure in this bowling attack. Luandro not being here, he is in the IPL already. And the importance of that person that just injects that positivity in the side, looks to be aggressive.
Fuller, straighter to Neil Brunt now, coming over the wicket still. It's going to be easier for it to bowl to the pads, and it was glanced away to the square leg for 2 runs.
Again, because if you look at Sonokwane, is a player that generally looks to bat time, and you got to Rivaldo Munsam, you would have had to take that mantle on of being positive, look to put pressure on the bowling attack. Keegan Peterson is one of those players as well. Just looks to bat long. And Neil Brunt will take his time as well.
And that second wicket partnership for the Lions really did steady the ship. It was Reza Hendricks and Rassie van der Dussen who batted ever so slowly. Swanepoel coming around the wickets to Neil Brunt. It's on the fourth stump. It's on the back of a length. And Neil Brunt says, I'll have some of that. Punches it on the back foot through the gap for 4.
I had mentioned the importance of Neil Brunt being the left-hander in this side, knowing how comfortable Bear Swanepoel is in operating against right-handed batters. And all of a sudden, you can see a bit of a struggle whenever he's bowling to Neil Brunt, and he pounces off a shortish delivery, really hitting in front of square, past the field of Delano Potgieter at cover.
Just reading our statistics here. Currently on the 3rd wicket partnership. Swanepoel's continuing around the wicket. This time he goes to the legs of Neil Brunt, who just smashes it to mid-on for no run. The statistics say that once the Titans are able to extract a strong partnership in the top order with its first, second wicket partnership, the wickets that fall thereafter are absolutely cheap, going for around 16 runs after for the first wicket and 23. Our statistician clearing it up. And it's very bad. It's worse than I thought, actually. First game of the season, they scored 60. And then after that, their first wicket partnership has averaged 16. And that was the game where Luandro Pretorius scored that century. Last ball of over number 5. coming around the wicket still to Brunt, and it's straight to his pads, and it's defended to mid-wicket to end the over for no run. 5 overs, 16 for 2.
I think we can add a caveat to that. You think about the Titans this season. They've had quite a few games rain affected. And yes, you want to have a very important opening partnership, but it's some of the games that they've played, it's been heavily rain affected. And the importance of starting well in those run chase, obviously it's important, but I do get the point that their opening partnership, it's what has served them well in the past. And it's Rivaldo Munsami and Luandre Pretorius that have managed to give them those good starts.
Yusuf to Peterson for over number 6. It's defended off the back foot for no run.
And the difficulty this season is, of course, Luandre Pretorius is already gone to the IPL. And you had someone like Senokwane as well been given an opportunity. They haven't had a settled top 4. The fact that Neil Brunt today is coming at number 4, we've seen Senokwane coming at 3 and sometimes even later than that. So the clarity again from the Titans, their batting lineup, where everyone fits in.
Must say, in addition to that, just the quality of players that they don't have access to. Nice and still the same length, same area, just moves away this time, defended for no run. You look at their season last year where they were scoring 400s and 300s at the back end of the season. You had Luandre Pretorius and Rivaldo Munsami at the top of the order, no Pretorius. Then in the middle order, you had the contributions of Dewald Brevis, who was absolutely fantastic last season. And then you continue, you had Donovan Ferreira in that middle order as well, another big hitter for the Titans. And so they're missing those 3 core members of their batting lineup. Still the same ball from Yusuf, same results, defended under his pocket for no run to mid-on. And so now, how do you rebalance that as the coaching staff who are in their first full season of the team as well?
Profile of players that you sign. That's the most important part. You got to think about the roles that you have in your side, and you think about Senokwane. When I think of Senokwane, I think he's similar to a Keegan Peterson. Dewald Brevis is not here, who is a freak of nature in terms of how he plays his cricket.
Edged, draws the front foot. Just a little bit wider and a slightly fuller from Yusuf on the off stump, and it's going to run through the open gap between the slip cordon and the point fielder for 1 run at third.
You got to always be thinking about the makeup of your squad and what roles each player will play, how they bat. Of course, losing Donovan Ferreira as well is a name that we haven't mentioned throughout today. Luandre Pretorius, those are the super aggressive batters. I mean, one bats in the middle order, and of course Luandre bats up the order as well. That would have added a lot of impetus for this side.
Just a little bit sketchy from Neil Brunt. Yusuf is still coming over the wicket across him. It's a very good ball on the 4th stump back of a length, but it's guided down to the 3rd boundary for 1.
To just also confirm, I've got 2 of the 8 matches were not affected by weather. So that tells you everything about the season that the Titans have had. You always are having to adjust yourself to the high-felt weathers and trying to win a game. And at times you want to win at all costs, because if you have to rejig your lineup, ensure that you send the big hitters up the order, you'll do that.
Back of a length, and it's same old, pocketed for no run to end over number 6. It's 18 for 2 for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
Yeah, 1-no result from the Titans. 4 matches affected by Duckworth, Lewis and Stern. And one of those games was reduced to just 20 overs. So it's been heavily impacted. And but again, I think one thing that I remember about the Titans is how you have Henry Davids and Aiden Markram opening the batting, and they will set the tone for the rest of the batting lineup. You know that these are the type of batters that will be aggressive, be coming at you as a bowler. There was no respite. And you've got the PR Deans in the middle order, 100 Claessens, and that's the level of talent that the Titans used to attract.
Bear Sonopul over number 7. Around the wicket to Neil Brunt. Just nips it away from the outside edge. Back of a length on the fourth stump. It's a good ball to start off. And I think the biggest thing, you just brushed over it. It's the profile of the player that the Titans are missing in this lineup. Your big hitter, the guy who's going to enforce the batting to the bowling. The only player I can see there is Rivaldo Munsami, who's already lost his wicket. Bowled it straight to the stumps, driven to mid-on for no run by Brunt. Keegan Leon Cachet is just starting off in his career, so you can't really say that's a reliable source of quick, strong runs. And Lepetluwayo has not had the greatest run with the bat over the past couple of seasons. Dayan Khalim, yes, sure, that's your one guy you can say lower down the order, but they don't have the consistent boom and the consistent fear factor that they can throw out to the opposition bowling. Ball number 3 is straight for no run.
I mean, we've seen this batting lineup change on numerous occasions. I've seen Neil Brunt bat at 5. I've seen Leon Cachet also being pushed up the order. Presently, he's earmarked to come in at number 5 position is Keegan Leon Cachet. But I think the most important part, yes, he's been a great find for South African cricket this season. But again, you can't be relying on young players to come in and be the ones that takes this team over the line. It's definitely a positive that we've seen from him.
Defended away to the cover for no run.
But again, another player for me that has certainly resurrected his career this season is the other Janssen. Really just found it tough in getting game opportunity there at Northwest University Dragons. And again, maybe in the right environment, people that maybe can give him that connection and understanding of his action. I think at times he felt that maybe he just lost his action.
Oh, top of off stump from Bear Swanepoel. Neil Brunt is trying to open up the offside and completely misses the drive. Bear Swanepoel is on target. One that nips into the left-hander, and it ends Neil Brunt's stand for 7 runs.
And again, similar to how he got Senokwane. Pushed Neil Brunt on the back foot, pushed him back, and then the delivery, that's a lot fuller. I had all 3 stumps looking at him. And he smashes off stump, looking to give himself a bit of room outside off stump. And it's Neil Brunt who has to go. He's gone for 7 of just 14 deliveries.
Isn't that the struggle, Nono, when you try to enforce a shot? You risk not getting to the pitch and the line of the ball. You just play so far away from your body. And if the bowling has been as accurate as the Lions have, you can barely count the amount of balls that they've misbowled. That is what happens. You run that risk, playing far away from his body, not getting the timing correct, and a very key wicket for the Titans has been lost.
And I mentioned the importance of this power play for the Lions. And I said one more. Getting someone like Neil Brunt, who can be a thorn into any bowling unit. Yeah, just looking to drive through the offside, a ball that was quite straight, you got to say. And unfortunately for him, he has to go 18 for 3. Well, the momentum multiplied Titans, and it brings in the youngster, Keegan Leon Cachet.
Let's just contrast the 2 batting lineups at this point. The Lions could still call on Richard Saletwane, Delano Potgieter. They could still call on a Bjorn Fortuin even. And then you look at now Dwan Janssen, who had a good batting knock against the Dufferbed Warriors down in Gqeberha last match. So, hey, he shows potential. But then, after Khalim, you just, when you compare the 2 sides and the situation that they are in, you can say that right now the Lions have such a strong upper hand, because if they get another wicket, it's really starting to look like the dust. Leon Cachet has to deal with a straight one coming back into him by a Swanepoel. Nono Pongolo has to run away quickly as we finish the end of over number 7. I also have to run away. It is the momentum multiply Titans who are on 18 for 3 after 7. They still need 231 runs from 258. The issue is that they have 7 wickets in hands and they've lost their big top order hitters. We'll have a change in commentary. Hussein Manak.
Thank you very much, Pendulo. 18 for 3. And Titans look like the multiply. Momentum multiply. Titans look like they spot a bother at the moment, Rodney. 18 for 3. Just
Look more like the division Titans at the moment.
yeah, look at there's still 2 slips in place. The by Swanepoel and Cody Yusuf doing the damage. Yusuf this time. Thick outside edge from Keegan Peterson down to third man. Ball will be hurled into the keeper. Interestingly, for those who haven't been following the last few games, Mitch van Buren has been the wicket keeper. And he's actually done a decent job, to be fair to him. He's been a stopgap keeper in a sense. No disrespect to him, because I don't think many people expected him to be keeping wickets, but there's been a couple of injuries. Wicket keepers missing. So he's done a good job for the team since he's stepped in. How are you doing, Rodney?
I'm very well. An unusual way to be communicating with you during a cricket broadcast. I'm used to being your silent facilitator. On this occasion, I'm required to yammer away in your ear, and I'm delighted to be doing so.
Yeah, it's good to have you and good to work with you again. It's been a while, though. I mean, yeah, we've had some wonderful partnerships together. Thick outside edge this time of the bat of Lion Cachet. This time it's to the left of the man down at third man. He hurls this one in. It's again just a single. 20 for 3. Peterson on 11. Lion Cachet is off the mark. He's on 1.
Yeah, and what a beautiful day for it. Crowd coming in. They've been in fine voice. Far louder than their number might lead you to suspect.
Yeah, there's quite a few people down in the, I mean, look at the grass embankment down below to our left-hand side. The memorial stand on the west, which is the western stand. We'll thick outside edge, and man, at point dives to his left-hand side. So Letswane, or is it Bavuma, dives to his left-hand side, and it just evades him. Again, the third man looks like he's the busiest fielder at the moment. Hurls that one in, and again, it's just a single. So 21 for 3. 8 overs bowled. And we were wondering, I mean, whether 250 is a good score at one stage when Pandadisson and Bavuma were batting so well. They were making it look easy. And you thought, 280, 300 maybe? Who knows? But you just had a sense that even when batters were in, they were never quite in. There was always that one ball that kind of did something, either kept low, nipped back. There was something going on. And I don't think it's the typical Wanderers one day strip where you know once you're in later in the afternoon, it flattens out. You can hit through the line and trust the bounce. There's something going on there. So, Swanepoel in again. There's an appeal here. It strikes Peterson on his bed as he tries to work this ball to the leg side. And umpire is not interested.
Yeah, it definitely hasn't been a chasing wicket in recent years. Of the last 20 matches on this ground in this day competition, the team batting first has won 12, a good 60%. Usually when that stat presents itself, you think, oh, it must be a get-in, bat first, fill your boots kind of wicket. And yet the past score in that period is only 245. So it's hard to bat in whichever order you do it, but it's much harder to do it second.
But I mean, how would you... I was just thinking about these drop-in pitches. And I mean, this is the drop-in pitch they're using now. How would that now around the world, there's more and more drop-in pitches being used. For example, let's say you play at Wanderers or you play now at Melbourne or whatever. And there's statistically, you look at all the stats and the pitch plays a certain way, you know, because there's a certain type of clay they use there. And you can trust the bounce, and you know there's a pattern to what goes on, whether you bat first, bowl first, etc. But now with the drop-in pitches, that seems to be a little more unpredictability about what people can expect.
Well, a pitch needs time to settle, doesn't it? And it's definitional to a drop-in pitch that it doesn't have that opportunity. It goes in, and very shortly after it comes out again. Hence the two-pacedness we've seen so much of today. Hence all the batsmen getting squared up, keeping third man so busy. I must say, I found it a really refreshing spectacle. I mean, you'd probably say conditions today are weighted in favor of the bowlers, and that's not something you're very often able to say in short form white ball cricket nowadays.
Absolutely right. So he's a bit of a delay, because that ball that struck Keegan Peterson on the pad, it's actually looks like the weight of that ball's gone through his pad and it's hit him on his knee, and he's down getting some treatment from the physio, because that looks like it's probably quite a painful little knock on his leg. And sometimes the ball just hits that right sweet spot between the knee roll and can hurt quite a bit. I'll never forget, I played a game, it was an invitation, and this only happened to me really once. I mean, I've obviously been hit a few times. You always get sometimes hit on the elbow or the inside thigh or something or the other, you know. But there was once we played an invitation game. India were here in 1991 or 92 at the Friendship Tour, and we played a game in Pietermaritzburg at the Pietermaritzburg Oval, and Anil Kumble was bowling. And it was I mean, that team was loaded with all superstars. Tendulkar was, I think, still 18 or 19 years old. Azharuddin was the captain. Kapil Dev, I think, may have been or may not have been. I'll try and think back, but
I'm sure he would still have been active
he
in
may
the early
still
90s.
he may still have been active. Yeah. So
Was this the tour that gave us the third umpire for the first time?
yes,
Yeah,
correct, absolutely. Steve Buckner, remember you? There was one decision where he refused to send it upstairs. It was a run out. I think it may have been Chonti Rhodes, and he point blank refused to send it upstairs. I don't know, like he just got it wrong or whatever. Anyway.
We forget this now, but umpires regarded it as a usurpation of their power, didn't they? There was a lot of reluctance to use it at first.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, I was saying, like, this thing about hitting you on the pad. I mean, in those days, you know, we didn't have our own colored pads, so they gave you these little different pads with a different color. So we were playing in like a grey outfit. In fact, funny enough, Gary Kirsten and I put on a 50 or 60 run partnership, maybe even more than that. And I mentioned this to Gary the one day. I bumped him. I said, oh, we put on this partnership, and he got 100 in that game. And that was really the start of his career. He mentioned to me that was a game in his career, an innings that he felt turned his career around. This one is short. So they back on, and Swanepoel down the leg side. Peterson tries to pull this one, misses down the leg side. It's called a wide. But Anil Kumble bowled the ball. It struck me on the knee roll, and I was limping for a week after that. I didn't feel it at the time. I mean, I did, but, you know, after that, I just couldn't walk. It was so painful. And then I remember a few years later talking to somebody in England where Anil Kumble had been playing. Again, Swanepoel in from the golf course end, punch off the back foot to backward point, dot ball. And he was telling me that Anil Kumble came to one of the nets at one of the county grounds. And, you know, when batters used to, you know, sometimes batters at the nets just come and they have a good old swing at the spinners and they just want to whack you all over the place. He said, Anil Kumble, when the guys would do that to him, he'd actually bowl it quicker into the ground and he'd bounce them and the ball would be whizzing past there. So he was one of those quick spinners, you know. There wasn't your conventional spinner by any mean. But anyway, Keegan Peterson is back up and he's driving this back to the bowler for that ball.
One area I've always thought that we cricket statisticians need to look into, need to enhance the field with, is the question of injuries. I've often thought it would be a really good index of a batsman's mental fortitude, his toughness, his ability to fight through adversity. If after sustaining a blow like the one Keegan since just suffered.
Swanepoel in again, and he hustles in, and Peterson defends this solidly back down the pitch for another dot ball. So there is a slip in place. Then there's a third man down below us on the right hand side. Zubair Hamza's at backward point. Looks like trying to see who's at point. Can you make out who's that at point? Just in front of point. We'll get it right, and then Madoff, in comes Swanepoel again, hustles in, bustles in, defended off the back foot. So the offside field, slip wide is first slip, third man, backward point, or shall we call it cover point, and then there's actually a big gap between that field at cover point and Madoff. in the covers. And then there's a mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and fine leg. So the two men out are deep square leg and third man in the power play. It's wide of the crease this time, Swanepoel. And it's clipped off his pad by Keegan Peterson, and he'll get a boundary for it because the man on that deep square leg boundary did attempt to stop it, got the slide in. Looks like Cody Yusuf down there, but he's deflected it into the boundary rope. So 4 runs for Keegan Peterson. He moves to, what is that, 16? I'm trying to see, and I need your eyes now. Yeah, he moves to 16, 26 for 3 off 9 overs.
Yeah, just to complete the point I was making earlier, you get the impression that some batsmen wear bruises almost like badges, whereas others get struck and suddenly the feet stop moving and the whole innings turns into a series of tentative prods. And it strikes me that that would be quantifiable if we wanted to, you know, see how batsmen respond to injuries and delays for same.
Driven into the covers, it's Cody Yusuf continues, and Lion Cachet drives this, didn't quite middle it, a little bit of just an iffy drive, but he gets enough bat onto it to get it into that gap wide off mid-off, and he'll get a single. 27 for 3. He moves to 2, Lion Cachet. Peterson 16. And what do you, I mean, would you reckon you could quantify something like that? I mean, I remember, you know, on a number of occasions, batters, it's a very interesting point. Again, Cody Yusuf and Peterson now, he's defended this one, but now he's limping. So I don't know if something happened with this defensive shot. Maybe his bat struck his knee as he came down to defend that one, or it's the old injury from the previous over, but he's certainly struggling. And so he's down on his knee. There may be a little bit of a delay, but he's back up again. Let's have a look. And I remember making this point recently, that I've seen batters get hit on the head and go on to score hundreds. And I don't know, sometimes it just shakes them up, wakes them up. I don't know what it is. Ooh, inside edge of the bowling of Cody Yusuf. Peterson is struggling. He's defended this, but half-heartedly, almost like with an angled bat. And he's very lucky because the ball deflected downwards, just bounced past the stumps. And he's kind of survived that ball. I'm just wondering if he may be better off going for some treatment and then coming back a little later, because he's limping and does look to be struggling. And I mean, the other thing he can do is just push through it, and hopefully muscles are warm and whatever. But I mean, I think if he's taken a blow on the knee joint, he's trying to drive this one again half-heartedly. The feet are not moving. Definitely not. He's struggling.
Well, the point you've just made suggests that if I ever were to compile such a series of statistics, they would be imperfect. They wouldn't tell you only one thing. In certain cases, a batsman so badly crocked himself that he can't physically bat. But you do get the impression that some guys are a bit tougher than others. Some guys will get hit and feel doubly awake to the challenge in front of them and use it almost as a spur.
Yusuf is in again, and back of a length ball, nice and straight again, defended by Peterson. And again, he really looks to be in some sort of pain. He defends this quite solidly though, but it looks to me like he can't even really put his weight on one of his legs. I don't know which one it is, but either way he's struggling. It's 27 for 3.
I should say for the record that there's no doubt in my mind as to which side of that equation Keegan Peterson falls on. You'll remember his heroics in that test series against India a couple of years ago on a series of spitting green mambas.
Peterson in again. Always, pardon me, Cody Yusuf in again. Down the leg side, Peterson flicks this off his pad down to peel a deep backward square leg. And it will just be a single. Now, I'm not sure if it's worth him calling somebody for some treatment or him going off for a bit, getting treated and coming back on. But if he sticks around and he's hobbling, I'm not sure that's serving the interest of the team at the moment.
Doesn't help that you're not allowed a runner anymore, does it?
What do you make of that? I mean, do you think that's a fair rule? I mean, I just feel like if it's a legitimate genuine injury, like you should be allowed to run it. It just makes it so unfair for a batter that's got a genuine injury.
I would agree. And another thing worth noting is that it was always vastly entertaining when you had a runner out there. All sorts could happen. A recipe for chaos. And so far as I'm concerned, the more of that, the better.
So 10 overs bowl. That's the power play. 28 for 3. The Titans in the power play. Peterson on 17. Lion Cachet on 2. There's going to be a change of bowling. Delano Potgieter. He will replace Bayes Swanepoel from the golf course end. And in he comes, running towards us. Easy action. Nice rhythm. And it's a straightish ball off the inside edge. The bat of Peterson into the pad, and ball trickles away towards the square leg umpire for a single. 29 for 3.
49 wickets in this day cricket for Potgieter. Next one will be a significant milestone for him.
He's such a useful all-rounder. I must say, big match player, you feel. Delano Potgieter, both with the bat and the ball. Comes again, this one again, leg side-ish. And it strikes Lion Cachet on the pad. Will be a dot ball. So there's a quiet period here, you feel, for Titans. Almost maybe a rebuilding period, but almost they're finding themselves a bit here. Like the energy just seems to have been sapped out of them.
There were a few periods like this in the Lions innings as well, of course. And what I really loved about them is that they weren't wanting for intensity.
Firmly driven by Lion Cachet, straight to Bavuma at cover. And that's a dot ball.
Yeah, the quietness of those periods of play, it wasn't down to the players drifting off into nowhere. They were really intense, really competitive. Every ball seemed an event. Batsmen were getting squared up. The fielders were on the balls of their feet. It had several qualities you more often associate with a test match, and it certainly does now.
Again, Delano Potgieter in this time of the inside half of the bat, just works it towards a vacant mid-wicket area. There's Lion Cachet, and he gets a single. 30 for 3. He moves to 3. Peterson on 18, and that prompts a field change. So the man who was at slip, looks like Reza Hendricks, now moves to mid-wicket. Try and stop that easy single in that vacant area. So now we've got a nice ring field, as well as a 4 fielders out. Oh, he comes, advances down the pitch, does Peterson. This time tries to whip this ball over the leg side, misses it, hits him on the pad. And it's another low ball. So good over so far from Potgieter.
From a very talented family is Lion Cachet. He's got a cousin playing for Kent at the moment. He's got an uncle who was a former professional rugby player, and an aunt who was a former British #1 tennis player.
And again, this one is driven firmly to mid-off of the bowling of Delano Potgieter. Good start by him. Just a couple of runs. And that completes the 11th over, 30 for 3.
Of course, he's also a standing refutation of the theory of nominative determinism. You know, he should be playing for the other side, clearly, with a name like that.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I think he did school in Gauteng. He may have been at one of the schools here in Gauteng and then moved across at some stage. Across the Yixke, as many players have done before, including, I think, Junior Dala. I'm trying to see who else may have started their careers this side of the Yixke. Halim's from Cape Town, I know. Petlukwai is from KZN. Van der Merwe is probably from Pretoria. Lazard Williams.
Yeah, Keegan went to St. John's.
St. John's, yeah. I'm pretty sure he was from this side. I remember him playing school cricket and representative cricket at year 4 for the Lions. So, spin into the attack. Bjorn Forte now. this is going to be an interesting little phase of the game. Let's see. Will he get some turn? Because we did see certainly the Titans spinners, particular Rula van der Merwe, get some nice turn in bounce away from the right-hander. And let's see how Beyond 14 goes. In he comes. Spins this one on the back foot. Is Lion Cachet tries to punch this one to the offside, but straight to Bavuma at cover, dot ball.
He may well be the most invaluable holding bowler in South Africa. I think only Kyle Simmons this season has been more economical than 14.
Oh, this one is gone inside out, over the top of cover, and you'll just strip it over the boundary rope. That's a useful little shot from Keegan Lion Cachet. That's a very, very short boundary, and we saw earlier during the Lions innings where Bavuma also backed himself, just got the hands through the ball and cleared that extra cover boundary. Lion Cachet has done the same thing and just managed to clear that boundary, but that's a good shot.
My first day on commentary and I'm already cursing people seconds after mentioning how economical he's been.
Ooh, this time beats the outside edge, does Beyond 410. Lion Cachet tries to punch this off the back foot and beats the outside edge. Good bowling. I suppose with that short boundary, you never know what's a good score, you know, because batters, if you've got wickets in hand later on, you can actually really attack that short boundary and get some big overs in. This one is fuller, straighter into the pads, and it's clipped away more an inside edge, actually, to mid-wicket. Dot ball.
That arm ball of his is mightily effective. Throws it in a good 10, 20 kilometers faster. It's on you before you have a chance to adjust.
Yeah, that did look like one of his arm balls, and he does pick up a lot of wickets with that as well. Oh, this one is, again, looks like he's bowled that little arm ball that's quicker into the pads. Lion Cachet tries to whip this one off his pads, but misses the ball. And the fact that there was no appeal, clearly that ball was the one that's drifting in with the arm and was missing leg stump. 36 for 3. One ball left of the over. Again, 14 in. This one, Lion Cachet does manage to whoop this one down to the man here at long on. Looks like Naba Peter down here. Will be just a single. 37 for 3. 12 overs bowled.
I was looking over Beyond 14's SA20 stats earlier this morning, and among bowlers in that competition, in its entire history, the 4 or 5 years it's been played now, among bowlers with 100 or more overs, no one is within half a run of him when it comes to economy. He goes at 6.7 in what has been a pretty frantic competition in each of its instantiations.
Wow, that is something, and I think that's what they would look for when you're looking at plays. It's really the economy rate, similar to a strike rate with batters. This one is driven by Lion Cachet to the man at mid-off. Again, it's Delano Porgita who's bowling. They'll get a single because there was a dive from the field at mid-off. Looked like Rasi van der Dussen who dived to his right-hand side. Did stop the ball. Good stop from him, but the ball just deflected a bit away and allowed batters to come through for a single. So 38 for 3.
Mentioned earlier that this isn't a terribly unfamiliar situation for the Titans. They've faced a good deal of adversity throughout this season at the top of the order. Since the season opener, in which the first wicket put on 60.
Beautiful drive into the covers by Keegan Peterson. Zubi Hamza down on that deep. No, it's not Zubi Hamza. Trying to figure out who that is. We're so high here. We almost got a bird's eye view. Any idea who's that down at below the scoreboard? I'll figure that out sooner or later. Maybe Bay Swanepoel actually. And I'll just be a single. 39 for 3. In comes Delano Porgita, defended solidly by Lion Cachet. Into mid-off, dot ball.
Yeah, so just to complete that point about the Titans' top order struggles this season, after putting on 60 for the first wicket in their opening outing this season, their their partnerships for that wicket since have been 9, 9, 35, 13, 16, 17, and 15 for an average of 16.28.
Is that the opening partnership you're talking about? Again, Potgieter in, defended again, good ball, just back of a length, nice and straight. So the thing about 50 over cricket is you do have time to get yourself in, and contrary to what many people believe, you can actually play a few dot balls, you can leave balls, you can defend balls, and you can still get 100. And with the T20 mentality, I know batters want to just feel like they want to get on top of bowlers and continue to scoring, and no dot balls, and there's all this, these cliches that are that keep going around. This is a beautiful shot, a bit full from Delano Potgieter, and Lion Cachet goes through with this nice little drive over mid-off, and he'll get 4 runs for it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make. I mean, T20 is often said to be a batsman's game. More specifically, it's very much an opening batsman's game. A couple of early wickets in a T20 can make or break you, whereas in this format, they needn't be regarded as catastrophes. No situation is unsalvageable.
Absolutely right. 43 for 3. Delano Potgieter is in. Straightish ball, defended to the leg side to mid-on. They look for a single, but then decide against it. So that's the end of the over. 43 for 3. 13 overs bowled. Peterson on 19, Lion Cachet on 15. The partnership is now with 25. Rate required is 5.6. They're scoring at the rate of 3.3 to the over at the moment. 206 runs to win. The Duckwood Lewis Par, just in case anybody's interested. And I just noticed it getting I won't say gloomy, but maybe just a bit of shade. Maybe the sun decided to just go behind the cloud a little bit, one of the clouds. He's 90, so they way behind that Duckwood Lewis Par score. Bjorn Fortuin is in from around the wicket to the right-handed Peterson, who pushes this quietly to man at long on, who has to come in at least about 10 or 15 meters, but allows the batters to come through for a single. 44 for 3.
They're also 9 runs behind where the Lions were at this stage.
Fortuin in again around the wicket, driven, but good stop from Bjorn Fortuin, going to his left-hand side and stopping that one. It's so important as a spinner that you a very good athletic feel of your own bowling. You can almost add an extra 2 fielders if you're a good fielder, because this one is again defended of the bowling of Fortuin, defended by Lion Cachet, dot ball. And apart from the fact that good spinners take a lot of good catches of their own bowling, but you can save so many runs and build pressure if you can feel either side of you. Backs away this time and cuts. This one is going to go for 4. Bavuma dives in the covers and can't get to it. But that one was a touch on the short side from Fortuin, and Lion Cachet did really well. Backed away, cut nicely into the ground, and 4 runs.
Yeah, poor delivery by Bjorn Fortuin's standards. Short, perhaps not necessarily wide, but batsman had enough time to give himself room.
This one again off the back foot, punched down to the man at long off for another single. So 49 for 3, 1 run away from their 50. Both batters now on 20. Comes Fortuin. Again around the wicket, again driven by Keegan Peterson. Maybe a bit uppish, or maybe bump ball into the ground. Bavuma again diving. He's got a lot of work in that area, because either side of him he's got a sweeper fielder out, and he doesn't manage to stop that one. So 50 for 3. They get to their 50 eventually, do the Titans, in 14 overs. 199 runs now to win.
Oh, that deficit, which at the start of the over was 8 runs, is now down to just 2. At this stage, the Lions were 52 for 1, which I think probably represents what you'd call the difference between these sides at the moment. No doubt because of the wickets tally, the Lions edge it, but as I suggested an over or so ago, the Titans have made a habit of coming back from awkward early starts, and they appear to be doing the same right here.
Yeah, it's a nice little partnership they're putting together. 32 runs it's worth. Delano Potgieter in again. This one is down the leg side. It will be called a wide. And Mitch van Beeren will have to move to his left-hand side and gathers the ball and then flicks it to Zubair Hamza with a backward point. And the ball goes to Bavuma at cover and then to Rassie van der Dissen at mid-off. And eventually Van der Dissen and Fortuin and Delano Potgieter have a little bit of a little mini conversation, and then they all move in their own directions again. Mid-off, mid-on. Potgieter turns, and in he comes. The shadows are lengthening. Bowls a little wide of the crease, and then this one is driven by Keegan Peterson straight to Bavuma at cover. Dot ball, 51 for 3.
Is there a country in world cricket today with a more diverse range of conditions, of pitches? We do now have it all, don't we?
That's a good point, and something that's quite interesting. You know, I mean, I think you look around the country and it's good to have that, isn't it? I mean, like, you certainly would be pretty boring if conditions all around the country were the same. Potgieter in again, driving, and this one is a big drive by Peterson, attempted drive through the offside, gets a thick inside edge, and the ball trickles away down to deep backward square leg for a single. 52 for 3. I mean, it would be pretty boring if conditions were the same. I mean, we saw the playoff game at St. George's Park in the Becha. It was a bit slow, unpredictable, not so easy to bat. Here also, more bounce, of course, here. All around the country, you do have different conditions. Northwest is pretty nice and flat. Good to bat on. Lots of runs there. Potgieter in again. Driven firmly by Cachet. Down to past the bowler. To the man at long on. He'll gather the ball and lob it in slowly. 1 run, 53 for 3. Cachet moves to 21. Peterson's on 22.
Certainly can't remember a period in my lifetime in which we've had so many high-profile, high-quality spinners, or in which those spinners have been served so well by the conditions. And it's probably no coincidence that the Proteas in recent years have been touring so well.
Very true. This one is punched off the back foot by Keegan Peterson of the bowling of Delano Potgieter. Will just be a single as the ball is hurled into Mitch van Beeren. It will be another single, 54 for 3. And I think it's good. It really is good that, and you make an excellent point, really. And the fact that batters are forced, and bowlers also, but batters are forced to bat in different conditions. Pitches that are slow, pitches that bounce, that are quick, lateral movement, flat wickets. It really does round you off as a player. Forced to adjust. They say good players always can adjust to the different conditions. This one, Ryan Cachet tries to punch into the offside. Doesn't quite middle it. Bavuma does the fielding. Dot ball. 54 for 3. 1 ball remaining of this Potgieter over.
Obviously, you don't want to sacrifice the identity we've built up over the years. You know, I think South African cricket will always be built off the back of big, burly, fast bowlers and punchy top-order batsmen.
Potgieter in again, and this one is flicked off his pads. Down to the man at deep square leg. On the boundary, looked like Richard Saletswane down there. The ball carried, he dived to his left-hand side. He did get both hands to it. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on to it. And the ball deflected down to the boundary foam. So it will be 4 runs for Keegan Peterson. But that's a chance.
It is a chance, a half chance perhaps, would be more generous to the fielder. Diving to his right on the boundary. I make it the first fielding error we've seen all day. The out cricket from both sides has been terrific. And as I say, it's at best a half error.
Yeah, I agree with you. Not an easy chance at all. Good effort from him, diving low to his left-hand side, because the ball came quickly. I mean, initially when the shot was played, I was looking for the ball. It did go quickly. Over bowled, Fortuin will continue, Amaria, and I'll make way for Ken Borland.
Jan Fortuin continues, and this one is driven down to long off for a single. Score moves to 59 for 3. As Ken settles in alongside me. Fortain at the top of his mark again. In he comes. It's tossed up. And he does the fielding off his own bowling.
Hello, Rodney. Wow, one feels that could be a crucial little moment. Keegan Peterson being missed on 19, just starting to get the bit between his teeth as Fortain continues. Leon Cachet gives himself room and drives firmly to quite a wide long off for a single. This partnership now with 42.
They've done a very good job of unsettling Fortain. You'll remember during the analogous spell from Van der Merwe, there were attempts to unsettle him, to advance down the pitch, to pull out the odd reverse, as this one is cut away to the sweeper on the offside for a single. But those didn't seem to yield quite as much success as this little counter-attack has.
Well, I mentioned it on air during the first innings that the left-arm spinner bowling from the scoreless drive end and turning the ball away from this Peterson, or Leon Cachet rather, sweeps very powerfully and very well for another boundary in front of square on the leg side. So Leon Cachet now starting to flourish. 30, he's got Peterson 25, partnership 47. And just turning the ball away from the right-handers from this end. The short boundary is on the offside, and we've seen batters go inside out over the top of the covers, as he attempted to do there. Did Leon Cachet into the ground and straight to cover. So 16 overs gone, 65 for 3. Rodney, as a stats man, how much store do you put in DLS par? I always sort of look at it. You know, when people ask the age-old question, who's winning in cricket, and there never used to be an answer, but DLS par at the moment is 94, so the Titans are quite a long way behind.
I know that it gets a lot of grief online from bettors, but all DRS par really describes as what one can expect to happen, all other things being equal. Fortunately, cricket's an unpredictable game, and all other things are seldom equal, which is why it's so great to follow, regardless of whether you have money on it.
Very true, well said. Delano Potgieter continues his fourth over. That one sort of was dug into the pitch and it stood up a bit on Keegan Peterson, who could just defend it. So
let's hope that we can compete well.
Maybe with the dryness of the pitch and the heat of the day, there's starting to be a bit of inconsistent bounce.
Start in the 4-day campaign, but we got better as the season went on. And
we had a bit of two-pacedness early on, but yeah, that seems to have given way somewhat to more of a tennis ball effect in recent times.
We've got an opportunity to win this game.
Driven really nicely
Thank you very much.
by Peterson, but smart work by Bjorn Fortain running across from mid-off. A single taken.
He's been struck a couple of times pretty awkwardly, as Peterson. Made of absolute iron, that man, though, and he does seem to have run it off. Hussein was worried he might have to withdraw at one point.
He took a long time to get over the knee problem he had early in his innings. All defence now to Potgieter, no run. I think he got struck sort of, on the side of the pad, where there is no padding on the bone. It would have been a very painful, hobbling blow. Bit more cloud cover now as Potgieter runs in. Slower ball, and waits for it nicely, pushes it through the mid-on area. There's no mid-on, but good scrambling work by the mid-wicket to get across. The batters there seemed a bit hesitant to take the single, and by the time they thought about the one, the opportunity had gone.
Yeah, it was one of those where you can't quite tell whether it's going to beat the infield, and you take a few hesitant steps forward, and those often result in calamity if your partner takes the cue the wrong way, don't they?
Pulled away by Keegan Peterson. Couple of bounces and over the rope at cow corner for 4.
Yeah, a rank long hop. It sat up, it wagged its tail, and Keegan Peterson sent it walkies. The partnership moves to 51, just 62 balls, 44 minutes, and a litany of boundaries.
Header by Potgieter. Again, 2 fielders converge to end any thoughts of the single. End of the 17th over. 69 for 3. And we are going to have a drinks break. Just to quickly run through what has happened so far today then in this CSA One Day Cup final, with live commentary brought to you by Pitch Vision on the CSA YouTube channel. The DP World Lions won the toss and elected to bat first this morning on a slightly autumnal morning, and it was not easy going, making 248 for 9 in the end. Several batsmen got starts in the top order, but the pick of them were Rassie van der Dussen with a typically workmanlike 57. Temba Bavuma batted really well for his 43 or 42 balls, and Delano Potgieter 33 of 27 towards the back end, lifting the Lions to a competitive score, certainly 248 for 9. I thought a really good bowling effort by the Titans. Zard Williams came back really well from 2 expensive overs up front to take 3 for 49. Dayan Khalim was really the guy who set the tone with the ball, 2 for 33 in his 10, and Roelof van der Merwe chipped in with a couple of wickets as well. The Titans had a horror start to their pursuit of 249. They were 0 for 2, losing wickets in each of the opening overs from Bayer Swanepoel and Cody Yusuf. Lesego Senekwani and Rivaldo Moonsamy both dismissed for 0. Bayer Swanepoel then bowled Neil Brunt with an absolute beauty in the 7th over, 18 for 3. That's now become 69 for 3, thanks to a very promising partnership between Keegan Peterson on 29 and Keegan Leon Cachet on 30. 180 more runs needed to win off 198 balls. Do join us in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, and Ngaba Peter, the leg spinner, is coming on to bowl. Perhaps a sign that the Lions are recognising the need to break this threatening partnership of 51 between Peterson and Leon Cachet. Slip in place. Good start by Peter on off stump, and Leon Cachet pushes it forward to point, no run.
Always interesting watching a leg spinner nowadays in the shorter forms of the game. There were major fears about 20 years ago that the advent of T20 cricket would spell their death, but they function nowadays more or less as the old dibbly-dobbly New Zealand medium pacers used to. firing them in straight and back of a length. Very difficult to get away.
Slapped by Leon Cachet out to the cover sweeper for one. Yes, Rodney, I mean, spinners have flourished thanks to T20 cricket. Apart maybe from off spinners, they're the one, they've gone out of fashion a bit these days, but wrist spinners certainly for their wicket taking abilities. And left arm spinners are pretty popular as well. That's a bit shorter from Peter, maybe the slider. And he beats Peterson.
12 wickets he's taken this season, Peter, at an average of 13.83. He's 4 adrift of Gideon Peters and Dwan Janssen at the top of the table on 16 each. So there's an outside chance.
Carved off the back foot to the cover sweeper again by Peterson for just a single. We saw that delivery that beat Forte, and Hussein Manak was saying earlier today about how Peters at his best when he targets the stumps, and LBW was in play there, Bold was in play, and even caught behind. Reverse sweep, and away for 4, very well executed by Keegan Leon Cachet. He was the hero of the Titans' tight win in the qualifier earlier this week against the Warriors. And he's playing another brilliant hand here as well. End of the 18th over, 75 for 3.
The other side of the coin about leg spinners, of course, is that they're all but gone from the red ball game. Barely see any in test matches anymore. A good 30 years ago, people were telling us that Shane Warne had resuscitated the art. The further and further away from him we get, the more it looks like he was just a freak.
Well, he certainly was a freak, but isn't it strange how, in the shortest format of the game, captains seem more willing to concede a few runs in order to get wickets, to break partnerships, especially in the middle overs. So they like wrist spinners. But in Test cricket, where the run rate is not seemingly as important, they're a bit scared of leg spinners. As Potgieter continues. Nicely driven, but straight to mid-off by Peterson. No run.
I mean, apart from Rashid Khan, who's Afghanistan obviously don't play very much Test cricket at all, I can't think of a red ball leg spinner anywhere in the world at the moment, can you?
Pakistan have one, I think. Abra, is he a leggy?
Yeah.
You know, something like that.
I should look up his record, though. I've a hunch he doesn't play as much red ball cricket as one would like him to.
No, indeed. As Peterson drives elegantly down the ground. Just one, though, to long on. So these two are starting to get their partnership to tick over now. They're getting the ones with a bit more ease. And the odd boundary as well, 58 they've put on now for the third wicket. Potgieter into his 5th over, and they've definitely recognised him as the change seamer, if you like, and they've put him under a bit of pressure. And that's wide down leg side, so a wide, you'll have to bowl that one again. 4th wide of the innings.
Yeah, Abra's only played 10 test matches, and we're more than a year removed from his last one. Fine bowler, but he seems to be settling more and more into the white ball groove. They are fundamentally very different skills, aren't they? You do have to bowl a bit quicker in the limited overs format.
Oh, Leon Cachet trying to swing that foolish leg stump delivery away to cow corner. Misses, struck on the pad, but it was going down the leg side. And Ngaba Peter does bowl at a decent pace. He's almost approaching the sort of pace of the great Anil Kumble back in the day, who I know the Proteas discovered as Potgieter comes in again. Slower ball, nipping back into Leon Cachet, and he just angles it down to short third man, no run. The Proteas initially struggled against Kumle because, well, he was unlike any other leg spinner anyone had seen. And then
He was more a medium pacer.
well, they
he?
figured out that the way to play him was as an in-swing medium pacer. And things went a lot better against him after that. Still a really high-quality bowler, though. Anil Kumle, one of the greats. Punched and swiftly across. At cover is Temba Bavuma. What a good catch that was. He took earlier today to get rid of Ravana Moonsamy in the second over.
Yeah, truly stunning. The art of infielding is, I don't know, would I say it's regressed a bit? We're told that T20s had a revolutionary effect on fielding, but I do wonder sometimes.
Hammered over Middle. He hasn't got all of it though. Middle's backtracking. Got him. Taken. Delano Potgieter has the last laugh. Keegan Leon Cachet going for the aggressive option with Middle up. Good captaincy, good tactics by the Lions. And he just didn't get all of that attempted lofted off drive. It skewed out. And Bjorn Fortuin had to run a dozen meters or so to his right and take what ends up a comfortable catch. Leon Cachet gone for 35 or 37 balls.
Yeah, it was one of those where just the hearing of it braced you for what was coming. It made a terrible sound off the bat. He didn't get much of it at all. Hitting through the line in general today has been pretty difficult, especially over the offside. And, well, the Titans are in all sorts of trouble now. 77 for 4.
Normally that would be a score that, you still feel you're in with a chance of getting 250, and the Titans certainly are still. But it's an interesting Titans batting lineup because Leon Cachet is the last specialist batsman that they've got. From here on in, it's a whole lot of all-rounders. And starting with Andile Paklakwayo, who is capable of really impressive innings with the bat. Has barely bowled in this competition, bowling just 4 overs the whole season, and generally has batted lower down than 6, and so hasn't made much impact with the bat either. But he's a quality player, and today is his chance, coming in the 20th over with 172 still needed to win.
What accounts for that relatively light bowling workload? I'd always thought of him as more of a bowling all-rounder. Is he carrying an injury?
Nope. I did do some inquiries. I've seen him bowling in the warm-ups. I was told by sources close to the Titans camp that he's just not in the captain's plans with the ball. Make of that as you will, but he's got to play a really big role with the bat today if the Titans are going to be able to win this game. And the wicket also brings, the breaking of the partnership brings the return of the strike bowler, Cody Yusuf, who was highly impressive in his opening spell of 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. And he'll initially have Keegan Peterson in his sights.
Yeah, one can't help but feel that this match will hinge on what happens in this next little period of play. Keegan Peterson would seem to be the last recognised batsman, although, as you say, if Andile is no longer bowling, I suppose he has claims to be regarded as a batting specialist nowadays. Slight delay as the field's rearranged. A wicket has a way of recalibrating plans on that front, but everything seems settled, and Cody Yusuf begins his run.
Slip in place. Peterson tries to hook, gets a top edge over the wicketkeeper, and away for 4.
If you could do that deliberately, you'd be the best batsman in the game. You know, that boundary, that particular boundary over the wicketkeeper's head, it's always the product of an error. unless you're dill scooping it. And yet it's probably the most profitable one there is.
Well, I think that's setting the tone for what could be a really exciting couple of overs here. Oh, beautiful straight drive now from Keegan Peterson. Well, he got 4 straight down the ground the other side over the wicketkeeper's head. This is just a simply divine straight drive past the bowler, all along the carpet, races away to the boundary.
The best players, they say, make their own luck, and the greats know how to profit from it. The previous ball, he got away with murder. This one, an absolutely sumptuous on-drive, perhaps the stroke of the day, really.
I'm with you, yeah, perhaps. Difficult to beat that one. Yusuf drags his length back, and Peterson trying to work it onside, but can only push it back down the pitch to the bowler.
Yeah, that one was never going to be in Keegan's half. You don't drive one past a mean fast bowler and expect another half volley next ball.
So short balls could well feature. There's a fine leg and a deep backward square leg in place. Deep cover and a third man on the boundary, and good line and length from Cody Yusuf, and Keegan Peterson responds with a textbook forward defensive stroke.
Really has been on a knife's edge throughout this match. Neither side has run away with it. Every time momentum seems dramatically to be shifting. Either a wicket or a flurry of runs, depending on which way you're looking at it, will follow, and the tide will ebb. It's been truly fascinating viewing and well worthy of a final.
Oh, that was zipping off the pitch back into Peterson. He was defending off the back foot, and the ball bouncing around his legs for a bit there. No run. Here, Rodney, you and I were chatting during the drinks break, and 249. It's just one of those nice targets, isn't it? It's sort of in between. Everyone still feels in the game.
Yeah, it's one that bespeaks a proper battle, a proper balance between bat and ball, doesn't it? You know, perhaps there's something to be said for these drop-in pitches.
Peterson trying to work that down to third man, but very quickly across. In the field is who is that man? Anyway, it's a dot ball to end the 20th over. 85 for 4. And at the same stage, the Lions were 72 for 2, so you'd say pretty even Stevens. The Lions 13 runs behind, but they had lost 2 fewer wickets than the Titans have.
Sorry, I wasn't of much help identifying the fielder there. My eyes aren't in a great state at the moment. Just passed my driver's license renewal eye test by the very skid of my teeth. I think the reviewer took pity on me.
Skin of your teeth or an eyelash?
Yeah, I'm getting my organs mixed up on that.
Yeah, he's a long way from our commentary perch, high up in the... I always get these stands mixed up. Are we in the memorial stand here? The Unity stand we're in. So, Ngaba Peter has had a change of ends. Well, just the one over from the Corlett drive end. He's back now from the golf course end to the left-handed Pat Lequire, who defends, and it skids off the back behind the wicket. No run.
Whatever happened to that population of lovebirds we used to have up in this stand? They were always such a highlight of a visit to the Wanderers.
Well, last time I was here, they were here. The rosy-faced lovebirds.
I think they might have taken their winter travels early this year.
Well, they don't migrate. They, I think we don't. I can see one now, actually, as I look up. There's one perched. So on the roof of the Unity stand that hangs over,
Yeah,
They are-
the very eyes that can't spot fielders aren't going to do me many favors here, I'm afraid.
Beckler trying to drive onside, but it goes to mid-off, no run. I've just returned from a couple of weeks in Namibia, actually. And I saw the rosy-faced lovebird for the first time in its natural habitat, where it's meant to be. So I did count that as a lifer for the bird watchers listening in. Quicker from Peter, and Beckler off the back foot again. Finds mid-off, no run.
And they don't migrate, you say?
Not that I'm aware of, no. They're resident. I think it's just that we so seldom here in winter at the Wanderers that we don't notice them. Down the leg side, appealing for a caught behind. Umpire Harris, uninterested, unmoved. I think we did hear a noise there. Must have come off Petliqua's pad, which is why it wasn't a wide.
Again, fired in at a rate of knots by Peter. We were talking earlier, of course, about how bowling leg spin in red ball cricket is almost a different art entirely to the white ball variety.
Again, down the leg side. This time Petliqua has got back to it. There's no fine leg. The fielder from deep backward square, Rassie van der Dussen, tries to cut it off, but in vain. So a boundary to end the 21st over. It's 89 for 4.
Yeah, excellent batting there, using the very pace we were just talking about to help it on its way. No chance for the man at deep fine leg. Yeah, the main point of difference, I suppose, would be the faster you bowl a leg break, the less it's going to move, both through the air and off the pitch. I remember the good people at Pitch Viz plotting the amount of drift bowlers got, leg spinners got, and comparing it to the amount of pace they had on the ball. And there really was an inverse correlation, with one exception. The man who drifted the ball most was also the fastest leg spinner in history, Shahid Afridi, and no one's been able to explain why.
Cody Yusuf continues, pushed firmly back to the bowler, no run. I always thought that drift as a spinner has to do with revolutions on the ball. How many revolutions you put on the ball, and I guess you could do that at any pace, I suppose.
Of course, the longer you give it to breathe, as it were, the more it is naturally going to move.
Peterson on the cut, it was short and wide, and it was there to hit, but he just couldn't time it properly. It's dead into the ground, no run. No, but Peter, he's not a great turner of the ball. That's not his main weapon. So his pace and the slider, that slider of his, the one that goes, it's almost like an arm ball, quickly back into the batsman or quickly straight on. That's his danger delivery. Yusuf just straying onto the pads. I think it might be a leg by, judging by the sound off the bat. Off the pad, yeah. Leg by signalled by Bongani Jele.
I suppose there might be a pretty obvious explanation for the Shahid Afridi anomaly. He might not have been drifting the ball at all. He might have been swinging it.
Yeah, at what speed does drift count as swing?
The ball seemed to leave his hand at a pretty sort of vertical, in a pretty vertical position, almost seam up, and he bowled 130 plus at times, didn't he?
Yeah, remarkable cricketer, Shahid Afridi. Hit one of the biggest sixes I've ever seen at this stadium. Over this roof, actually, that we here at the Unity stand, as another dot ball. Beckler just pushing Yusuf away on the offside.
Was it at the old Wanderers that someone was said to have hit a six so vast that it landed on a passing train, and that the ball was finally recovered in Cape Town a few days later?
Jimmy Sinclair, I believe.
Right.
Great all-rounder back in the early 1900s. Good delivery from Cody Yusuf, and Beckler right behind it, defends solidly.
Yeah, the joke about that is because of the helping hand of the train, that would be the biggest six of all time.
Exactly, yeah, that's right.
100 before lunch he once scored, Jimmy Sinclair, in a test match. I think still the only South African to do that.
Well, I think AB de Villiers did it, not necessarily on the first day of a test, though. Jimmy Sinclair would have been a hell of a T20 cricketer. Was that pop back to the bowler, or was it a bump ball? Back Lequire, and it just burst through Coda Yusuf's hands in his follow-through. And we'll just watch a replay quickly of that one. Oh, it's very difficult to see from that angle behind the batter. Let's look at this one. Oh, yeah, it was. It was a chance. Pack the choir pushing firmly. Burst through the bowler's hands. Very difficult in his follow-through. As we're going to have a change of commentary with Nono Pongolo joining Aslam Kota.
Thank you, Ken. So the innings was developing so nicely, a good fight back for that fourth wicket partnership, which was worth 59 between Peterson and Leon Cachet. And just as he was looking to dominate the area, hitting 5 fours and a 6, and hadn't put a foot wrong until then, eventually he skied it and Fortuin took a well-judged catch at deep wide cover. Potgieter being the successful bowler, and that was the end of the fourth wicket partnership. As I said, worth 59, 77 for 4. These two have come together since, and they've added 13 runs. 90 for 4. Ngaba Peter, whose ends changed after just the first over, is now operating from the golf course end. Short ball pulled away, straight to the fielder, gets hand to it, but it was certainly skimming over his head. Did get hands to it, but unfortunately he's helped it along. It would have gone for 6 anyway. So 6 more to Peterson. He's looked really much the part today. And with that boundary, he goes to 45. Welcome, Nono.
Thank you. Some short ball, got to say, from Ngaba Peter on the hip for Keegan Peterson. Tried to get a big chunk of it, but unfortunately it went straight to the man. And he's put it over the bar for 6.
Steps back, plays the cut shot straight to backward point where Van der Dussen does the fielding.
And at times, I mean, this is why I love having leg spinners in your side. And it's not always your beautiful deliveries hitting off stump and neck off straight to the slip. At times, they can have those short deliveries. And on that occasion, looking to hit it for 6 was Keegan Peterson. Made a slight error in judgment. And unfortunately for the Lions, was put down.
So in again. We have to admit one thing, had Swanepoel taken that catch, it would have been an absolute blinder because he had his right hand outstretched, but it was always going to be very difficult to control. The ball was traveling, he was moving, jumping off the ground, and as I said, had he not been there, it was going for 6 anyway. So Peterson will be really pleased with the way he's gone about his batting today. He's in the company of Pat Lequire, the left-hander. One slip in position. Again, Peter, quicker delivery through the air. Ball comes off a thickish outside edge, rolls away to the offside.
Yeah, it's going to be an important knock. You've got to say, we mentioned his lack of overs in the first part of today. And right now, it's been called on to come and use his experience with the bat, coming at number 6.
Yeah, Hussein was making a point off air that on the scoreboard he was penciled in to come in below Janssen and Khalim. So, and obviously it's all conjecture, but they felt a left-right combination first of all will do, and the fact that the 2 spinners will be bringing the ball into him, so he'd be more adept to batting in the middle order, facing those bowlers. But it is the right-handed Peterson on 46 facing Ngaba Peter. Quicker delivery through the air. He gets a thick edge. It runs away to the third man area. It's a vacant one, and that'll bring up a very well-played 50. A superbly crafted 50 with some crisp boundaries. And Keegan Peterson has registered his 17th first-class 50.
Yeah, he's been ruthless on anything short throughout today. Kicked off his innings with a short ball by Bear Swanepoel and hitting it over the square leg boundary. And on this occasion, it was a short ball outside off stump, and Lions just removed the slip that was there. And it finds the gap. Again, there's boundaries of start of the over from Ngaba Peter and how he's ended the over as well with another boundary. It means the Titans have got to 102 for 4 after 23 overs.
Yeah, 2 milestones in that, 102 for the team, 50 for Keegan Peterson. Reza Hendricks, who, like Mr. Neil Brunt, his opposite number, have produced what I would say the surprises of the last few weeks. They've both picked up wickets when least expected.
This is Bjort Fortuin making the play, ensuring that the 5 overs from Delano Potgieter are completed early. That's the call right now, understanding that the further they go or the deeper the game goes, you might all of a sudden be put under pressure now to try to complete those 5 overs. Delano Potgieter has bowled 5 overs for 22. He's taken an important wicket. Keegan Leon Kishe looking to make the play against him. Right now, this is Bjort Fortuin just saying, okay, let's complete those 10 overs and ensure that then with for the 4 remaining bowlers, then we can play around with our options.
And I'm sure that he's also tempted with the fact that Reza has picked up wickets. So, and you make absolute sense that you got to put the safety measures in place as the game progresses, and this is obviously one of them. He's in now. He's the right arm off spinner, occasional fellow, I'll describe him as. First ball pushed to long off for 1 by Petlakwayo.
What's also interesting for the Lions is that typically Mitchell van Buren and Reza Hendricks will be the added spinners to their bowling attack. Mitchell van Buren can bowl leg spin to right-handers and he can bowl off spin to left-handed batters. So right now with him assuming the keeping position because of the injury to Wandile Makwetu, it's meant that Lions are only left with one more option.
So he's over the wicket now is Reza Hendricks, flighted delivery and just tap back to the bowler. What a player is Mitch van Buren, and what dearth of talent, or what wonderful depth of talent. Plays it with the turn on offer, just nudges it wide of the fielder at mid-on for a single. Does Keegan Peterson, he moves to 51, 104 for 4. And I say this because Makwetu, you mentioned, he's keeping wickets. Then Rickleton's away. And Connor Esterhazen, who's just arrived from New Zealand after a successful series, he's sitting and watching the game. I saw him here early this morning. Firm drive straight to the hands of Bjorn Fortuin, who's in that, he was in that short cover. He'd be well advised to go to the edge of the circle, which is what he's doing now. Because one thing he does do is he punches the ball very hard on the offside. And when he does tend to lift the ball over mid-on or long-on, which is his favorite stroke, Petlakwayo, happy to just pick up the single on this occasion, 104 for 4. It moves 105 for 4. Single balls left in this over for Reza Hendricks to complete. And again, he waits on this very, right up to the last moment, does Peterson, and then he just works his wrists into it and plays it wide on the leg side. So he retains the strike at the end of the over. He moves to 52. It's 106 for 4.
I think as the game continues to grow, and then I think we've seen with T20 cricket just accelerating skill set of players. And at one stage you thought a lot of teams were packing their teams with a lot of all-rounders looking to make those batting lineups longer, have more options. As the game now continues to evolve, you're getting now these type of options where someone can bowl, can keep. We've seen it in the SA20, the likes of Matthew de Villiers also being able to take gloves whenever, so to allow another option on the field to come and assume some, a couple of overs. So that's where the game is changing now. Coaches are looking for those type of players as well that could all assist in moments like this where, your fourth option wicketkeeper for the Lions, Wandile Makwetu, getting injured with 3 keepers away with national duty. All of a sudden you find yourself under all sorts of pressure.
And thankfully that Mitch van Buren is around. So he's been entrusted with the responsibilities. He's not had much to do. I'm just looking to see bowled, caught by Bavuma, a fantastic catch, and then a wonderful catch by Fortuin. We'll give you those cards in brief in a moment. Fortuin's back in the attack after that rather expensive over from young Ngaba Peter. He's gone for 22 in his 3. So the captain back in the attack, and he's the orthodox left arm around. to a very watchful Peterson. He's really played beautifully. He's nudged and nurdled his way to a few singles and then a few sixes. 1 6 in fact, and then he's hit 5 fours as well in this 6 fours in fact in this score of 52. And everything literally rests on the shoulders of this diminutive batsman. Once more fielding change. He's looking to have mid-wicket go to a more square position. 3 in the inner ring, saving 1 on the leg side. But it's a quicker delivery on the line of off stump and just pushed away to the offside. So the field is the 2 on the boundary, wide mid-wicket and long leg, and then short fine leg, mid-wicket, mid-on. But he's taking the ball away from the right-hander, and who does make room, and then chops us down to the point area. And what's the fielder's name? Saletswane does the fielding. 107 for 4.
Yeah, it's been really good. This the youngster operates in the bigger side of the field, and you tend to find him 10 or so meters off the fence as well. Importance of understanding. Yeah, batters are looking to knock that around and hit those pockets and run 2s and 3s. So exceptional in ensuring that he cuts those down.
Again, makes room. I just get the feeling that he plays so late that he looks rather vulnerable, but every time his bat comes down on it, it's off the middle of the bat. I'm talking about Petlakwayo, of course. He's on 7. Peterson's on 53. 107 for 4, halfway through the Titans innings. And at the similar juncture, well, look at that. 106 for 2 with the Lions, 107 for 4 the Titans. So it's still neck and neck. And you have to say, just looking at the rest of that lineup, Nono, that this partnership is going to be crucial if they can get at least another 15 overs out of this partnership.
Yeah, you certainly. I mean, even you just by comparing the two sides, you had the likes of Richard Seleto, and they're still to come for the Lions. You had the likes of Mitchell van Buren, Delano Potgieter. But when you turn it around and you look at this momentum multiplied Titan side, there's a lot of all-rounders. Petlukwayo, Duan Jansen, Diam Khalim, Rulo van der Merwe. And it just tells you a lot as well in terms of there's a lot of pressure for those batters up the order to ensure that they get a big bulk of those runs and to set the game up for the middle order.
Reza Hendricks starts a new over. Down the track is the attractive batsman, and he's hit a most glorious 6. He's just checked this lofted drive into the sponges as Peterson, and 6 more to the total. He'll go to 57 the total, 111 for 4.
It just shows you how at times you don't need to muscle the ball. It's really just pure timing. Shimmy down the wicket, got to the pitch of the ball and just extended his arms through the ball. He had mid-off inside the ring, and all he just needed to do was to clear that inner ring. And for him, he even gets a 6. So to his surprise, I think that's just talked to you about the timing that Keegan Peterson has.
No, that's absolutely brilliant stroke. Now he plays a sweep shot, but straight to the fielder, guarding that leg side boundary. He'll pick up the run. So that's Shimmy waltzing down the pitch, just showing such elegance. Right from the time he left the crease to the time he made contact, the follow through, just the ease and the smoothness of that stroke play. And that's been the feature of his batting, and he came to the fore in that series against India, where he was such an important cog for the South Africans, and along with Dean Elgar, they became theirs was the main wickets in that particular series. This wide delivery from Reza Hendricks, fielded by the keeper. A big swing from Petlakwayo, but he misses out the opportunity. There is a long off fielder in position, a wide long on. 2 deep fielders, again, back on the back foot, and he punches with power, but straight to Fortain, who's in the firing line. That's the second or third time he's picked up a booming drive, and he's certainly on the edge of that circle, hoping, of course, that the ball doesn't come to him. Now he's playing a expensive drive outside the off stump. He gets the top edge. It's run past the wicketkeeper. Short third man gets there in time. They turn for the second. 2 more runs to Petlakwayo. Or was it a bye?
It's called wide.
Was it a wide? So it's obviously hit one of those foot marks. Confirmed by television screens as well, by the television replay. Thank you, Nono. 115 for 4. So that's not of the Petlakwayo bat. He remains on 7. This time he taps gently to the Lions captain. No run.
It's a lot of turn, you got to say, for Reza Hendricks. You mentioned those footmarks for the bowlers outside off stump from the golf course end. Possibly a slip for Reza Hendricks.
He's in again, an attempted reverse sweep. He does make contact, but not firm enough to pass Naba Peter. So no run taken, end of the over. 26 complete, 115 for 4. So those of you who are joining us, we welcome you to the CSA One Day Challenge Final. Live commentary on the CSA YouTube channel, brought to you by Pitch Vision. The Lions won the toss, elected to bat, and the mainstay of their innings was 57 from Rassie van der Dussen, 31 from Reza Hendricks, and then 43 from Temba Bavuma. They were the main scorers. And of course, with Janano Potgieter's valuable 33, made sure that they got to a score of 248, and that was 248 for 9 after 50 overs. There was 3 wickets for Lazard Williams and 2 apiece for Halim and Roloff van der Merwe. In reply, it was a catastrophic start for the Titans. We'll get back to that in a moment as the captain, Fortuin, back with ball in hand into the right-handed Peterson, who pushes us past the captain out on the offside, and he'll pick up the single. Sanakwane and Munsami were both bowled by, one was bowled by Swanepoel, and Munsami was brilliantly caught by Temba Bavuma at cover point, the fielding moment of the day of the bowling of Cody Yusuf. They were not for 2 in the second over. And then a wonderful recovery once again there was from the likes of Leon Cachet and also Keegan Peterson, where the two of them added 59 runs for the 4th wicket. In between, of course, they did lose Neil Brunt, who was bowled by Swanepoel, who was really in the midst of a fantastic spell, having produced 2 glorious deliveries to pick up wickets, both in 2 separate spells. So 117 for 4. This ball is again just played out to the onside. There's no run. Fortuin in. Flighted delivery and pushed to the offside. No run.
You think of the runs are still needed by the Titans, 132 of just 140 deliveries. It just shows you they're still in the game now, the Titans. A matter of just creating a big enough partnership for all of a sudden we feel that there might be jitters amongst the Lions' bowling attack.
He goes on the big sweep and misses out completely. Comes off the pad. Premeditated. I think he was a little maybe not too comfortable with the fact that he hasn't been able to pick up any runs in this over of Fortuin, whose change of pace through the air has been the key to the way he's bowled and picked up wickets. He loves to use the wide angle as well as a left-arm spinner coming around the wicket. And that's why I describe Peterson as being watchful when he has played against Fortuin. This time he nudges this to the offside to end the over. 27 complete, 117 for 4. So coming back to what you just talked about, and that's such an important discussion in the modern day, especially in the last, not even 10 years, in the last 5 or 6 years, in team selection and how they look for those, how would you describe them? Players with just more than 2 talents who would be a batting all-rounder or a bowling all-rounder. And they're getting a lot more out of them. And we've also seen the number of batsmen in the modern game who in the one format bat in the upper order, perhaps even opening, and then bat in the middle order. So those utility is a good word to use, because you can pick these guys and play them anywhere, and you know that they're going to deliver.
That's the opportunity, isn't it? I mean, you think about Glenn Phillips, probably the great example of a player that could come up the order, but has also made his name just being fantastic in those middle periods. We can't forget he is a wicket keeper. He's taken up to off spin as well. He's even played Test cricket for New Zealand as an off spinner as well. So it just shows you, again, probably speaks to New Zealand cricket as well, where they only got a small pool of talent, and it's about maximizing what you have. And certainly he's been one of those guys, and I've seen him in recent times on social media as well,
I mean, it's good to be
Swanepoel back in the attack around the. Oh, it's a cut shot. It just brushes the hands of the fielder at backward point, who makes a valiant attempt, but the ball ends up on the boundary. The power of that stroke written all over it. 4 runs to Petlakwayo, takes him into double figures, 121 for 4.
You've mentioned throughout Andile Petlukwayo always muscles the ball, was cut hard. A lot of work at backward point for Zubair Hamza. Diving effort to his left, and before he had put up his hand, has raced past him.
So he started with a short ball. I can't think of a better example that you've just mentioned with Glenn Phillips. He's gone on a drive and he's caught at backward point. It comes off the thick outside edge. He was looking to hit it somewhere into the cover region, and Zubair Hamza on this occasion picks up the easy catch straight to hand at around navel height. And that is the end of Petlakwayo. Brief innings comes to a close on 12 of 22, 121 for 5.
Yeah, he started with a short ball and he's cut it hard past backward point on this occasion, bringing the batter forward. Gets a thick outside edge. And this occasion, yeah, just a little bit above his shoulder is Zubair Hamza, but takes a clean catch. And it means Andile Petlukwayo has to go. He's gone. He's gone for 12 runs of 22 deliveries. It's 121 for 5.
Yeah, timely wicket for the Lions, because you were just saying a moment ago, if this partnership does gain in momentum, then there'll be a shift in momentum as well as far as the fielding side is concerned, because they'll now obviously panic. But this wicket has come at the perfect time. Dwan Jansen makes his way to the middle, and Lions have shown this knack right through the season in the way they have fought back. I was just saying early, one of our earlier commentary sessions, that with the ball, when they've needed to fight back, they've been able to do it defending totals, and they've done it with the bat when they've been in real precarious positions where they've come out of there and end up winning the matches. So a sign of a very well-balanced team, depth of strength with all of the number of players that have gone overseas.
I've been impressed how Bjorn Fortuin has grown in stature and his captaincy.
Without a doubt.
Someone who's shared a change room with him, I know when he started, was a man of little words in the change room. Never really enjoyed talking in front of the side. And I remember when he was vice captain at one point, Nicky van der Berg had to be absent for that particular game, and he had to step in as captain. And I remember we had a torrid time in Pietermaritzburg where we really struggled as a team. And I remember him going to the change room and asking for an ice bath and put his head in that ice and saying that would be the last time he would captain the Lions. And it was one out of one, and he never came back. And it's taken him a long time to come back into captaincy in the Lions, and certainly he's grown since then. And what I like about that decision is that I spoke about the importance of making sure that you cover the Delano Potgieter over. After 2 overs, he had seen enough of Reza Hendricks and made the call to bring his premier fast bowler back into the attack. And guess what? He's got a wicket of Andile Petlukwayo.
He's got the wicket. And I agree with you on a number of occasions in commentary over the last, say, 2 seasons since he's been captain. I've waxed lyrical about him as well. And what a lovely anecdote from you. The young fellow who's just come up country and had to now get himself into the Lions setup. The first delivery to Dwan Jansen is he's straight back to mid-on off the bowling of Swanepoel, no run. And the way he's come along, I mean, I think I always talk about good captains are those who develop an instinct, because you can't be a natural captain. As good as Graham Smith was, he'll be the first to tell you that he developed that instinct as his game progressed. So thick outside edge of the bowling of Swanepoel, and it runs away to the third man area, and that also gets Jansen off the mark. 122 for 5.
I think there's no better place than the Lions. We've got the national captain, Themba Bavuma, who's been around. He's played with Aaron Pangiso, who was another captain. Rassie van der Dussen has stood in as well as captain on the side. So there's plenty of captains around. Mitchell van Buren as well has also been captain. So again, I think that's sharing of responsibility amongst them is also an important part.
Yeah, good point. Always a good point, when especially you can use all of those resources that you have to make sure that the team are performing at their optimum. Captains generally, and in all fairness to them, sometimes things actually just go over their head. They don't see it. So you need the extra eyes and ears. And that's why that's a very good point to make, because it's never just a game of an individual, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the Springboks have been clear exponents of that.
Swanepoel in again, a rising delivery, awkwardly played by Peterson, no run.
It ends at the 28th over, it's 122 for 5. I think the importance, again, we always talk about the leadership group. And you've got the likes of Rassie van der Dussen who've played all around the world. It's important for them. He often will stand at mid-on, Rassie van der Dussen, ensuring that he speaks to the bowlers. And of course, we've got the national captain. You can always bounce off ideas of him. But again, I think the most important part for all captains is about you having clarity in terms of what you want. Because at times, as a leader, you can go to your leadership not quite clear in terms of what you want, and all of a sudden you can be convinced into other ideas.
Coming back after 28 overs, and at the end of the day, no captain captains the game by themselves. Bjorn Fortuin is back onto the attack, bowling to Dwan Jansen around the wicket, so he's spinning the ball away from the right-hander. Gingerly plays it down to the long off. And Bjorn Fortuin himself, as the captain of the Lions, has his confidence that he will throw the ideas of where the game should go right now. You have Themba Bavuma he can speak to, Rassie van der Dussen he can speak to, and tons of the other players who have that cumulative experience. Bowled in a little bit quicker, and it's defended to the covers for no run.
He's certainly a no ego person, is Bjorn Fortuin. That's what you always get out of him. Always a team man. But quite ruthless as well when it comes to, if you're not delivering what he wants as a captain. I've seen him on a couple of occasions have some harsh words with some bowlers.
Doesn't help that he doesn't smile much. Wide outside the stumps, pulls the length back to just on top over the stumps. Peterson goes to it back foot and cuts that to the covers for 1.
I wouldn't say he doesn't smile. I just think you need to find the right conversations with Bjorn Fortuin to get him smiling. There was a period of time where he absolutely hated playing red ball cricket. And guess what? In recent seasons, he's been one of the star players.
Bowls this straight. He's very much onto the stumps versus Jansen. And the funny thing is that about 3 seasons ago, he was bowler of the tournament. Took the most wickets. Amazing average. And he's one of those going straight to Jansen. Can't stop it. It's going to be 1 run behind the backward point. They're actually going to come back for 2 runs. Couldn't be stopped by Delano Potgieter.
29 overs gone, 126 for 5.
Lions have been fantastic over the course of the season, both with bat and ball. Their recovery of their batting if they slump at the top of the order. And then when it comes to their bowling, they've only conceded 1 partnership over 100 runs. That was against the defending champions, the Dolphins. John Smarts and Tsepang Ditole putting that up. But ever since that match was a couple of days ago now, 11th of March, they haven't conceded 100 prior to that, haven't conceded 100 after that in terms of partnership. That's what you want as a bowling captain.
Bowlers win your tournaments. That's always a great starting point. You always have to have a good bowling attack and also the options that you have on the bench as well. When you lose players to the national team, the likes of Lutho Pamla, you want to have options on the bench, guys that can assume the position without really creating more.
It's onto the hip. Bear Swanepoel now is bowling to Keegan Peterson. They take 1 off the pads, going to be a single, so Bear Swanepoel will be bowling to Dwan Jansen.
There's probably the one department I've got to say within the Lions. Probably got to think long and hard about in terms of other options that are coming through. We've seen now it's going to be a massive season the next season with all the tours that are coming to South Africa. And you might not have the luxury of having all your national players being around. You always speak about depth with the Lions.
Driven down to mid-off. It was very full from Bear Swanepoel for no run.
You know, with all the sponsors here, the expectations of representing the Lions badge, they won't say just because we've had 10 players being called up to the national team now you can't win a trophy. It's expected, and that's the role now of the coach, ensuring that the next batch of players training with the side are familiar with the standards of playing for the Lions.
Bear Swanepoel is just on the stumps. Throughout this over, Dwan Jansen plays this to mid-off for no run.
And it's going to be that type of thinking now. It is contracting season at the moment in South Africa. Just being clear in terms of the options that you're going to have next season. Thinking as far as next season, that yeah, you could lose a few players. It's building up. It's going to be a big summer. A lot of test cricket, white ball matches as well. That will be held in South Africa. Yes, that will certainly help in terms of players might go into camps and might come back. But you can certainly take away the captain, Themba Bavuma, out of the side. Connor Hestehazen has just thrown another spanner into the work now. All of a sudden, he might be someone who might start making those squads as well going forward. Zubair Hamza has certainly also put his hand up this season.
Swanepoel, after a wide, comes back in. He's been very accurate in this over, giving nothing away. It's still 128 for 5.
Ngaba Peter, what do you do with him?
Yep.
I'm certainly someone who loves a wrist spinner in my limited overs team. How do you... I mean, it could be a Shamsi being brought back. It's just finding a leg spinner because, again, 50 over cricket has gone to the part where you need to take wickets in that middle part of the game.
He's very persistent on that off stump. He's very full. It feels like all these balls are drivable, but every single time Jansen drives it straight to a field at that time to mid-off.
So a lot to be in the air for the TPO Lions. A lot of the people behind the scenes have to ensure that they make some important calls. 2 finals, or rather 3 finals this season, or 2 finals.
The one that they lost is actually adding on to the point that you're talking about, the T20 competition. That's when balls wide here, Bear Swanepoel feels like he's just rolling his fingers over the ball, trying to get a slow ball in, and an off cutter which comes into the right hander, but it's docking the ball a little bit too straight here, no, on the middle stump, and it goes down the leg for wide.
I'm surprised as well because Dwan Jansen is still new at the crease, and almost like his reputation is preceding him. And I'm worried that a youngster coming in, yes, it's been an important season for him at the Titans, but there's so much respect being given to him already with just 4 runs to his name.
Goes back to the work here, Bear Swanepoel. That's the ball he bowled, every single ball, straight at the stumps. He's been on middle stump almost every ball, and it's been guided to the deep mid wicket. Ends over number 30. It's 130 for 5. And before you take your leave, Nono, we even think of the T20 competition during the time where South Africa A was traveling and South Africa was still playing as well. And the Lions got bled, and they gave themselves 7 new debutants throughout the course of that series. And because there were so many young players, your Morteza Manaks, your Rafiq Patals, all of a sudden, that cohesion that the team has and their depth really got tested. And unfortunately, they didn't rise up to the occasion at the time.
Again, I'm going to take it back to captains. I mean, once you start playing with familiar players for a long period of time,
Bjorn Fortuin continues to Dwan Jansen, goes down the track, mistimes it with the inside of the bat to mid-wicket for 1.
you start having certain roles being filled by certain players. You know, Bjorn Fortuin, Ngaba Peter being around will operate in certain periods. And when all of a sudden certain important parts of your bowling attack are taken away from you, then you...
Ginger defense, and it's still no run.
Then you need to start understanding the new players coming into the side, how they operate, the role and responsibility. Because I always remind people, the recipe for Lions in recent years has been fast bowlers take wickets in the power play, and 2 good spinners will hold the middle. And that's what has brought a lot of success for the Lions in probably the last 10 years.
Very straight from Bjorn Fortuin, and it's defended by Keegan Peterson, bowling this well. And the advantage now that the Lions will have is that they always depended their spin efforts on Bjorn Fortuin. They've been trying to get that second spinner. Darts it down the track and shimmies down the track. Keegan Peterson just pedals it down to the mid-on for a single. And now the trust that Coach Wandi Gwavu 2 seasons ago that he gave to Ngaba Peter to say, no, come from the Warriors, come join us here. It's starting to pay off now because Peter is starting to be more economical, being more aggressive and being more in control of his bowling, and is a perfect fall for Bjorn Fortuin, who bowls this one just outside the off stump, and Dwan Jansen just cuts it straight to the cover fielder for 1. They move to 133 for 5 after 31.
And what's been important for Ngaba Peter is playing 4-day cricket. That's been one of the most important things. You think about, yes, it's been a player that's burst to the scene, and a lot of people were taken by him and the way he's adapted to with little cricket at Division 2 for Inyati in the past. And I think this season, the fact that Lions have managed to play him in 4-day cricket means he's bowled a lot more overs, develop as a leg spinner, because it's not an easy art to just come in and look to bowl quick. And as well, he also developed other parts of his army, bowling the ball a lot slower, looking to turn that leg spinner, because again, you look at Ngaba Peter, tends to be middle and leg, and often times he get picked up a lot because he bowls it quite quick and short. And for him to develop himself, 4-day cricket is going to be important, just bowling overs and overs and overs, so that he can be able now to decide what options he wants to take, not just having that one options quick and into the stumps.
He comes into the attack now for over number 32. And if you actually go back to, if I say, his discography of wickets, or his wittography of wickets, what... If you look back at his list of wickets, Ngaba Peter, especially at the Proteas level, he bowls this one short, it's straight, it's on that 2-leg like you're speaking about. And they just pedaled it away to the square leg for 1. Most of his wickets it's that really quick delivery, which is basically a half tracker. You can say it's a flipper because it doesn't even lift. It stays very low. And the batters need to try and pick that ball up, and that's why most of his wickets are caught at mid-wicket, actually. It's much more straighter this time. It's much more slower. It's well defended by Keegan Peterson, and the improvements that he has made are showing with what he's doing. That slowness, more variety. He's even gotten bigger and stronger. Wonderful bowling to see when he's fully in song. Goes a little bit wide. It's going to be a single as he cuts it away to the covers for 1.
I mean, there are always talk about the different types of leg spinner that one sees. I mean, you probably compare him to Rashid Khan. Quick arm, looks to get LBW bowled, is at the stumps on most occasion. And that's where you felt his development needed to come. Just moving maybe another stump away, being around that off stump line, a beautiful delivery just outside off stump, pitching on off, and turning to Dwan Jansen, who defends it off the back foot.
That looked ginger. I think that's the perfect line. He moved it just a stump away. That 2 off between off stump and middle stump. Goes to that length again. Dwan Jansen just opens up that front foot to drive it down to the long off. But he's making the batters do something a little bit unconventional in order for them to score against him. And that's what you want when you are an attacking bowler. You want the batters to try and find different ways to score against you, because that's how you take your wickets. There's that quicker one on the back foot, defended by Peterson to end over number 32. 136 for 5. The Titans need 113 from 109.
Yeah, your biggest clue as well for someone like Ngaba Peter, if the bat is hitting you to long off, playing the drive, that's where you feel he's in control, and it's been the balls getting hit towards, I think, the area he'll be happy with. I think you look at, if you see his field, I mean, at times we have it's called a splitter now. They have one fielder on the onside who's not quite at square leg, but not at cow corner, just in between. And most of his fielders then will be on the boundary, that is, will be a long off, a cover, and at times he'll have long on. So it's so important for him to ensure that he bowls towards those fielders, which is especially that mid-off or long-off fielder.
And those are difficult lines that many players get paid millions for. Hitting the ball outside the off stump, and Ngaba Peter has been doing that well. He's being supported now by Bjorn Fortuin, coming in for over number 8. The score is 136 for 5. The ball is full outside the off stump for Dwan Jansen, who punches that down to the long off for a single. They move to 137 and moving into the seat. Hussein Manak joining us in commentary. Now Bjorn Fortuin just rearranging his field. The covers going down into the boundary. The long off is at the boundary. Those are the only two fielders in the boundary on the offside. Bjorn Fortuin bowls to Keegan Peterson. Goes in a little bit straighter. Short 45 was in the picture, but it's going to go down to deep square leg for one single as the ball was bowled straight by Bjorn Fortuin. Welcome back, Hussein Manak.
Thank you, Mpendulo. Well, it's an interesting game. I think we're going to have a tight finish here. Either way, runner ball required here from the Titans.
Ball straight, and Janssen was trying to just work that around his corner. Played the ball a little bit too early, and he just got a thick outside edge back to Bjorn Fortuin. And that speaks of Bjorn Fortuin's manipulation of speed through the air as well. Bowls this one quicker, same line, same length, but because it reaches Janssen quicker, just guides it to the mid-wicket area for a single. Moves to 138.
A question, and I think you've watched all the Lions games, or most of the Lions games this season. What do you make of Mitch van Buren as a wicketkeeper? Has he kept as a youngster? Maybe maybe at school level he was a wicketkeeper, or is he a genuine makeshift wicketkeeper?
Nice and straight and defended by Keegan Peterson. He's gonna hate me if he does listen to our broadcast. But it's makeshift.
No. I mean, honest question. I mean, I think the thing is, obviously, I know there's been injuries and Connor's been away and things like that. But I mean, it's interesting to know, because if he's kept because many players do, as youngsters, they grow up. Oh, this is an appeal. Peterson's tried to drive this back past the bowler. He's missed it. And he struck him somewhere on the pad. It may have been an inside edge, but umpire is not interested. And that will be the end of the 139 for 5. 33 overs bowled. Right required now, 6.5. Well, I'll tell you what, Peterson bats through here. I reckon Titans could win this game. So a lot hinges on him.
He's currently on 63 runs, and he needs to anchor the innings. The one thing that they're going to have with the advantage is that they're not chasing a 300. They're chasing a score that's actually below 250. So at any time below over number 43, 44, you'll always feel like you are in the game to set yourself up for an explosive finish. The story will be really different if right now, instead of needing 110, they needed 160. Then it's panic buttons.
Correct. Now, this isn't a huge score. I mean, 240, I reckon, he can still chase us down, even at the back end, wickets in hand, just take it easy. There's no real rush. They still can respect a good ball, respect a good over. Peter, he's in again from the caller drive end.
And they're working this partnership well. The ball is full outside the off stump, and it's driven down by Janssen to Bear Swanepoel at long off. And that's what you need to do with a bowler who's attacking as an attacking spinner, who wants you to hit him so that you can grab their wickets. You work him around the little pockets that they are giving you with all the fielders outside the circle, and you turn him out for 4 or 5 runs in this phase of the game. And Keegan Peterson goes big. The ball is pitched outside that off stump, and it spins away. He was completely out of shape to try and cut that away for 4.
Yeah, but it turned there as well and beaten. Beautiful delivery, this.
No feet from Peterson. Must try and at least get some of your weight over to the line of the ball so you can have better contact of it. Wonderful feet. Just opens up the offside, and he works that back to Ngabapita, who can't stop it. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, it's really just about rotation of strike here for these two, because one thing with the Wanderers, if you trust yourself as a batter, the boundaries will come. You don't have to go searching for them. It's such a quick outfield. You'll get good value for your shots, especially if you just play good cricket shots. Hit the cap, you will get the odd boundary coming out now and then. So it's really about just continue to ticking the scoreboard over, rotating the strike, ones and twos.
A little bit shorter outside the off stumps, punched away to Cody Yusuf at deep cover. And I think additionally to that, you start testing the bowler's patience now. Because what they're doing here, the Lions, they're just hitting the stumps. They're doing nothing more than that. And then if you are able to just turn these for ones and twos after 6-7 overs, is the captain strong enough to keep his bowlers doing what they're doing, or will they then try change something?
Panic.
And panic.
Yeah, and start searching, you know. And then that's what you want, is a batting side absorbing the pressure, slowly transferring it back onto the bowling side, put them in a state of panic, get them to start searching. Defended into the covers, and a quick single taken. That's good running. Very, very good running. It's exactly what's required from them at the moment, and good backing up as well from Janssen.
Makeshift keeper? Tough throw. But to answer your question, getting back to that topic, Wandile Makwetu and Connor Esterhazen are your, for sure, wicket keepers in the side. Ryan Rickleton is, of course, no longer even a consideration, given the fact that he's full-on Protean now. And so no Wandile Makwetu and there's no Connor Esterhazen. You surely pick your next best fielder. Oh, it's edged outside. It's going to pass the first slip region. There is no first slip. A wonderful ball from Ngaba Peter. Back of a length, just outside the off stump. And it's the speed that was so wonderful. Draws Peterson to a stroke. Edges it for 4. Down at the third man.
Yeah, that final ball of the over. So frustrating for bowlers. Bowled a decent over. And just that final ball. It wasn't a bad ball as well. It was a good delivery. Genuine edge, and just beats the wicketkeeper as well as that short third man, and runs away for 4 runs. So they're going to take a well-deserved drinks break as batters have a bit of a chat, maybe get some instructions from the change room. Bowlers and fielders get together. 102 runs required to win now of 96 deliveries. 147 for 5.
Keegan Peterson is on 65. Dwan Janssen is on 17. They lose a wicket right now. They have Dayan Khalim, who's a reliable bat. For the type of game that we're watching here, they need to be batting at around 5-6 for the next 10 overs or so. Dayan Khalim can come in and fill that void very nicely. The problem comes after that, because I believe if they are able to get one wicket here off either Janssen and Peterson and get the wickets off Khalim, or even when Khalim comes in, they will throw Bayer Swanepoel to that. They will throw Cody Yusuf, even if it's just for 2 more overs, to try and penetrate through. I do not think that a Van der Merwe Dala is going to have a fun time dealing with the accuracy of Yusuf and Bayer Swanepoel today.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think if you look at the batting lineup of the Titans, they do look like they've got a long tail. I mean, basically specialist batters to 5, and then from 6, 7, 8, 9, all bowling, let's call them bowling all-rounders. So it's absolutely critical that one of the top 5 bats through. And Peterson's the one man standing at the moment, so a lot rests on him at the moment. But as important is those bowling all-rounders we talk about that are batting at 6, 7, 8, and 9, that they put on little partnerships, 30 partnership, 40, 50 partnership, because those little cameos and innings and just more supporting that top order batter like Peterson today, those partnerships are going to win you the game. And so, that's really what they need to do. So Janssen, as much as he can play the big shots, we saw it on Wednesday night, he can play some big hits. He certainly can clear the bound. That's not his job at the moment. If he goes and he hits a few boundaries and he gets himself out, he could lose the game for his team. So his role now is really to support Keegan Peterson, stay with him, get him on strike, and do that for the next 10 overs. Because when they get to 45, if he's still there, I reckon they would have transferred the pressure back onto the Lions, and suddenly advantage then it's Titans.
And the thing is, with the way the game is set up right now, if they do lose a wicket here, Titans, say they lose a Dwan Janssen and Keegan Peterson remains, and they lose another wicket and Keegan Peterson remains, the more wickets you lose, the less quality of batter you receive, and so the pressure to score the runs instantly falls on your player who's batting in the top order. So if Janssen had to lose his wicket now, the potential extra 20 runs he could have gotten in his innings need to be scored by Peterson. The next guy who comes in and they lose their wickets, the whatever average 20 odd they have, those runs must be scored by Peterson, and all of a sudden, the smooth rhythm of his innings is disturbed, and now he needs to up the rate. And he can't disturb the bowlers anymore, and most likely will lose his wickets in those instances. And that's why it's so important for Dwan Jansen on the other side to just remain resolute and not search for something that isn't there. We come back after drinks. Bjorn Fortuin bowls to Keegan Peterson around the wickets. It's going to be spinning the ball away from the right-hander. It's defended off the middle stump for no run.
So Bjorn Fortuin's bowled 8 overs. He's into his 9th. Just 2 remaining. So important overs here for him, bowling to the 2 right-handers.
It's pushed back straight to him. Similar delivery from Bjorn Fortuin. And Ngaba Peter will have to find his straps. If his first 5 overs went for 33, he needs to get his next set of overs to go for 25 or less, just to apply that pressure to the Titans. Bjorn Fortuin keeps with the same line. He's bowling 2 off. Keegan Peterson goes down the track for no run, pushed to the covers. Same ball from Bjorn Fortuin. Peterson goes to the back foot, low, and drives it to the vacant cover area for 2. They move to 149.
Yeah, he just needs to look to, I think, here with Bjorn Fortuin, maybe try and get onto leg stump and go inside out. The big gaps on the offside. If he tries to go against the spin to the leg side, well, that's a short boundary, so tempting. But you can play across your front pair and get wrapped LBW. So offside is really where the runs are, and this is what he's done. He's used the pace and just deflected this down past the short third man. 4 runs. The ball will beat the fielder who chases it. And 4 valuable runs, because he got a couple early in the over. And now a 4 that's basically 6 for the over. Beautifully. Well played.
150 runs up for the Titans. 153. They now need less than 100 runs to win. They need exactly 96 to win the match. And now it's starting to get a little bit more interesting with Keegan Peterson on 71. That's what you were talking about, Hussein. The ball is bowled straight to the middle stump, and Keegan Peterson moves to the leg stump to open that offside room, punches it away for 1 to end the over. 154 for 5 after 35, and they need 95 runs to win the match.
Yeah, good over for them, especially after bowling of 14. 7 runs, you definitely will take that, run a ball, and +1. So, Pindulo's out here. We're joined by Ken Borland. So the shadows lengthen, the other what may become a factor. And it just depends on how sharp the batter's eyesight is, but that shadow from the trees on the western side and the memorial stand, the big grandstand there, those shadows are starting to reach the pitch now, and they're just getting past the pitch. And when the fast bowlers come back on, they all got a few overs remaining. It's interesting to see how that will affect how the batters see the ball in the dimming light, particularly in those shadows. How about Peter? Back in from the corner drive in. Peterson backs away, tries to cut. And dot ball back to the bowler. 154 for 5. Good afternoon again, Ken.
Good afternoon, Hussein.
Where's this game? In the balance, or what do you reckon?
Yeah, very much so. I think we could be in for a thrilling finish here. First signs of life from the fancy new floodlights that have been installed for the World Cup, as Peterson defends very solidly against a well-placed leg break from Ngaba Peter. Just one row of lights are on, one vertical row of lights on each floodlight that we can see from our vantage point here. Again, good delivery from Ngaba Peter, and Keegan Peterson, I think that's what he's done really well. He's kept the good balls out, he's defended when required, but he's also ticked the scoreboard over with ones and punished anything loose.
Yeah, he's played an innings of absolute class so far. Really, it's a quality innings.
A little bit shorter from Peter, cut away by Peterson, a half stop in the field, which allows them to dash through for a single.
It's a type of situation where, coaches often will tell their players that you're going to have a few occasions in a season where the game is in your hands. Either you've got the bat in your hand or the ball in your hand, and you know that if I bat through, we win the game. And he's in that situation at the moment, isn't he?
Zubair Hamza has his boot in his hand at the moment, so he was the one who made the half dive save at backward point and somehow lost his shoe in the process. He's got it back on his foot now and will be ready to go. He was wringing his hand as well. It was quite well struck by Keegan Peterson. Just got one out of it. Here's Peter again. Yeah, nicely bowled. And Duan Jansen gets those long legs of his well forward and defends back to the bowler.
Does look like Zubair Hamza may have just done himself a little naughty, injured himself, perhaps the shoulder, because he had to dive full length, landed on the shoulder.
Gained a bit shorter and quicker, and Hamza can't pick up on the initial attempt. I think it was always a quick single there, though. So another single to end the over. 36 gone, 156 for 5, and the momentum multiply Titans need 93 to win off 84 balls. Where's your money, Hussein?
Whoa, tell you what, I don't know. At the moment, it's 50. It's really 50-50. I think, everything for me hinges now, particularly now. Okay, I think if we get past another 10 overs, then it may be too late for the Lions. But now, if they don't get Peterson out, I reckon in the next, maybe 38 by 45, if they don't get Peterson out in the next 7 or 8 overs, I think Titans have an advantage. They're going to be they're going to be controlling this game. So that's a huge wicket. And I think another few overs of Peterson and Jansen batting and just knocking the ball around. I feel there may be a little bit of panic starting to in the Lions camp.
14 to Jansen, drives, another misfield now, and that one will cost a single at mid-wicket to Jansen.
And not necessarily Peterson's wicket, but just, they keep picking up wickets. So even if they get Jansen out, they pick up a wicket, next batter in, pick up a wicket. Just that alone slows the run rate down. More dot balls.
It looks like Josh Richards to me was the culprit at mid-wicket. Perhaps on the field for Zubair Hamza. Might have gone off to get that shoulder looked at from the previous over. But the Lions need to be at their absolute tightest now. They've missed 3 sharp catches today. All of them would have been really good catches indeed if they had been taken. But in finals, you need that. Richards has now been moved to a short third man. And Peterson sets up quickly. Well placed. It was beyond the reach of the bowler, running to his right, and mid-on was deep, and they get an easy one. Hussein, just to go back to your point about Peterson staying in, I agree with you totally, because we've seen what Duan Jansen can do with the bat. We know what Diane Khalim can do, Rudolph van der Merwe, Junior Dala. So if Peterson stays in, those guys are capable of just batting around him. And there's only 91 more needed to win. Quicker and flatter from 14, but down the leg side, and Jansen, I think, has got a little tickle on that, and away for 4, a valuable boundary, and the Lions skipper just venting a bit of frustration.
Yeah, he's beginning to search now, isn't he? And I think that was a quicker one into the stumps, but he's drifted down leg side. So he's been guilty in the previous over, bowling one a little wide outside off stump, and this time little down leg. He's got to stay on the stumps. Every ball has got to be hitting the stumps, because any width, especially the pace he's bowling at and this quick outfield, any bat or pad is going to run away for 4. So he's got to be on the stumps.
And he can't go down leg. There's no fine leg in place. That's better. Middle and off. Pushed back to the bowler.
And those boundaries hurt. Every boundary now really hurts the Lions. 162 for 5.
Uppish. But there's no mid-off. It's a long off and goes through that area for 1 to end the 37th over. 163 for 5. So 86 needed of 78 balls. The rate required is 6.6 to the over, Hussein. So that's the kind of rate where you feel the Lions mustn't go searching for wickets maybe. Maybe they should be focusing on building pressure to try and get that required run rate up to 7, 8. And that'll naturally cause a bit of, you shift the pressure onto the Titans.
Absolutely right. Agreed. I mean, if they can, for me, the big things here is restricting boundaries. So, because I don't think the Titans can win this game with ones and twos only. They need the odd boundary here and there. Because if they score 3 singles, 4 singles and over, that required run rate keeps going up. So then they can squeeze. But what's happened in the last 10 overs or so, every now and then over or two, there's the odd boundary they're just leaking the odd boundary, and they've got to try and restrict that.
And one feels they've been fairly soft boundaries as well. Balls down leg, balls too wide, that sort of thing. Ngaba Peter. Ooh. Janssen trying to cut. Maybe a little bit close to him. Misses.
So what they need to do is just squeeze, restrict the boundaries. The ones will come, but if there's no boundaries, you may find the batter forced to take a risk or two. And that's what you want. You need the batters to take a risk.
Oh, that one turned sharply from Ngaba Peter.
Beautiful delivery.
Yeah,
absolute beauty.
A little bit short though, so the batter was able to watch it just rip past the bat. But that just shows what is still in this pitch. Slip is running into place after that ball. Nicely flighted this time by Peter, and Janssen pushes to extra cover. That turned a bit as well. Came off the outside half of the bat. Again, nicely bowled, no run.
This is a wonderful over so far. Now, he's got to look after this over. They really have to protect this over, because that's really what they need to do, is make sure these last 2 deliveries don't go for a boundary. If they go for 2 singles, that's fine, but they cannot afford a boundary, so they need to protect it.
Well bowled, that's it. I was going to say, don't go for the slider, the fancy wicket-taking ball or anything. Float it up as you have been. Get it on that good length. And all Janssen is doing is defending.
Yeah, and for me now, I would put Zubair Hamza back. Just stop, because that thick outside edge can run away for 4 easily now. Just stop that.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit short, and Janssen has missed out there, but we just saw him indicate after he played and missed with the back foot force that the ball bounced a bit more than he expected. And Ngaba Peter, that is his strength. He's a good bowler on the half out, because he gets almost like overspin. He gets that bounce and it zips through.
Very good over. It really was an excellent over. He asked the question of a few of those deliveries, beat the outside edge a few times, and didn't bowl that 4 ball that is so important at the moment. So Bayer Swanepoel's bowled 7 overs. 3 wickets he's picked up for 28 runs. He's picked up crucial wickets. Picked up the wicket of Senekwane, Brunt, as well as Andile Petlequire. So he's back into the attack.
Bjorn Fortuin has finished his 10 overs for 48 runs. Not his best display, I would say, with the ball today, but he changed ends because of the short boundary, and he was targeted a bit. Bayer Swanepoel bowled really well up front. Couple of maidens, couple of wickets, and lots of consultation with Bjorn Fortuin. The boundary riders are at deep square leg, third man, and a deepish mid wicket who's in off the boundary. Peterson targeting the short leg side. Bit of a head up heave, and bottom edge away on the leg side, no run.
Yeah, he's waiting for anything slightly short, because it's short boundary on the leg side, and he's going to try and chop it up, get it up in the air, and try and clear that leg side boundary. And as a result of that attempted pull shot, there's a field change. Third man has come up into the circle, and the mid wicket's gone back on that deep mid wicket boundary.
There's a long on lurking in the shadows as well, which I failed to mention. Here's Sonapul again. Well bowled. Peterson inside edge. Onto his pads. No run.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting phase of the game here. There's a lovely crowd that's coming as well now. Again, at grass embankment, there's lots of kids below us in the Unity stand. There's a lot of people sitting below us to our left-hand side, and that memorial stand has been packed since this morning. But there are people coming in. This game is very much still in the balance, and looks like it could go all the way.
Peterson down the ground. He'll get at least one. Long on will keep it to that. And it's a gorgeous evening in Johannesburg. Still lovely blue sky. There's some storms far away to the east, which I don't think will bother us. Hope that's not famous last words. But yeah, get to the Wanderers. There's at least another hour of play left, I'd say, with 85 runs needed, 11 and a half overs to be bowled. And I think we're in for a thrilling finish here. Sonapul from the golf course end. Back of a length, and Janssen just pushes it behind square on the offside for a single.
This is good cricket from Johan Janssen. He's really playing a very crucial innings here, you feel. Not Petlukwayo was batting well too, and then just played a loose shot outside off stump, hit the boundary. The ball before that, very good cut shot. And then the next one, hold out straight to backward point. But Janssen has come in and he's played a gem of an innings here, just supporting Peterson, who knocks this one to the leg side to that man that was moved out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. And it will be another single. So these singles ticking over. 83 runs to win. 166 for 5. Last ball of the 39th over.
Well, Duane Janssen's done it a couple of times this season already, helping win matches with the bat for the Titans in the lower order. He's on strike now to Sonapul. Oh, that was a bit of a loose drive, inside edged, away on the leg side, and he'll get a slightly fortunate single. So Janssen scored 45 not out of 51 balls to win a really tight match against Western Province at Centurion by just 2 wickets. They won with 2 overs to spare as well.
Yeah, I thought his partnership with Lion Keshe on Wednesday night against the Warriors was quite important. That little partnership, I thought, won the game for them. Because there was a stage when Titans were, the game there was also very much in the balance. They were struggling to score, batters were battling, and they needed that little partnership just to get them safe. And I thought he played a wonderful innings there too. So he certainly can hold a bat.
Yeah, he got a run ball 30. That was the other knock that I was going to mention. And Leon Cachet, who took the Titans home with 57 not out of 42, mentioned after the match just how much Janssen had helped him by being so calm and unruffled in the situation. Ngaba Peter. And landing it nicely again. Janssen pushing forward. Back to the bowler. No run.
Yeah, so now the shadows almost covering the entire field, or let's say 2/3 of the field at Memorial Stand and change rooms, buildings to our left-hand side.
This one is slightly more towards the leg side, and Janssen pushes it to long on for a single.
We always talk about a left-hand, right-hander batter and how they complement one another. Now, if you look at the 2 batters out there at the moment, Ken, it's interesting that bowlers have got to adjust their lengths bowling to both these 2 guys, because have a look at how short Peterson is and how tall Janssen is, and you look at that delivery, previous one. This one is defended by Peterson. A good delivery again from Peter, and a similar delivery that perhaps Peterson may go back and play. Janssen is coming forward because of his reach and tall, long legs, and he can just drive it down to mid-on or mid-off. So they do complement one another quite nicely. And there's a good example. Like, that's a good length delivery defended by Peterson. He doesn't come forward. He just stays back and defends it. That same delivery, Janssen would have probably gone forward and driven it down to mid-off. So very interesting little passage of play here.
So true, and I think Ngaba Peter's adapting really well to bowling to these two very different batsmen. Peterson on the sweep, but straight to short, fine leg, no run. So Ngaba Peter just 2 runs off his previous over, and 1 ball left of his 8th over. He's gone for just a single. And again, Hussein Manak, I think, is calling for them to protect the over, make sure they stop the boundary. No change to the field, although the slip is not in place to Peterson. Sweeps again, loops up in the air, over the keeper, it's safe. And Peterson comes herring back for 2, comfortably made. The throw was a bit wayward. So, well, another good over by Ngaba Peter. 40 overs gone, 170 for 5. And the momentum multiply Titans need 79 off the last 10 overs. At the same stage of their innings, the Lions were 178 for 6. So the Titans have just 8 runs less. They've got an extra wicket in hand, though. And back with microphone in hand, Rodney Elliott.
Yeah, squeaky bum time, as they say. This really could go either way. You couldn't ask for a more closely contested final than the one we've had today. The crowd all seem engaged. They're making a lot less noise than they were about an hour ago. Whether that's because they're gripped or because the Lions seem to be in the grip of this partnership, I leave to the interpretation of the listener.
Partnership up to 49. Duan Janssen doing the business again. Swanepoel to Janssen, defends nicely to cover no run.
That Duckworth-Lewis pass score is always a decent index of where things are. Currently they have a deficit of 15 on that number. They ought to be, according to Duckworth-Lewis and Stern, never forget Stern, 185 for 5, whereas they are 170 for 5.
I slightly disagree with DLS on this occasion. I think it's a bit closer than that 15-run gap as Janssen drives down to long off for a single. But as you mentioned earlier, Rodney, it all depends on what happens after now. If Keegan Peterson stays in, then Titans are in the driving seat as the 50 partnership has come up with that single in 80 balls and just 3 fours.
Yeah, we've seen a few release shots or attempted release shots in recent overs. None of them have really come off. It does suggest that the urgency is beginning to be felt.
Again, Swanepoel just snaking the ball back into Peterson, who's stretching forward, inside edge into his body. No run.
The talk at this stage of an innings, of course, is always about length. You want to get that block hole. Used to be the story we were told. I've always thought line is just as important. If you don't give a batsman enough width to free those arms, I mean, that's as good as anything else.
Oh, there's the block of ball you were talking about, Rodney. Well bowled by Swanepoel. Brings a dot. But I almost think it's the 41st over. Still 78 to get. It seemed a little bit too early to go to outright death bowling. The odd little surprise York is never a bad idea, though. But line, crucial, especially with a shorter boundary on the leg side now, as the right-handed Keegan Peterson faces at the corner drive end. Hooks, doesn't get all of it. It's going to roll to the cow corner, who's run towards mid-wicket, just a single.
Did you not feel that was an error maybe the Titans made in their innings with the ball, perhaps reverting to traditional death bowling techniques a little early? Duan Janssen, I thought in particular, was a bit guilty of that, leaving what had been so successful for him in his earlier spells and bringing out the slower balls and the Yorkers and drag downs, etc.
This one is heaved across the line by Janssen to cow corner for 1. I tend to agree with you, Rodney. Yeah, Janssen bowled 5 overs for 15 with the new ball. It was pretty standard new ball fare, and then his last 5 overs went for 38 runs. I think there's always just been a bit in this pitch that has helped the seam bowlers. They can hold their lengths for a bit longer. End of the 41st over, 173 for 5. 76 needed of 54 balls.
Yeah, that's the thing about a two-paced pitch. Hitting through the line is infinitely more difficult than it would be on the true fare you tend to get at Centurion. Length is not a suicide pill on this wicket.
Yeah, for sure. The advice at the Wanderers is always to err on the fuller side. Don't get sucked in by the bounce and bang it in short. You will be punished. As Delano Potgieter is back. 5 overs, 1 for 22. He's taken so far. Reza Hendricks bowled a couple of overs, so that will reduce the allotment for someone. Someone's only going to have to bowl 8 overs. I fancy it might be Potgieter as Janssen works him wide of long on, and a good, comfortable couple of runs for the Titans. Paz Swanepoel has got 1 over left. Cody Yusuf has got 3. I'm pretty sure he's going to bowl those. Ngaba Peter 2. So there 4 more overs, the better part of 4 more overs to be found somewhere by the line. So important that Potgieter does a good job here.
I may have missed a boundary of pretty recent vintage, but I'm pretty sure we haven't had one in the last 5 overs, which at this stage of an innings seems extraordinary.
Nicely pushed down the ground by Janssen, but straight to log off, just 1. Yeah, that Hussein Manak and I were chatting about it a few overs ago, actually, that stopping the boundaries is the way to go. And the Lions have done that, and suddenly that rate required has gone from a manageable 6.6 in the space of a couple of overs. It's 8.4 now.
Yeah, the last one I can find, and my feed's a bit delayed, was over 37. Dwan Janssen of Bjorn Fortuin.
That sounds about right. There was that little tickle down the leg side as Fortuin went for a quicker, straighter delivery, just slid down leg a bit. Potgieter slower ball. Peterson waits with nicely, dunks it into the hole in at mid-wicket for 1.
So how deep do you take this before exploding?
Well, rate required 8.5. You don't want to see it get much higher than that, so you just feel the Titans need to shift gear a little bit, a bit more urgency. Try and come up with a boundary option somewhere. Potgieter to Janssen. Back of a length, Janssen defends. Down to mid-on, the bowler himself will field, but they get the single. I think the Lions are happy with 1s now.
Well, every single just sends the run rate skyward. It's up to 8.5 now. As the crowd looks on, many apparently fully aware that something has to give.
Steer to 1 or 2, backwards point, shies and misses Richard Seletwani. But he almost anticipated that little push square of the wicket by Keegan Peterson. There are 2 fielders behind square on the offside, and he was the squarer of the 2, and he was onto that very quickly. Had Temba Bavuma, in fact, he had 1.5 stumps to aim at and narrowly missed. That would have been very close for Dwan Janssen with a direct hit. Fuller and slower this time from Potgieter, and Janssen can only push it back to the bowler. The end of another good over for the DP World Lions, one has to say. Every over without a boundary is a good one for them. So 42 overs gone, 179 for 5. the Titans need 70 off 48 balls. And Aslam Kota is going to bring us home here in commentary.
I said the crowd were gripped, but that's by no means exclusively or unanimously the case. There are about 24 kids on the grass embankment who have played non-stop cricket themselves all through this match, and I dare say have not seen a single ball. All power to them, as I'm joined by Aslam Kota.
Thank you very much. So the beginning of the 43rd over, and it's Swanepoel once again into the attack. Ball eased out to the offside, a quick single picked up by Peterson. He moves to 82. And what you saw with that in the previous over, the attempted run out and the fact that they ran the cheeky single, was that I think there's an element of panic, that if they're not getting boundaries, they need to continue to turn the strike over. We'll give you the field in a moment because this countdown is beginning to look very interesting. 47 balls remain, 69 needed. Ball bounces high over the advancing bowler, which allows Janssen to pick up the single. So two right-handers at the crease, one at about 5'5", the other at about 6'6". So they need to find the correct lengths all the time with this strike being turned over. But more importantly, no boundaries have been scored in the last few overs. And that run rate, as we've been observing for at least the last 4 or 5 overs, 8.9 now. This is pulled away to the mid-wicket area. Two fielders converting. The ball ends up on the boundary. And I'm not too sure who that fielder was. Is it Cody Yusuf? No, it's not. It's Delano Potgieter who's missed that. And he's really kicked those sponges in frustration because he thought he had it covered. So 4 runs, an important boundary for Peterson that takes him to 86. 185 for 5.
Yeah, he'll be very disappointed not to have stopped that. He was by no means at full strength. Essentially just dived past it, poor chap.
Swanepoel in again. This time he's pushing to the offside. There's a vacant whitish cover area, so they pick up the single. I noticed that immediately after that boundary was hit, Swanepoel made the change. He's then pushed the fielder who was at backward square to square. And I think with the older ball, the softer ball, into the, 40... so you divide it by 42.4 overs. He should actually be more square than he was initially. I think he would have got to the ball a lot quicker than Swanepoel, than Potgieter. And Potgieter himself has actually moved from a conventional mid-wicket to a more squarish mid-wicket. So not much between the two fielders there. But it's Janssen who's facing. Swanepoel in at him now. And he plays a just a neat little push to the onside for a single.
That was, of course, the first boundary in 36 deliveries, which at this stage of a match in which the run rate's accelerating, the required run rate, that is to say, is accelerating every delivery, seems extraordinary. A great tribute to the Lions' attack.
And they've done this a number of times in this season. I'll come back to that in a moment. Swanepoel in from the golf course in to Peterson. Peterson drives powerfully, but only as far as is it Senekwane who does this, Seletswane who does the fielding. End of the over, the 43rd, 188 for 5. 61 needed of 42. Now what tends to happen is, as the bowling team claw themselves back into the game, the batting team, one of them then decide to go for runs, and you see a helter-skelter of wickets suddenly fall and they lose the game. So they're getting themselves into that position where they're going to need to push, but they're going to need to do it with a lot of skill, and I'm quite certain that they're going to need to take 1 or 2 chances now as they get to the 44th over. And I think we were saying off air on a number of occasions that at the end of overs, these two, the pair of batsmen who have now put on 67, Peterson and Janssen, they've had a number of chats, but I'm sure sooner or later it's going to be one of them needs to cut loose. Peterson, as we've said, on 88 now, will need to play through. If he's there at the end, it's going to be a very, very close finish. It's a wide set field. Potgieter back in the attack. There's a long off, long on, deep mid-wicket again off the boundary because that's a huge boundary. Possibly about 75 or 78 meters to our right, which is the eastern side of the ground. Potgieter in, shortish delivery. It's a slow one. It's played straight to the field at short fine leg, and they run through for the single. 189 for 5.
It's not just that we've only had the one boundary in the last 7 overs. on only one occasion, that one, have they looked like getting a boundary. A few attempted release shots that have barely escaped the square. If anything, batting seems to be getting more difficult.
Yeah, and I think an element of panic does set in. There's no doubt about it. Here's a lofted drive. There's a fielder under this one, but I think it's going to clear him by a big way. The shot comes off the bat of Janssen, but it's Peterson who gives him a wonderful bit of encouragement with a fist up to say that's what we want. And I'm quite certain that was the discussion at the end. He's asking for a towel down, is Janssen. But this is a beautiful pickup stroke. Left from the moment it left the bat, you knew that it had the distance.
Well, I inflicted a commentator's curse earlier today. That felt like a commentator's blessing. That sort of reverse jinx.
So Potgieter in again, right arm over. This time he's got the big man, the tall fellow on the defensive. Very unlike Potgieter to just show that kind of aggression. The ball played straight back to him. He throws at the keeper, who unfortunately misfeels it, and they run through for an overthrow. 53 needed of 39. The crowd certainly into it now. A huge visiting crowd from Centurion that have come all the way with fully decked out with their caps and t-shirts and flags, and they're really adding to the atmosphere at the Wanderers. It's a beautiful cup final day, and the two teams certainly living up to their good old histories. Potgieter in again. That's a beautiful cut, but straight to the field at point, guarding that boundary. One run to Peterson. He's on to 90 now. Partnership 76.
Amazing what a couple of boundaries do. That run rate, that required run rate was touching 9 only 4 balls or so ago. It's now down into the low 8s, 8.2 to be precise right now.
2 balls remain in this over. 6 hit in it already from Janssen. He's facing. Short delivery. It's a slow ball bouncer. It's ricocheted off the pads of the wicketkeeper. And it's moments like this with that previous misfield and also this misjudgment of the bounce of the slower delivery from the bowler tells you that Mitch van Buren perhaps a little out of sorts because he hasn't done this for a long time. He hasn't donned gloves for a long time for this team. So the extras add up to 13. The leg buys to 2. 199 for 5. 1 ball remains in the 44th over.
Only 1 bye was yielded in the Lions innings. In contrast, we've had 6 in this one already.
Potgieter into Janssen. Another short delivery. This time the keeper does feel it on the second half volley. So ends with a dot ball. And more importantly, it was a very well controlled one from Potgieter. Ends the over. 199 for 5. 6 overs remain. 50 runs required. Swanepoel has completed his spell. 10 overs, 3 for 44.
Tell you what, we were talking about DLS as a good index of where things stand. An even better one, I'd suggest, would be a look at the crowd. These traveling supporters are on their feet. They seem to be having a whale of a time, having been for much of the last half hour very, very subdued. But they can feel the wind in their sails.
Clearly the partnership has given them that encouragement. 78, although it looked like it was going to be tough. As you said, 8.9 at one stage. It's now come down to 8.3. Can they continue to just find, at least for the next 2 overs, a few boundaries to go with to just switch the pressure over again to the bowling team? Right now it's neck and neck. There's a bowling change on the far end. Swanepoel has completed his 10. Cody Yusuf now, who's bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 16 in an exceptional 2 spells of bowling, in a deep conversation with his captain on the far side. Field in position for Peterson, who's on 90. The shadows lengthen, and in fact they've now crossed the boundary under the scoreboard here at the huge Wanderers cricket ground. So Cody Yusuf now into Peterson. And that's gone to hand. That's a great catch. So let's one, or is it Temba Bavuma once again that picks up a catch? He picked up a glorious one earlier for Peterson. It's going to be the saddest afternoon. Out for 90, caught by Bavuma of Yusuf. Yusuf once again does what he does so often in modern days, picking up the wicket when the Lions have most needed it, and rather disconsolate and a broken Peterson makes his way off the field after what was a classy innings. His first false shot goes to hand, beautifully judged by Bavuma, and that's the 6th wicket, and absolute celebrations for the Lions.
Yeah, his shoulders slumped the moment the ball left his bat. He knew he was in trouble. With Temba Bavuma in that position, the catch was a simple formality. An excellent innings, however. He's played a lone hand, and this match would have been nowhere near as close as it's proven in his absence. He falls 10 short of what would have been his maiden century in this competition and his 5th in all List A cricket. The score is 199 for 6.
Get the details, and that's also 50 List A wickets for Cody Yusuf. And we'll get the details of the Peterson innings. When he got to 50, he had 6 fours and a 6. And really, he has batted so beautifully. He's deserved the 100. So in at the crease now, the hard-hitting Dayan Khalim. Can he continue the way Peterson did? Can he hold things together for his team? It's a widespread field. 5 allowed outside the circle. There are 4 on the leg side. Long on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and deep fine leg. Cody Yusuf, as he runs in, drops the ball. Probably hits his pockets as he runs through, and the ball rolls away down the wicket. And then the field on the offside. There's a short third man, a backward point where the catch was taken by Bavuma. He's in that position right now. A deep point just off the boundary, about a good 7 or 8 meters. And then the captain himself at a wideish cover and a deep mid-off. That's the field for Dayan Khalim. 199 for 6. Yusuf in again. Just eases his ball to the offside with soft hands as Khalim picks up the single and allows Janssen, who was on a very well played 42 again following his innings in that playoff match. He picked up 2 wickets, and then he also scored runs. He got 30 off 30 to make sure that his team got past that particular one against the Warriors away from home to qualify for this final.
That single, by the way, brought up the 200 for the Titans.
Yusuf in to Janssen. Janssen plays powerfully, but it's going to go straight to the fielder at long off. 1 run, 201 for 6. 49, now it's 48 needed of 33.
For the record, the Lions at this juncture were 201 for 7.
Yeah, well, we've used a number of terms. Neck and neck's one of them. And low scoring final. We've become so accustomed to high scoring in the modern game. But I think this pitch has been perhaps the most important reason for the low score. Oh, there's an inside edge of the Khalim bat. And ends up at fine leg for yet another single.
I do hope the pitch doesn't come in for any criticism in the aftermath of this. It's made for a really, really interesting, enthralling, absorbing contest. And what more could you ask from a final?
I agree with you. And remember, it's still bedding itself in here into the Wanderers. They've practiced on it on a number of occasions. The batters have really been happy with the result of it. Cody Yusuf in again, wide outside the off stump, left alone by Janssen. Thought for a moment the umpire is going to say no ball, but I think he's forgotten that he just stood his ground. He didn't move much, and wide outside the off stump, left alone. So there was a match here between the Lions and the Dolphins, and on that occasion as well, 239 for 9 were the Dolphins, and the Lions knocked it off batting second with 240, 119 of the bat of Hamza, 73 for Reza Hendricks. Here's the big hit. It's gone over mid-wicket, right into that memorial stand. He's looking for the one in the over. This one was a lot straighter and fuller from Cody Yusuf. Ends the over with a boundary, an important one for the Titans. 208 for 6 after the end of the 45th over. Janssen on 49.
Yeah, Janssen's going to have to play a very, very similar hand to the one we got from Delano Potgieter in the Lions innings, and he's had a lot more time than Delano had to bed himself in.
Yeah, you're right. In fact, just looking at that replay again, it was on the up. It was at least waist height. He just stood his ground, played across the line, but he knew exactly what he was aiming for, and the result was a 6. 208 for 6. 41 needed of 30. The run rate remains rooted or stuck on 8.2 runs and over. Swanepoel's bowled is 10. Yusuf's got 2 more to go. Potgieter has 3. And then Naba Peter has bowled 8. And Reza Hendricks earlier did turn his arm over for 2 overs. So it looks like that ball, if it's not lost, it's damaged. So they're waiting for a box of balls to come through onto the field. On 49.
That'll be his highest score in this day cricket.
Is this his highest score?
Yeah, he's never scored a 50 at this level. Previous best was 45.
So he's gone beyond that. Certainly his cricket is on the up. He's made this move to the Titans, and he's really responded quite nicely. I think he's grown through the season, and now playing a rather vital hand in this last 3 games for the Titans, making absolutely sure that they qualified for the playoff and then won the playoff and into the final. So Naba Peter is now entrusted with the ball here at the beginning of the 46th over. He's gone for 38 in his 8 overs, and he's yet to pick up a wicket. But his second spell was quite exceptional in that there were no boundaries hit, and he was one of those in that spell of 6 overs where no boundaries were scored, who turned his arm over. He's now operating from the Unity stand end, the corner drive end here at the Wanderers, wide outside the off stump. Once again, Mitch van Buren misjudges the ball. The ball ricochets off his glove. Fortunately, no run accrues. Dayan Khalim looking to hike this ball away to the leg side. There is a fielder in a short fine leg, deep backward square leg, mid wicket off the boundary, a long on. It's a deep set leg side field. Peter in again to Khalim. Khalim plays, it's slightly airborne as it goes down the pitch. Maybe lands about, 2 meters in front of Peter as he goes to his left.
Noticeably slower, that delivery from Peter, than he's been bowling throughout today. I think that's a very good option against the tail enders.
So 2 good balls so far. Lofted drive and a beautiful cover drive. Waltz down the pitch. Makes it on the full, and then hits it past the diving Bjorn Forte and at cover for 4. That boundary hit the ball in a flash. What a way for Khalim to pick up the boundary in this over. 212 for 6. 37 of 27. That's what's required.
Yeah, used his feet beautifully to get to the pitch of the ball and then just slapped it through the vacant cover area. No fielder had a chance. And this game takes another turn.
Indeed it does. The required run rate remains at 8.2 even after that boundary. Naba Peter, can he hold his nerve? It's a sharper delivery, aimed at the leg stump. It's beaten the wicket keeper. It's going to run away to the boundary for leg byes. The umpire confirms it. The quicker delivery misdirected on this occasion. A very important boundary for the Titans. 216 for 6.
Those are always disappointing for a bowler. Your own figures don't suffer at all, but you can't but know that you're entirely to blame.
That's why I asked the question, can he hold his nerve? Hold the quicker one, but as Hussein and Ken were saying earlier, as long as he bowls it straight, he's going to be effective. What does he do now? He's in. It is straight, but it's played across the line. Moving back in the crease was Dayan Khalim. Places it very nicely wide of the field at long on, and they run through for 2.
The required rate is down to 7.4 now.
Yeah, the 6 runs in this over so far. 1 ball remains in the 46th over. It's 218 for 6. Halim facing. He's on 8. There's again a straighter ball. This time it's mistimed by Halim, who was looking to just nudge it into the free area because all of the fielders are on the leg side are on the boundary. So there's always a possibility of not just 1 but 2 runs. He misses out on that occasion. 218 for 6. 31 needed of 24.
That over does feel like it's marked a decisive shift. I won't say the game's over. There's still a good deal to do for the Titans, but they and their supporters will feel that they've just inflicted a potentially fatal blow.
I must tell you, I had that inkling as soon as I saw Naba Peter. That's not because he's not capable, but at a stage where you feel the slower ball is perhaps easier to go after. And the result was we saw that magnificent 4 and then 2 sets of 2s on the leg side. So now it's up to the tall Tuan Janssen on 49, his highest score in this format, 218 for 6. 4 overs remain. Those that have actually stayed behind have really been treated to a wonderful contest here.
I think most of them have stayed behind. I don't think the crowds look any emptier than they did about an hour ago.
I'm just looking at the memorial stand and I see just lesser numbers there, but you may be right. Perhaps they're all on their feet watching this through now. But it's really been an engrossing final. And you have to say that throughout the period, given that the Lions only got 248 in the end, that the game's not run away from either of the teams and they've just hung in there. It's almost like a 15 rounds of sparring and looking for that knockout blow, and it hasn't come yet. I reckon we're in the 14th round with 4 overs to go.
Be decided on points, I reckon.
Cody Yusuffin, wideish delivery outside the off stump. This time it is called a wide by the umpire. 1 more to the total, 219 for 6.
Yeah, we're used to massive swings of momentum, aren't we, in the modern limited overs game. This one has been a slow burn. It's felt tense and vital, alive from ball 1. An absolute pleasure to watch.
Yeah, you can see there's so much of chit-chat between all of the fielders, the Lions fielders, the captain, having moved all the way across from mid-wicket into the cover region. In fact, he's at cover point. Now it's all about just protecting those boundaries. Yusuf into Janssen. Janssen is hit on the full. I think he turns around. He's literally had his back to the bowler. But I think the ball did strike the bat, because had it hit his body, I reckon they would have gone up for LBW. Amazing. I'm glad for him that he actually got back to ball, because it would have inflicted some kind of injury as well, having turned around completely.
Initially, I thought he was withdrawing, perhaps a bit too late from the delivery, seeking a dead ball, but it looks like what he wanted to do was reverse scoop it.
Again, wide outside the off stump, and once again the umpire, Stephen Harris, in no hesitation, the arm immediately thrown wide to signal the extra. 219 for 6. So I'm just looking at the offside field. There is a long off fielder, and then you got a short third man, deep backward. I would say maybe a short third man, this time just off the boundary. So 1 in the inner circle, 1 guarding the boundary, and then cover point, deep extra cover on the boundary. Temba Bavuma, a long off as well. And that's why he's keeping it outside that off stump. He does so on this occasion, and this time his direction is perfect. And the ball's missed by Janssen. Anything straight or short towards the body and he'll punish you. And they've realized that very quickly. And Cody Yusuf, you can see deliberately looking to keep it outside the off stump. And, thereby looking to just get that run rate to go up again so that they can just remain in a semblance of control. 29 to win, 22 balls remain. Yusufin again in fading light, under fading light. This time it's overpitched, comes off the bottom half or the bottom edge of the bat, rolls away to Temba Bavuma at deep cover on the boundary. 1 run taken, 221 for 6.
The trouble with these wide Yorkers, of course, is that you leave yourself next to no margin for error.
Correct.
You're making your job as difficult as it could possibly be. As Dwan Janssen goes to that previously advertised maiden list day 50, the scoreboard calls it a first class 50. I'm not sure they're right about that.
No, they're not.
He's got 5 of those already, I believe.
Again, has this just shaved the line? Because the umpire, I immediately looked at him to say, is he going to signal this wide? So a dot ball accrues. So maiden first class 50, I think well deserved. It's come off 56 deliveries, 2 4s and 2 6s. He's played such a vital hand here with the ball earlier and even took some catches, and now with a bat in hand. As long as he's in there with a score on 50, you have to say the visitors are favourites. Full toss, this ball is hit over the top by Dayan Khalim, not controlled, but he's got the distance and he'll pick up 2 runs as well. The ball ends up at long on, and they pick up a vital 2 runs. That'll take Khalim to 10. 223 for 6.
There had been a few inklings of this sort of form from Janssen over the course of this tournament. He's averaging, or came into this match, averaging 41 in this competition. Although I've got to say, his red ball form with the bat has been, pretty mediocre. 49 runs this season at
Played
9.
across the line, it's gone all the way for 6. Dayan Khalim plays a wonderful stroke. Foolish length from outside the off stump. Just planted his front foot across the line and knew exactly where he was aiming for. He's got 6, it's a flat 6. And ends the 47th over in a flurry. 229 for 6. They need 20 of 18.
Yeah, you've got to say things are starting to look very tenuous for the Lions now. Less a question, well, as much a question, I'd suggest, of keeping the runs down and of taking wickets for them. The requirement on their part would seem to have increased by several orders of magnitude.
Indeed. And just keeping an eye on umpire Jelle, he's been in deep conversation with, I think, first of all, the wicketkeeper and the captain, Bjorn Fortuin. I'm not too sure what that was all about. But now, on a knife edge, if they pick up a wicket here, who knows which way the game can sway. But given the fact that Janssen has been in fantastic form, he's reached his first 50, maiden 50 in List A cricket. Khalim has played a wonderful hand with a number of boundaries, including a 6 of the last ball. Naba Peter now, in again, to Janssen. Janssen taps this to the onside. It's a free area on the onside. Fielders having to converge, and they run through and complete the 2 to the absolute delight of the crowd below us here. 18 of 17.
Yeah, those boundary riders are quite literally riding the boundary now after the late flurry we've seen, which makes it 2 every time for a shot like that.
Just looking at the field and wondering if there'd be a wise idea of a field change, and I'll discuss that in a moment. Let's see what happens with this delivery. Janssen facing. Naba Peter, this time he plays, pushes to long off for a single. That if the bowler is bowling leg spin, they have maintained the short fine leg. That perhaps what should happen is short fine leg should come in the inner ring to a backward square position. The fielder square leg should go more to his right to a finer position on the leg side and keep the areas covered for those 1s and 2s.
Yeah, you're offering them a tip and run game right now, and since singles would essentially win it, doesn't seem especially wise.
Peter into Khalim. Khalim drives straight to cover. No run. You have to look for ways to, because you know that, and the pressure is on the bowler. So if that field change happens, there's at least 2 minds now as far as the fielding team is concerned. 17 needed of 15. Naba Peter into Dayan Khalim. Quicker delivery. He waltzes down the pitch. He plays a glorious on drive and he gets 4 runs. That is a top class stroke from Dayan Khalim. Wonderful use of his feet, and then he's found the gap straight past the onside, past the umpire, and had the beating of Reza Hendricks and also Rassi van der Dussen for 4. 236 for 6, 13 needed of 14.
Yeah, for the first time in a long time, that run rate is well under 6. They can play risk-free cricket from here on in. The onus is entirely on the fielding side to make something happen. And yet they've got so little to play with that their means of doing so is severely circumscribed.
So Ngaba Peter, 5th ball of the over, wide outside the off stump. A powerful looking cross-bedded drive, but straight to the fielder. There's no run. Halim now on 20, Janssen 53, their partnership 37. 13 to win of 13 deliveries. Can Ngaba Peter end this on a higher note? He's in now, flighted delivery once again. It's a drive played. This time the cover fielder having to dive to his right, can't prevent the single and ends the over. And Ngaba Peter has completed his 10 over spell as well. None for 52.
Yeah, very good spell. Unfortunately, those last 2 overs, he was he was thrown into almost a no-win situation, really. This is not an ideal time for a leg spinner to be plying his trade. He bowled gamely, but I'm afraid the momentum now is decisively with the boys in blue. As no doubt you'd be able to tell even if you hadn't been following our commentary from the almighty racket their travelling supporters are making to our left.
Yes, now they're going to need something really special. Cody Yusuf has got 1 over. He'll bowl the penultimate over. How often in these white ball matches the penultimate over actually dictates the direction the match is going to go. So Dayan Halim just having a bit of a break. He's removed his helmet. The tall Janssen on the other hand has had that towel down. He's had a fresh drink as well. The Lions hierarchy of 3 on the far end are in a deep conversation with the bowler. Rasif van der Dussen leaves the group now. We'll get a sense of the field. It hasn't changed much. Short third man, deep third man just off the boundary. The captain himself will come into that cover point region. There's a long off in position, so the field very much the same for Halim as well. But what Cody Yusuf needs to make absolutely certain he's not going to bowl any of those freebies that will go for 6 on that short boundary on the leg side. He's decided to come around the wicket now. So this was the tactic they discussed. 6, 12, needed of 12. Can he make it count, the bowler? Can Halim make it count? Yorker length delivery, looking to hit the colour out of the ball there, and he gets a thick bottom edge to it and kicks up a lot of dust. It's a dot ball.
Yeah, the Lions with this field have elected to stick rather than twist, and who can blame them? Really, your best option perhaps from this position is hoping that the blood goes to the batsman's head and forces an unforced error on their part.
Wide outside the off stump, it's up in the air. Jamba Bavuma is under it, he completes the catch. He stretched for it wide outside the off stump. The plan has worked against Halim, not so much against Janssen, but the 7th wicket has fallen. And is that yet another twist in the tail? Well judged catch. A plan that's come together, you have to say, for the Lions. They kept the fielder in the deep there on the offside, and he just had to run a good, 4 or 5 meters forward and judge that to perfection. Halim is done, out caught for 21 of 17.
Yeah, a very curious decision on Halim's part. All he had to do was stay there. If you're there at the death, if the Titans are still 6 down at the conclusion of this match, they will have won it. The only way this match was going to get interesting from that position was if the aforementioned blood rushed to the aforementioned head, and boy did it.
It certainly did. Well, I reckon it was full outside the off stump, very wide. It was perhaps there for the taking, but because of the width of the delivery with the bowler coming around the wicket, it meant that he had to just stretch, and he didn't really get the sweet spot on that, and that's why it didn't carry. So in the end, you make your luck, you live by it, you die by it. Now, Roelof van der Merwe, the most unorthodox batsman I've ever seen, Tan Khalim, pictures of him leaving the ground very, very disconsolate. And so he should be. 237 for 7. 12 needed of 10. New batsman in facing Cody Yusuf, Roelof van der Merwe.
Yeah, acres of experience. If there's someone I'd back not to suffer a rush of blood to the head, it would be the vastly experienced 41-year-old. Here he is now.
Oh, plays a booming, swinging stroke outside the off stump. Beats him and goes through to the keeper. It's a dot ball, importantly. I get the feeling that if he's not going to do that, and if it's a lot straighter, he's going to obviously look to just push it into the gaps because there's opportunities for 2 runs. More importantly, to make sure that Janssen takes the responsibility in these closing overs, these closing 9 deliveries that remain. Yusuf takes his time to get to the top of his mark. He turns, arms pumping as he comes in around the wicket to Roelof van der Merwe. Again has a wild swish at it, and the ball goes through to the keeper. This is where they need to hold their heads, and how often in recent seasons has Cody Yusuf come good for his team when they've most needed him. He's got the breakthrough. He's got the wicket of Daan Khalim, who was striking the ball with great power and placement. And on the one occasion he didn't get it right, he was caught in the deep by Bavuma. His 3rd catch of the afternoon. All 3 very, very important catches, and excellent catches to say the least. Yusuf in again. Bottom edged, the ball just loops over the cover fielder. And Seletswane runs down to tidy it up, keeps it down to just a single. 2 balls remain in the over, and it is Janssen who'll take strike. Van der Merwe off the mark, 238 for 7. 11 to win off 7.
Yeah, 1 ball in fact. Of the 5 balls of this over, I don't think numbers 8 and 9 have attempted once to take the single and put the set man on strike. It would seem the obvious option, but Dwan Janssen has stood at the non-striker's end, nonplussed, as his partner's slog.
Yusuf into Janssen, and it's a full toss, and it's brilliantly hit deep into that memorial stand for 6. The most important hit perhaps of the innings, because now it means they need just 5 of 6 in the final over. And that also just underlines what you were saying, that he needed to have the strike. You also said earlier that the one fellow you'd rather have in the middle at this stage is Roelof van der Merwe, but he had 3 swishes at it, eventually got back to ball. But then Cody Yusuf ends his spell, 3 for 43, a juicy full toss, and hit deep into that memorial stand for 6, and he's really now done what his team needed. And the disconsolate man at the beginning of the over was Khalim. At the end of the over, it's the bowler. We sing the ebbs and sways in the emotions of the players. And now 244 for 7 with 6 balls remaining.
Cruel game cricket, isn't it? It had been an immaculate over to that point, perfect under the circumstances. But for the first time in this spell, he misses his length ever so slightly and pays the price to the maximum degree, and that may well have settled it.
3 for 43 in his 10 overs that is completed. Now, I wonder if Bjorn Fortuin will be thinking about this afterwards and just wondering the bowling changes in that middle period, if he had got it right at that stage, because now he's got Delano Potgieter to bowl the final over, where really you would be looking to have the likes of Swanepoel and maybe even perhaps Fortuin himself, but he bowled himself through very early on. In fact, he was the first to complete his 10 over spell.
What do you do here as a captain?
7 minutes to 6 here in Johannesburg, South Africa. This match coming to you live from the DP World Wanderers Stadium, courtesy of Pitch Vision on CSA's YouTube channel. Potgieter running into Roelof van der Merwe, and he just nudges this to the onside, picks up the single.
Does anyone get lower in the crease, lower in his stance than Roelof, especially when he's on the front foot? It really is something to watch. It's He's like a crab in pads.
Yeah, and I just get the feeling when he crouches that low, he's really making absolutely certain that his concentration is at the optimum level. There's a slight delay because I think the medic has come onto the field for Janssen. He's getting some attention to his arm or elbow. But 2 balls back, he hit a almighty six that has now almost assured the Titans of a famous win here at the Wanderers.
Would throw a cat among the pigeons, though, if Janssen had to retire, wouldn't it? That would suddenly make things interesting. One doesn't hope for players to be hurt, of course, but in the interests of drama, I can only thank him.
I just get the feeling he may have clicked it, or there may just be a muscle strain either in the wrists or just in the forearm, because that's where he's had some attention. But I'm happy to report that he's now slipping his gloves back on, will bend down to pick up his bat. Potgieter is already on his bowling mark. Most of the fielders are rooted to their posts. 4 balls remain, 5 balls remain, 4 needed to win. He's the man of the match, no doubt. A great innings of 90 from Peterson to hold the entire innings together. An exceptional innings it was. 35 from Keegan Leon Cachet, who had played so well until the one false stroke that he did play was caught by 14 of the bowling of Potgieter for 35. Those were the 2 main contributors after they were 0 for 2 in the 8 deliveries into their innings. The target, of course, 249. So 4 needed. And Potgieter gathers himself, gathers his thoughts. He's away from us into the tall Janssen on 59. He just taps to the offside, happy to call the single. 3 needed of 4.
I'd say we've waited until over 48, 49, 50 for this match finally to tilt in one direction or another. It hasn't so much ebbed and flowed as bubbled away consistently, neither side ever quite taking the upper hand.
Indeed, and what a fantastic final this has been. Very much worthy of a final. Good to say, this leads me to say one thing, is that even the 50 over format, which there are many detractors, especially in the modern era, that there's definitely room for this particular format as well. Potgieter in, 3 needed, 4 balls left, into Van der Merwe. It's short, it's a slow bouncer. He controls this little pull to the short fine leg area, where Peter gets in there and keeps it down to a single. Now it's up to the tall man on 60, a well-placed 60. Janssen, can he put the finishing touches? 2 to win off the remaining 3 balls. He's having a keen look at the scoreboard.
Well, at what point do you draw the net as the Lions captain? At what point do you bring the field in? 2 to win from 3 deliveries. I don't think giving up a single is really an option anymore.
That's a great observation. And the other thing is then, do you perhaps just do it on the one side of the field and ask the bowler to keep it outside the off stump, which has been a plan we've seen them put together today. Once again, Forte and Van der Dussen and also Potgieter in conversation. Can we go? Can this game actually be tied? But with Janssen facing on a superb 60, you have to say that it's all the Titans, all 4 the Titans now. Potgieter in to Janssen. And he plays a neat-looking push. He wants to. He was turning back for the second, this time wisely sent back by Van der Merwe. So now 2 needed, 1 needed of 2 deliveries. The scoreboard has just clicked over, 248 for 7.
I suppose the thinking there in keeping the field spread was to give him the 1 and hope that you can dismiss Van der Merwe.
I'm quite certain that there's a few ideas at play. The 2 batsmen are mid-pitch. They're having their little conference. And for one of the most wonderful servants of Northern's cricket has been Roelof van der Merwe. And will he be able to crown his wonderful journey at this particular province and franchise by scoring the winning runs and bringing home the trophy? One to win, 2 balls left. What's Potgieter thinking? On the offside, they've brought in all of the fielders, saving one. He runs away from us. Into Van der Merwe. It's a full toss. It's over the top. It's going to run away for 4. Great reason to celebrate. And it has come off the bat of Roelof van der Merwe, the winning runs. And what a fantastic performance this has been for the Titans. They were able to limit the Lions to 248 for 9 in their 50 overs. And then after really being pushed hard by the fantastic Lions bowling team, where early on they picked up 2 wickets for no runs, the recovery was exceptional. And 2 batsmen that will take all the accolades today. It will be Jansen on 61, and earlier Keegan Peterson dismissed for 90. The Titans win the CSA One Day Cup, and they are the champions.
Well, what a final that was. In an age of disposable cricket, very few matches, certainly in the shorter formats, live long in the memory. But I think this one will. I've seldom seen a cricket match in which things were as delicately poised as they were here for as long as they were. Mentioned earlier, perhaps only in about over 48, 49 did the ultimate outcome become clear. The Titans are worthy winners. The Lions worthy runners-up. A wonderful rivalry etches a new chapter in its history. And how lucky we are to have been present to see it.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, it's good to see the likes of Alan Donald and company actually putting their arms around the shoulders of obviously their teammates, but more importantly to the team in blue, to say well done, a deserved victory here, and fantastic momentum it has been for the momentum multiply Titans. In the last 3 matches, they've certainly put the right foot forward. They've got the selection right. The captaincy has been fantastic, and the batsmen have been dependable, and clearly the bowlers winning the previous 2 matches for them, as I said earlier, limited the Lions, who elected to bat first, and they asked cock-a-hoop with delight because the hugs are going all around, and so much of appreciation to the tall man Jansen. In fact, I just saw Alan Donald giving him a good, big, solid bear hug to say, well done, mate, good to see you've played it this way, and acknowledgement for what has been a wonderful win. Also, the pictures we are getting right now, Keegan Peterson, all the focus on him, as we just mentioned. He's 90. We'll get details of his number of deliveries and also the boundaries he had to hit. But a fantastic cup final. We've been just so delighted to bring it to you here for the first time on YouTube from South Africa. A live match courtesy of both Cricket South Africa and also the Pitch Vision. Details?
Yeah, Keegan Peterson's innings, 90 of 134 balls, 9 fours and 1 6, a strike rate of 67. Seldom you say of an innings comprising those numbers, especially that last one, that it was match winning. And yet it really, really was. Without that foundation, without the help he supplied to Dwan Jansen, who kicked on magnificently near the end himself, I think this trophy would be in other hands.
Yeah, he's 61, coming off 61 with 2 fours and 2 sixes. So with Jansen, I must say that he showed such a mature head on his shoulders. And more importantly, the way he paced his innings. He didn't panic, and I think we did hear earlier from Ken, when he mentioned that when he spoke to Leon Cachet at the end of the match where he got 50 odd not out that saw them into this final. When he was asked what made the difference, and he says, to have Dwan Jansen on the opposite side, just keeping me calm, tells you that this was an occasion where Jansen himself had to be calm and shepherd his team through to a famous victory.
Yeah, he batted beautifully, paced himself really well. His strike rate was just as low as Keegan's until perhaps the final 5 overs. And my goodness, does he have a few spare gears in the bank. Really stepped it up right when it mattered, just in fact as it was looking to get impossible. And yeah, he'll treasure these memories as much as anyone.
Yeah, just good to see this at the Wanderers. The Titans boys all coming here, converging at the bottom of the Unity stand to thank their travelling supporters. A lovely touch from them. They obviously recognize it, identify them, that they were here supporting them. And clearly they were a lot more louder and boisterous than the Lions fans. But those who have stayed behind have witnessed a fantastic finish. And in the end, once we talk about the pitch, the fact that you get 100 overs bowled, and then you get a result of the second last, the penultimate delivery of the day, of the match, says a lot about the condition of the pitch, the way it's played, and how the two teams had to shape up on the surface.
Yeah, it's seldom you get a final that lives up to its billing as much as this one does. I'd probably say on balance it's the semi-finals that usually tend to be the most exciting in tournaments, and this one wasn't conventionally exciting. You know, runs were hard to come by. Scoring rates on over the course of the 100 overs were substantially under 5 runs and over, and yet you could not ask for a more gripping day of list day cricket.
Yeah, I think the other way to put it is that whilst it may not have been exciting, it's not exciting because suddenly the entertainment level from a boundary scoring point of view is perhaps, let's just say, at 50 or 60%. But what you saw here was a gripping contest. And in the end, to keep all of those who have been listening to us and those who've been watching here at the Wanderers, to keep everyone gripped right till the end is exactly what you want in a sporting contest, and we've witnessed it today. Well played to both teams, and you had to have a winner in the final, and this time it was the Titans. They pulled one over the Lions, and I won't say it's been a long time coming, but they'll be really satisfied that they've managed to get a trophy into their cupboards, and that they've got something to show for what has been a long and an arduous season. Not just with results, but also the fact that some of the results, because of the amount of rain we've had around the country, didn't go in their favor. So it all came together. And Peterson, who for most of the season had those starts, he got to a number of 40s and 50s, but today he played the innings of a real champion, a real veteran. And it was a landmark innings, I reckon, as far as the Titans are concerned, because they've pulled off a win here. I'm not too sure if we're going to stay for the after-match presentations. I'll get... Sean reckons it's fine, so we'll stay. The thing is, we're not going to be getting the audio, so we might as well just try and wrap up with the scorecards and end our broadcast. I can tell you that whilst we are doing that, if we do get any notion of who the man of the match was, we'll certainly announce it. In my opinion, I reckon it has to be either one of the two. If it's not going to be Dwan Jansen for his undefeated 61, including his 1 wicket, then it has to be Keegan Peterson. So just to wrap up very quickly, the summary of this cup final, the CSA one-day challenge final. The Lions won the toss, elected to bat. They were 248 all out, or 248 for 9 in their 50 overs. There was contributions of 19 and 31 from Hamza and Hendrik. And then Rassie van der Dussen, after an initial struggle, 57 of 86, which in the end proved quite vital. And then Tamba Bavuma looked like he was playing on a different surface altogether, 43 of 42, until he was well caught of the bowling of Khalim. Those were the main contributors in the upper order, and Delano Potgieter was eventually caught by brunt of the bowling of Williams in that final over for 33 of 26, which saw the Lions finish on 248 for 9. There was 3 wickets for Williams, 2 for Khalim, and then 2 for Van der Merwe. And in reply, they were 2 down very early for no score on the board. Sanakwane and Munsami falling to Swanepoel and Yusuf. And then Peterson and Brunt took the score to 18 when Brunt fell. And then we saw a partnership of quality between Peterson and Keegan Leon Cachet, worth 59 runs. When Cachet was the next man out, he was caught by 14 of Potgieter. He was the fourth wicket to fall. Andile Pelagwayo soon followed. He was caught by Hamza of Swanepoel for 41. And then another vital stand, and that between Peterson and Dwan Jansen, that took them to the brink of a victory. And then on 90, he was caught by Bavuma of the bowling of Yusuf Keegan Peterson. 134 balls, 9 fours and a 6 in that quality stay at the crease. And then it was the likes of Khalim and Jansen that saw off and made sure that they picked up the win. They win by 3 wickets. Bowling figures from Rodney.
Yeah, Bias Swanepoel bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 44. Cody Yusuf, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 43. Delano Potgieter, 7.5 overs, 1 for 42. Bjorn Fortain, in his allotment of 10, conceded 48 with no maidens and no wickets. Naba Peter bowled 10 overs, 1 maidens, none for 52. And finally, Reza Hendricks contributed 2 overs at a cost of 12.
So that's about it from the commentary team here at the Deeper World Wanderers Stadium. It's been a pleasure bringing you this exclusive and first-time coverage on YouTube from South Africa. And glad that it was also a cup final, and I'm hoping that you were gripped as well as we were for what has been a memorable contest. From the Wanderers in Johannesburg, it's goodbye.
Yeah, welcome to the post-match presentation of the CSA One Day Cup Final. And what a final it was. Nail-biting stuff, and it took us right to the edge. And what an advert it has been for the CSA One Day Cup and cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-match presentation. And before I get into the presentation, I would like to thank all the loyal fans that have turned out today and everybody that has watched this final for their unwavering support. As I get into the post-match presentation, I would like to welcome my dignitaries today, the Vice President of the CSA Members Council, Dr. Mohammed Musaji, the President of the Central Gauteng Lions, Dr. Earl Glenister. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. And now it's time to get into the awards. The player of the match in what was a fantastic final. There's no surprises here. Coming in when the team needed him the most at 0 for 2, Keegan Peterson, who will get his award from the President of the Central Gauteng Lions, Dr. Earl Glenister. Really well played, 90 of 134 deliveries. All right, Keegan, give us your thoughts. Coming to the crease, 0 for 2, what was going through your mind?
I knew I'm gonna have a long day ahead of me, to be honest. I can feel the effects now. But mentally drained, but I did what I needed to do for the team, and thankfully it came off.
What was the process? Because it didn't look like it was an easy wicket to bat on.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest. The Lions bowler's always on the mark, so it makes it a bit more difficult. But I just had to bite the bullet and try and be there till the end, which I tried, but yeah.
Give us a sense about that partnership between you and Dwan Jansen. That, I think, was a major turning point in this particular game.
Yeah, now Duan's been spectacular for us. He's had a couple of good knocks that's won us games in the last couple of games. So I think he fully deserves what happened today. Without this knock, I don't think we're winning this game.
Right, you cut it to backward point, you get out for 90. What's going through your mind as you walk off here?
I can't say that on live TV, to be honest. But yeah, bleak. I wanted to see it home for the team. But like I said, luckily the guys stepped up in the end.
It was a fantastic innings, and well done to your team and your performance today.
Thank you very much.
Right now we go on to the losing captain from the DP World Lions, Bjorn Fontaine. If I can get a couple of words from you. A tough day at the office. It was an excellent campaign. You'll get an award as the runners-up from Dr. Mohammed Mustaji. There's always bitter pills to swallow in sport. There's always got to be winners and losers. So I won't dwell too much on the emotions, but let's go through the game. Decided to bat first, maybe probably 20, 30 runs short.
Yeah, in hindsight, probably. I felt that we did bat fairly well through that middle period. Unfortunately, we just lost wickets at crucial times that sort of set us back going into that last 10. But credit to the Titans, they bowled well, they batted well, and deserved winners today.
I can focus on one particular point in the game. Between overs 11 to 40, you lost 5 wickets for 135 runs. That was the difficult part of the game, wasn't it?
Yeah, you would say that. Obviously, you can't fault the efforts of the guys. The Titans did bowl a lot better in that period that they did in the first 10, which sort of made things a bit trickier going into the last 10, trying to set the game up and those sort of things. But yeah, we can look at various aspects of the game and various periods and sort of nitpick it, but it is what it is, and at the end of the day, there can only be one winner.
Yeah, there's a lot of pride in your squad. It's a loaded squad. It's a squad that plays with a great deal of passion. You've got a great deal of support. So this campaign would be a proud one, but it doesn't end well, but there's still some good things to look at.
Yeah, no, there's plenty of positive to look forward to, especially going into next season. A lot of youngsters standing up and putting in big performances. We've been blessed with so many Proteas coming in and out of the team, lending the experience, lending the expertise. So I see bright things for the team ahead, and hopefully we can capitalize on the foundations that were laid this season.
I won't keep you for too long. Dwell on it, learn from it, and come back stronger. Unlucky today.
Thank you.
Right. Bjorn Fontaine, the runners-up today in the CSA One Day Cup final. And now it's time to call on the winning captain, Rivaldo Munsami from the Momentum Multiply Titans, who will have a few words with me. And there will be a time where you get your hands on that trophy. You're looking emotional. Tell me about the emotions.
Yeah, look, quite emotional. We obviously know what it takes to beat the team like the Lions. I mean, credit to them. They played superb today. And well done to my boys. I mean, they were fantastic. I mean, from where we started this comp to lifting the trophy now is pretty special.
Yeah, let's go back to that. You did it the hard way, didn't you? Had to go through the Dragons in a game that there was weather around, and then go to Kabeja and beat a dangerous Warrior side, and then come into the home of the Lions and get a win. Give us a sense about that journey.
Look, like I've been saying in most of my interviews, we haven't had a lot of 50-over games. Most of them were rained out, and we showed what we could do in PE in a full 50-over. Oh, well, kind of full. And then obviously to come here today and complete it like this, yeah, is pretty special.
Let's have a word about Adwan Jansen, who has just gone from leaps to bounds, and his curve seems to be just going up, and his stock keeps going up. Today, that was an incredible innings and also contributions with the ball.
Yeah, look, I'm super proud of him. I know all the steps he's taken. I mean, he got it the hard way coming up. He's worked really hard, and I know he's lived for this moment, and I'm super happy for him.
Right, what does this mean for the Titans and all this support that has come down from Centurion and Pretoria? You can see them here, the flags are waving, you can hear the noise. That even adds a bit more to the win.
Yeah, look, the Titans' legacy speaks for itself. Obviously, coming to this final, we knew what we were coming in for. We're doing it not just for ourselves, not for our family, but all the other players that played here years ago. And thank you so much to all the supporters